Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wow, Nidorino goes for a horn attack, but Jengar slips past it like nothing. The TV blasted the classic Jengar versus Nidorino battle, the commentator yelling with full energy. Ye Xuan stared at the mirror, taking in his new face. He had actually crossed over and become Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of Pokémon. A quick look through his memories confirmed it. This was the night before Ash's journey. Tomorrow morning, he'd go to Professor Oak's lab to pick up his first Pokémon. So this really is the Pokémon world. Honestly, that's fine. There wasn't much worth holding on to back there, he muttered. In his previous life, he was alone and broke. Now fate had given him a second shot, and he wasn't planning to waste it. From today on, the name Ye Xuan is done. Ash is my new beginning. The memories fused cleanly. The dizziness faded. A completely new Ash opened his eyes. Since I'm alive again, I'm fixing every regret. And the name Ash Ketchum is going to ring across the entire Pokémon world. Along with the memories came something else. The standard time traveler perk. A system. That one word alone was enough to boost his confidence. Since he had become Ash, those titles from the old timeline, Release Master, Reverse Attribute King, Forever Single Straight Dude, could all go straight to the trash. He willed it, and the system screen appeared. Host Ash. Special ability, none. Charm, 45 out of 100. Pokemon, none. Points, 0. Turn points, he'd have to clear system missions. Points could buy items from the system shop, which refreshed monthly. One product could be permanently pinned. He opened the current shop list. Universal Mage Evolution Stone set, 9.99 million points. Perfect Partner Ring, turns all partners into sister-type personalities, 0 jealousy. 500k points. Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method, 880k points. 10 Ultra Balls, X5 capture rate on Ultra Beasts, 100k points. Light Ball, Pikachu exclusive buff item, 5,000 points. Yeah, this shop is absolutely not serious. Still, he pinned the Perfect Partner Ring without hesitation. Looks like I need to grind points. His current mission popped up. Mission, arrive at Professor Oak's lab on time and receive starter Pokemon Pikachu. Reward, 6,000 points. Next morning, the alarm rang like a siren. Ash shot out of bed, got dressed, and washed up in seconds. Slow down, Ash. Nobody's racing you, Delia said gently as she handed him milk. Ash inhaled his breakfast and wiped his mouth. Mom, today's the day. I can't be late to get my starter. Delia smiled. If you can handle today, you can handle the whole journey. Go for it. Ash grabbed his cap and backpack and ran toward the lab. Professor Oak's lab. The place was huge, more like a manor than a lab. Pokemon roamed the outdoor areas, each zone set up for different species. Because he wanted to be punctual, Ash ended up arriving last among the 3 Pallet Town rookies. The first 2 trainers had already picked Charmander and Bulbasaur. Gary hadn't left yet. He stood by his expensive car, proudly showing off his new Pokemon to a group of cheerleader-like fangirls. When he spotted Ash, he smirked. Well, the late king actually showed up on time. Too bad, I already got the perfect partner for Master Gary. Guess you'll be waiting for the next shipment. Old Ash would have snapped back instantly. But new Ash wasn't that guy anymore. Gary, ever heard an idiom? What? The early bird catches the worm. Sounds perfect for you. Gary froze, then exploded. Did you call me a dumb bird? Fine. At the Indigo Plateau, I'm going to crush you. Ding. New mission. Beat Gary's final ranking at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward. Plus 6 Pokemon carry slots. 1 million points. Ash looked at Gary with new appreciation. Sure. Whoever loses is the real dumb bird. Gary stormed off, dragging his fan club with him. Inside the lab, Ash stood before the starter machine. It was empty. Ash, the 3 starter Pokemon have already been picked. Gary mentioned it. Ash smiled calmly. If Oak wanted to mess with him, he wasn't giving him the satisfaction. Professor, with all the Pokemon here, You're not letting me start empty-handed, right? Polite tone. Heavy pressure. Oak caved immediately. Well, I do have one left, though his personality is a little difficult. A pokeball with a lightning bolt pattern rose from the machine. That's fine. I like Pokemon with personality. Oak handed it over. Ash opened it. Pikachu. A chubby, bright-eyed Pikachu appeared. Ding. Mission complete. Reward. 6,000 points. Ash instantly bought the light ball. Equip it to Pikachu, he said. A soft electronic chime rang in his mind. Pikachu shivered, then looked up at Ash with a sharper, warmer gaze. Their bond deepened in an instant. The little yellow mouse blinked up at Ash with a cute, curious squint. Hey there, Pikachu. Wait, Ash. Professor Oak reached out a hand, about to warn him. This Pikachu was shy and didn't like being touched. Anyone who rushed in usually got shocked on the spot. My name's Ash, he said, stepping forward anyway. I'll be your trainer from now on. Please take care of me. Before the professor could stop him, Ash scooped Pikachu right off the table. Pika! Pikachu stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed. Something about this human felt familiar, almost right. The hostility faded. He didn't shock you? Oak muttered, stunned. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder on his own, tail swaying. Pika Pie. It even chirped at Oak as if showing off its new partner. Watching their easy bond, Oak let out a long breath. Shocked but relieved. This troublesome Pikachu had finally met the right trainer. Departure. Mom. Professor Oak. Everyone. I'm heading out. Ash stood at the lab entrance, Pokédex in his pocket, and 6 blank Pokeballs in his bag. Delia stepped forward and hugged him tightly before letting go. I won't lose, Ash said with a grin. I'll bring back the Indigo Plateau trophy. Delia's smile softened. All I want is for you to come home safe. Ash waved, turned around, and officially started his journey. Ding. Main mission triggered. Task. Win this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward. Based on final performance. Higher score equals greater reward. The system message echoed in his mind, but Ash didn't dwell on it. The road ahead was long. He checked Pikachu's stats. Pikachu. Attribute. Electric. Ability. Static. Level. 20. Species strength. 320. Qualification gold. Skills. Thunder Shock. Double Team. Quick Attack. Thunderbolt. Held item. Light Ball. Gold qualification. That suits you, he said as he rubbed Pikachu's head. Pika. Pikachu tilted his head, not understanding, but happy. The system graded Pokemon by 5 tiers: white, blue, purple, red, and gold. White was the weakest, gold the strongest. Higher qualification meant faster growth, cleaner mastery, and a massive advantage in the long run, especially at elite level and above. First route, toward Viridian City. Ash and Pikachu walked along the forest path at a relaxed pace. Wild Pokemon here were low-level, perfect for beginners. Soon enough, 3 Pidgey pecked at the ground nearby. All 3 showed the same label. White, white, white. Ash lost interest instantly. He had no reason to catch them. Not when a strong Pidgeotto was waiting ahead. Thinking back to the original Ash releasing his Pidgeot, he felt his eye twitch. He let the Pidgey be, but then, Raticate. A Rattata darted by, slammed into a Pidgey, and chaos broke loose. The startled bird scattered, kicking up dust, and that dust landed on the worst possible Pokemon. A nearby Spearow snapped its head toward Ash and Pikachu, beady eyes filled with murder. Great! Spearow, the local menace. Ash frowned. Not because Spearow was strong, but because Spearow never fought alone. 1 in a dozen. The first one screeched and lunged straight at them. Ding! Plot mission triggered. Spearow in the rainstorm. Task. Drive off the Spearow flock. Reward. 10,000 points. Advanced Insulation Orb. Intermediate Speed Boost Potion Host. Ash's eyelid twitched. This isn't one Spearow, it's the whole tribe. System, you're really blocking all escape routes. The reward was too good to ignore. Pikachu, Thundershock. Pika. Electricity surged, blasting the charging Spearow into the dirt instantly. But before Ash could even check its level, the bushes exploded. Dozens of Spearows poured out, screeching as they formed a deadly cloud overhead. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Pika, Chu. Lightning ripped across the front line, dropping several at once. Nice! Pikachu, time to run. Ash scooped Pikachu into his arms and sprinted. He glanced up at the sky, already calculating his next move as the flock closed in behind them. This wasn't sustainable. He needed a way out. They reached a waterfall cliff. It's now or never. Ash tightened his hold around Pikachu's waist and pinched his nose. Pikachu, hang on. Pikachu. The Spearows swooped in. Ash jumped. Splash. The current slammed into them, dragging them downstream. Ash and Pikachu stayed alert, dodging a wandering Gyarados like their lives depended on it. But the river worked. The Spearows vanished behind the roaring water. They were free. Downstream of the river, on the shore, a girl wearing a yellow sleeveless t-shirt, denim shorts, and an orange short ponytail sat cross-legged on a rock fishing. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles were fluttering around the float. The orange-haired girl looked at the float, and a huge force came, pulling the float directly into the water. Such a strong reaction? It must be the legendary Big Prey. The orange-haired girl stood up and excitedly pulled up the fishing rod. The fishing rod was bent nearly 90 degrees. With a plop, one person and one pet were pulled out of the water. Ahem! Ash, who was pulled out of the water, gasped. Pikachu, who had been soaked in water for a long time, was in poor contest condition. There was no way. In order to avoid Gyarados in the water just now, he and Pikachu could only choose to take a long detour. What's going on? Is it a human? The orange-haired girl jumped in front of Ash. Misty, the heroine of the original series. By some strange coincidence, he and Pikachu were chased by Spearow and fell into the water, and the scene of being fished out by Misty was repeated. The encounter was basically the same as the original world line. Looking at the familiar dress and cute face approaching, Ash easily recognized her. Ding! Trigger the heroine's task. Please become a travel partner with Misty and establish a relationship. Task reward: 1 million points, top quality water Pokémon eggs. Oh my god, the system is wrong. The corners of Ash's mouth slightly raised after accepting the task. I wonder if this counts as dating at public expense? Hey trainer, are you okay? No, I'm okay, hello. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. As soon as Ash finished speaking, soaring in the sky actually flew over a black mass of Spearow. The leader was the first to be electrocuted by Pikachu. When he saw Ash and Pikachu, he immediately let out a sharp cry. Lend me this. Running to the trail, Ash decisively jumped on the bicycle parked on the trail and pedaled hard. Hey, that's my bicycle. I'll definitely return it to you next time. Looking at Ash disappearing in the forest, Misty's cheeks puffed slightly, and she said angrily, Really? On the grass, Ash pedaled his bicycle while looking back to confirm the distance between the Spearow group and himself. Boom, boom. The thunderous sound sounded, and lightning flashed across the sky. The dazzling blue spark shone on Ash's handsome face. Pikachu, I'll leave it to you next. Pikachu. The Pikachu sitting in the basket nodded firmly. Since just now, Ash has been protecting him in his arms. Especially when facing Gyarados in the river. He never left him. Now it's finally his turn to repay Ash. Ding! Pikachu's favorability is increasing significantly. Fierce. Ash relaxed a little after hearing the system voice, and was immediately pecked by Spearow who caught up with him. Whoosh! Ash grabbed the front of the bike with both hands and swung back. The tires rubbed against the ground fiercely, and after a 180-degree rotation, Ash used the bike as a weapon to smash a Spearow that was rushing towards him. It's up to you next, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu stepped on Ash's shoulder with force, splashed high, and his cheeks flashed with dazzling sparks. Boom! The lightning and soaring in the sky seemed to be attracted by Pikachu, and the fierce sparks caused a violent explosion. The golden sparks that reached the sky instantly engulfed the Spearow group, Ash and Pikachu. The rain was pouring down, and the whole world was shrouded in a heavy rain curtain. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The task of commanding Pikachu to repel the attack of the Spearow tribe is completed. Task reward: 10,000 points, Advanced Insulation Ball, Intermediate Speed Enhancing Potion, Host. Pikachu level is increased to LV 27. Learn a new move, Agility. The rainstorm ends, and a rainbow emerges. The handsome boy holds the slightly tired Pikachu in his arms. Walking towards the sun, he arrives at the top of a small hill. A bird Pokémon with a golden glow and barely visible outline flies by soaring in the sky. Click. Ash raises the Pokémon Pokédex and takes a lot of photos. Pokémon Pokédex, the role of the camera at this moment. Ash, who knows the manifestation of Ho-Oh in the original plot, will naturally not miss this opportunity. This is Ho-Oh's $1 million direct shot. The world's first auction, the only one of its kind. Relying on Ho-Oh's information, he will definitely get a lot of benefits from Professor Oak. Misty's bicycle was finally blown up in the battle. Assist's natural power of Pseudo Thunder is extremely powerful, and it also puts a great burden on Pikachu's body. The sun sets, and the red clouds fall on the earth. Ash holds Pikachu and arrives at the first city on the journey, Viridian City, before dusk. Residents of Viridian City have worked hard, and it will soon be time for dinner. Also, there have been frequent cases of pickpockets and thieves kidnapping Pokémon recently, so please be careful. As soon as the broadcast ended, Officer Jenny, who was dressed in a police uniform, happened to catch a glimpse of Ash running over with the depressed Pikachu. Damn it, it happened just after I finished talking. Don't run, stop right there. No suspicious people are allowed to pass. Jenny grabbed Ash's collar and stopped him. Officer Jenny, I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a trainer from Pallet Town. Pallet Town? You're the fourth one today. Jenny looked at Ash suspiciously. The first three she mentioned were obviously Gary and the others. Ash didn't say much and directly took out the Pokémon Pokédex that could prove his trainer identity. Sorry, you are really a trainer in Pallet Town. After confirming the identity, Jenny rode a police motorcycle and took Ash and Pikachu to the Pokémon Center. Ahem, what are you doing? Unforgivable, stop. Misty looked at the speeding motorcycle angrily with the burnt bicycle on her back. Pokémon Center, a red and white poke ball-style building. In most towns around the world, trainers can enjoy free food, accommodation, and medical care at the Pokémon Center with Pokémon Pokédex. Please, Nurse Joy. Although he was not injured, the attack by the thunder was serious after all, so Pikachu still needs to be checked thoroughly and relieve his fatigue of the day. Nurse Joy, a nurse with long pink hair and a pretty smile, took Pikachu from Ash with a smile. Leave it to me, don't worry. As she said that, she waved behind her, and a pink Chansey came over with a cart. Give this child a full body check. Use fatigue relief potion. Good luck. Chansey, blue qualification, level, LV 25. Chansey and its evolution Blissey are both auxiliary Pokémon proficient in medical treatment, and are the most common assistants in Pokémon Center. The outdoor travel environment is harsh, and the medicines that can be carried are limited. At this time, it is very important to have a Chansey or Blissey in the team, which can save lives at critical moments. In this real Pokémon world, casualties exist. Every year, there are many cases of Pokémon dying because of failure to send to the doctor in time. So it is very important to have a healing Pokémon in the team. Of course, although Chansey and Blissey are so common in the Pokémon Center, it is difficult not to see them in the wild. Officer Jenny, I'm sorry to bother you this time. It's okay, it's my duty. After sending Jenny away, Ash sat alone in the lobby of the Pokémon Center and enjoyed a moment of peace. This day, he also consumed a lot. Ding-ling-ling. Hello, Mom. It's me. I've arrived in Viridian City. Seeing that it was her son calling, Delia was surprised to get to the phone and picked up the receiver. You've arrived in Viridian City so soon. That's great. Hearing his mother Delia's voice, Ash smiled knowingly. Ash briefly told his mother Delia about what happened during the journey, and briefly mentioned the fierce chase in the Spearow battle. He told her not to worry too much, and that he would call her every time he arrived in a new city. After listening to Delia's earnest advice, Ash asked his mother to take care of herself and hung up the phone. Clang! Then the door of the Pokemon Center was pushed open. Misty, panting, rushed to Ash with a burnt and deformed bicycle on her back and said angrily, "You are really here? Sorry, I will compensate you with a brand new bicycle tomorrow when my Pikachu recovers," Ash said apologetically. The battle was so intense that Misty almost forgot about it. Although she was inexplicably angry, she forgave Ash after seeing his sincere apology and concern for Pikachu. Is Pikachu seriously injured? It's okay, but it was difficult to drive away the Spearows. It's hard to guarantee that it didn't have any hidden injuries. As he said that, Ash described the situation when he was chased by the Spearows. You beat away so many Spearows. Are you really a rookie trainer who just started traveling? After confirming that it was understandable for Ash to borrow her bicycle, Misty couldn't help but sigh at Ash's wit. In that emergency, he could still think of a plan to use the assist weather factor to increase the power of Pikachu's skills. Not long after, the lights in the ward went out. Joy brought the recovered Pikachu over. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. This is what I should do." Pikachu. After a treatment, the exhausted Pikachu deftly broke free from Joy's arms and jumped onto Ash's shoulder. That's where he likes to be the most. You and Pikachu have a great relationship. You don't look like a new rookie trainer. Nurse Joy praised with a smile. Really? Someone asked me that just now. As he said that, Ash looked at Misty on the side. By the way, Misty, don't you need to restore your Pokemon? No, I've been fishing today, and the Pokemon are resting in their Pokeballs. Misty shook her head and said. After Joy left, the phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Professor Oak appeared on the phone screen. Ash, it's me, Professor Oak. Hearing this, Ash and Misty walked to the phone. Ash introduced Misty to Professor Oak, and Misty hurriedly greeted the professor politely, with a slightly nervous expression. After all, the other party is a professor famous throughout the Pokemon world. Professor, how do you know I'm already in Viridian City? Your mother just called me and said you were in Viridian City, so I thought of calling the Viridian Pokemon Center. Professor Oak said, I think you must be here. He knew that Ash's family was not rich, and his financial resources were basically from his mother Delia. It's definitely impossible to stay in a hotel during the trip. Looking at Professor Oak, it seems that he remembered something. Ash stuffed the Pokemon Pokédex into Misty's hand. Misty, please help me check in together. Professor Oak and I have something to talk about. Misty, who was already a little nervous, nodded and took the Pokemon Pokédex to find Nurse Joy. Ash, you deliberately sent your friend away. It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. Tell me, how many Pokemon have you caught with the Pokeball I gave you? None. I didn't meet any suitable ones to train. Ahem. After coughing awkwardly, Professor Oak smiled and said, although you didn't catch any Pokemon, you have finally arrived in Viridian City. This is also a big step in your travel life. Professor Oak comforted Ash. Fortunately, he didn't have high expectations for Ash at the beginning. There are many trainers who have left Pallet Town, and his grandson Gary has recently caught a lot of Pokemon. Professor Oak, the 3 bird Pokemon on the stone slab of the Pokemon Center are all legendary Pokemon. Ash changed the subject and pointed to the stone mural on the wall and said, yes, they're all the research topics I dream of. Professor Oak blurted out without thinking. Then these Pokemon research materials should be valuable. Ash asked with a smile. That's for sure. Wait, Ash, what do you mean? Professor Oak reacted with his eyes shining. He stared at Ash excitedly, wishing he could get out of the screen. Professor guessed right. I met Ho-Oh and even took a photo of her. How about it? Professor, name a price and buy it. Okay. Professor Oak agreed immediately and continued. 50,000 Pokemon coins. I want to buy Ho-Oh's photo. The opening price was the cost of Ash's several-month trip, but for Ho-Oh's photo, this amount of money is definitely not enough. And if he earns more travel expenses for himself, his mother Delia will also bear less burden. 200,000. This is a legendary Pokemon. Many people may not see her once in their lifetime. Hearing this, Professor Oak nodded without thinking and said, "Okay, at your price deal." Ash was right. Many researchers will never see the legendary Pokémon in their lifetime. This type of Pokémon is not only rare, but also mostly lives in places where there are few people or in extreme weather. Besides, the Alliance sponsors him a lot of research funds every year. It just happens to sponsor the trainers who go out of Pallet Town. Seeing Professor Oak agreed so decisively, Ash couldn't help but sigh at the strong attraction of legendary Pokémon to researchers. With this batch of Pokémon coins, he won't need to ask his mother Delia for living expenses for a long time. Of course, if you want to buy Pokémon supplies, these Pokémon coins are definitely not enough. These things have to be exchanged by earning system points. The Light Ball exchange for Pikachu alone can be sold for hundreds of thousands on the market. This is still under the limitation of Light Ball as a Pikachu exclusive prop. If it is replaced with other more practical Pokémon props, the price will be even higher. The profession of trainer has never lacked rich people. "Professor, the photo you requested has been sent to your computer." "Yes, the money will be transferred to your account soon." The transaction was completed, and the Pokémon Pokédex sounded a reminder that the money had been received. In addition to identifying Pokémon and proving identity, the Pokémon Pokédex also has multiple functions such as camera, video recording, and online banking account. This is the official alliance for the convenience of trainer travel. Only trainers who pick up Earl Dervish Pokémon from the designated location of the alliance can have it. It is a very convenient device. Ash, keep working hard on the next trip. Try to take pictures. No, I mean catch more Pokémon. After speaking, Professor Oak hung up the phone at the speed of light, obviously can't wait to study the Ho-Oh photos sent by Ash. Now there is controversy in the academic community about whether Ho-Oh exists, and the photo taken by Ash is of great significance. What? A photo can be sold for 200,000. Of course, that's a legendary Pokémon. That was taken while riding my bicycle. You have to treat me to a good meal. Ha. Please, please, I'll definitely treat you. Although Misty said that she wanted Ash to spend a lot of money and order the most delicious dishes. In fact, she chose a restaurant with medium prices. Through this treat, Ash successfully got closer to Misty. As the heroine of the original series, she is perfect in all aspects except for her tsundere personality. Of course, it is this tsundere that makes the stupid guy in the original world line treat her as a buddy. Without waiting for Ash to organize his words to trick her into joining, Misty took the initiative to propose the idea of traveling together. Pikachu, standing on Ash's shoulder, welcomed him. The two returned to the Pokémon Center from the hotel. As soon as they entered the lobby, the urgent alarm sounded suddenly. There are foreign enemies invading the Pokémon Center. It must be the criminal gang that has been active in Viridian City recently. Team Rocket. Joy, who looked a little panicked, said to the two of them while holding a newspaper. Ash glanced at them. Aren't these the familiar Team Rocket trio? These three guys are the comedians of Team Rocket, and they're also quite unique. Team Rocket? They are really power trip guys, and they dare to attack the Pokémon Center directly. Misty, who was born as a gym leader, naturally hates evil organizations. What's the big deal? Team Rocket's influence spans the two major regions of Kanto and Johto region, and Kanto is his base camp. Even the Silver Building can be invaded, so what's a mere Pokémon Center? Of course, Ash was just thinking about these in his mind. Besides, he is just a rookie trainer. After all, Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, may still be wearing a kind smile and welcoming challengers at the Viridian Gym. If someone believes it, the situation may be even worse. Team Rocket, with 3 Beastmen for generals and 3 executives, is an evil organization that has the power to challenge the authority of the Alliance. Before he has enough self-protection capabilities, he is only willing to play with the comedian trio in front of him. Ash, we can't just stand by and watch this. As if she had let the cat out of the bag, Misty quickly shut her mouth. As what? Don't just say half of it. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled and teased. As a trainer trained by the Pokemon Alliance, is it okay? Yes, of course. Avoiding Misty's hand that stretched out to twist his ear, Ash looked at Nurse Joy and said seriously, "You go take care of the Pokemon first, and leave Team Rocket to us. Then, please leave it to you too." Joy was originally very worried about the Pokemon in the recovery period. Hearing what Ash said, he immediately turned around and ran towards the ward. Ding! System task released. Defeat the 3 members of Team Rocket and protect the Pokemon Center from destruction. Mission rewards. Qualification Enhancement Potion. Pokemon with qualification below Gold will have their potential increased by 1 level after using it. Joy Family Intimacy increased by 10%. Bang! At the same time, the glass roof above their head shattered. 2 Pokeballs fell, and Coughing and Ekans appeared. Then the Rocket Team trio descended from the sky. Coughing used smoke. Vass released billowing smoke in the Pokemon Center lobby. What is this? Misty looked at the figures in the smoke. Ash thought to himself that it was not good. Let Misty trigger the other party's auto-reply function. Since you asked sincerely, then I will be merciful and tell you. That's it, meow. The familiar lines of the appearance. The Rocket Team trio officially appeared. Coughing and Ekans were in front of them. MSDY's face changed slightly. It was indeed the Rocket Team that attacked. They are really brave. At this moment, she was a little embarrassed looking at the Rocket trio. Her Pokemon are mainly water-type, and they are all Pokemon like Goldeen and Staryu that can only play well in water. Can they deal with the notorious Rocket Team? 1 o'clock on the left. Pikachu Thunderbolt. On the other side, facing the monitoring of the front desk computer, Ash decisively ordered Pikachu to attack. Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder. Dazzling spark flashed, and Thunderbolt penetrated the smoke. Ekans was down, and the Rocket Trio were hit by Thundershock one after another, screaming. The smoke originally used to block the Pokemon Center lobby was used by Ash instead. Ash, seeing the scene, Misty was stunned. Staryu, tackle. After she reacted, she immediately threw the Pokeball. Starfish. Rapid spins, Staryu hit sideways. Boom boom. The Rocket Trio and their 2 Pokemon were knocked out of the Pokemon Center gate. Meow. After being hit by such a combination of punches, Meowth did react. But Jesse and James were knocked unconscious. Helplessly, Meowth could only jump up and command the injured Vastu and Ekans. The 2 Pokemon who lost their trainer were a little hesitant in the face of Meowth's command, so they couldn't avoid the subsequent Thundershock of Pikachu. And they were both knocked to the ground by the electric shock. Oh no, this little Pikachu is not easy to deal with, Meow. As soon as the voice fell, Meowth was also knocked unconscious by the tackle performed by Staryu, who chased out. Ding! Mission completed, rewarded with qualification upgrade potion. Pokemon with qualification below Gold will have their potential increased by 1 level after using. Joy Family Intimacy increased by 10%. Item rewards have been issued from the system space and can be taken out at any time. Okay, Misty. The message in his mind sounded, and Ash hurriedly stopped Misty, who wanted to continue to command Staryu to attack. They have fainted. Hey, it seems to be true. I didn't expect you to determine the location of Team Rocket in the smoke through monitoring. That's amazing. Seeing the crisis resolved, Misty immediately gave Ash a thumbs up. Her Staryu can play a role in the battle. It basically all depends on Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack. You guys stay in jail and reflect on your actions, and wait for the Alliance's plan to deal with you. There was quite a commotion at the Pokemon Center, and Officer Jenny, who arrived later, put silver bracelets on the 3 people. Signaling the subordinate police officers to take them to the car, Officer Jenny turned and walked to Ash and the others. Trainer Ash, thank you for your outstanding contribution to the fight against crime. These 3 Rocket Team members are on the wanted list. The police station will transfer the bonus to your account later. Is that so? Thank you, Officer Jenny. Ash's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get money like this. Looking at the unconscious Rocket Team trio in the police car, Ash's smile became more and more outrageous. These 3 guys are protected by the halo of the villain protagonist. It shouldn't be difficult to escape from the police station. Besides, because of Jesse's mother, Giovanni couldn't completely ignore the trio's experience. Next time, can he still send them to other police stations to make money? This is a perfect candidate for a mobile ATM. Damn little brat. We will never forgive you. Wait, we're going to get that powerful Pikachu. Wait, Meow. We will definitely come out to avenge you. We will take all your Pokemon away, Meow. The awakened Team Rocket trio kept threatening Ash. You are totally lawless. I'm watching. I won't give you a chance to escape the police station. Officer Jenny, who was kind and gentle to Ash and the other two, sternly rebuked the Team Rocket trio. How unreasonable. They dared to threaten the good citizens who were brave enough to do what was right. Soon, the trio's miserable screams came from the police car. Officer Jenny, thank you. Ash smiled and waved to the police car. This Officer Jenny is really conscientious, but it is obviously impossible to keep the trio in prison. I'm afraid it won't be long before Team Rocket will bail them out. Team Rocket is known by most trainers as a black and evil force spanning 2 regions, and Giovanni must have someone in the Pokémon Alliance. Otherwise, the Pokémon Alliance would never have watched them grow to their current size. It is no exaggeration to say that if Kanto did not have the strongest Elite Four team headed by Yolongdu, if it were another alliance with weaker top combat power, it would probably be suppressed by Team Rocket. Ash, Misty, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the Pokemon in the Pokemon Center would be in danger. You saved them. You will be good friends of our Joy family from now on. After Officer Jenny left, Nurse Joy came forward and sincerely thanked Ash and Misty. You are so polite. Misty replied. Nurse Joy is so polite. If we were not there, you could also send Pokemon to Pokemon centers in other cities through the teleportation machine, right? Ash and Nurse Joy exchanged some polite words. He still cares about the friendship of the Joy family. The 2 families of Jenny and Jenny span various regions. It is not an exaggeration to say that they're the oldest families in the Pokemon world. She must have a lot of valuable information in her hands. If you can max out the favorability of the Joy family, there will definitely be many unexpected benefits. Looking at Joy, Ash thought secretly in his heart, No, you are too modest, Ash. The Joy family will remember your help to me this time. Nurse Joy shook her head and did not explain much. Secretly remember Ash's kindness in her heart. It is indeed a way to send all the Pokeballs to other Pokemon centers through the teleporter before Team Rocket takes action. But teleporting also takes time. Team Rocket had already entered the Pokemon Center, and she didn't have that much time to complete these operations. At most, she could only teleport some Pokemon away. The remaining Pokemon, including her own life, would be threatened by the 3 members of Team Rocket. Ash, you are so smart. You can think of using surveillance to fight Pokemon. I really admire you. At this time, Misty also came up. After this incident, she was also considering whether to add a few water-type Pokemon that are good at land combat. That's right. I'm good in many ways. You will see it during the trip. Misty immediately rolled her eyes at Ash. I take back my previous evaluation. Obviously, your face is better than your combat level. How can you praise yourself like this? Here it comes. This is Misty's classic Tsundere. No matter how convinced she is in her heart, she will definitely have to say a few words to Ash when she sees this face. I got another bonus this time. How about treating you to the most expensive ice cream in Viridian City? No need. The ice cream tastes similar. The expensive part is basically in the packaging. Just buy me 2 ice creams. Misty will subconsciously help Ash save money. There are many places where you need to spend money during travel. It is better to save where you can. Ash, Misty, and Pikachu, I will treat you to dinner next time you come to Viridian City. Well, next time, Nurse Joy, Pikachu. On the morning of the next day, Ash and his pet said goodbye to Nurse Joy and left the Pokemon Center in Viridian City. Hey, I suddenly remembered it, Ash. What? Ash looked at Misty curiously. Misty said, I remember there's a gym in Viridian City. Don't you want to try to challenge it? Ash looked at Misty suspiciously and refused decisively. Not to mention that he only has Pikachu in recent years, Since Giovanni took over, countless senior Pokemon trainers have failed in the Tokiwa gym. Misty, who is also a gym owner, cannot be unaware of this. If she were a fool in the original world line, she would have been fooled by him and beaten up by Giovanni. Hee, do you think I don't know your little thoughts? Compared to the Tokiwa gym, the Cerulean gym is more suitable for a rookie trainer like me to challenge, isn't it? Misty, who was originally smiling, immediately stopped laughing. She didn't expect Ash to suddenly mention his own gym, although she didn't want to admit it in her heart. But the Cerulean gym is indeed the most popular gym for Kanto rookie trainers, no doubt about it. As the weakest gym in Kanto, trainers will not hesitate to take down the gym badge here first. There are more than 10 gyms in Kanto that meet the requirements of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Most normal trainers think of challenging the weak ones to collect badges. It's all her sister's fault for not focusing on Pokemon battles. Misty knows this very well, and she traveled for her sisters and to become stronger, so that she can revitalize the Cerulean gym. Since Ash is not interested in challenging the Viridian gym, the two did not stay in Viridian City for long, but set off for the next city. Before leaving, the bonus promised by Officer Jenny also arrived, attacking 100,000 Pokemon coins. Then Ash proposed to buy Misty a bicycle, but Misty felt that it was unnecessary to ride when traveling with Ash, so she refused. Forget about the bicycle. Just give me a water-type Pokemon as compensation in the future. Just like that, the two set off, leaving Viridian City. The nearest city to the two is Nibby City. Nibby's rock-type gym is just right for Ash's first gym battle. Ding! Gym mission trigger. Challenge Nibby Gym, get badge. Basic challenge. Defeat the Gym Master, win, and reward 3W points. Advanced challenge. Defeat all Pokemon of the Nibby Gym Master, and all 3 Pokemon retain combat capabilities, reward 50,000 points. Perfect challenge. Defeat the Nibby Gym Leader by using reverse attributes throughout the whole process, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 points, 5 rare candies, 1 to 30 levels, and the intimacy of the Nibby Gym Leader will be increased by 80%. If the Pokemon you hold is not attribute restrained, you can use Pokemon with the same attribute. Improve Xiaojiang's intimacy. No dog wants it. After reading the task description, Ash decisively took the advanced challenge. Reverse attributes throughout the whole process. Does the system not want him to be a master of reverse attributes? 5 rare candies are somewhat tempting, but he was still discouraged by the intimacy of the gym leader. The system is in a groove. If intimacy is changed to friendship value, he can barely accept it. On the way from Viridian City to Nibby City, you will pass through the Viridian Forest, the largest area in the Kanto region, and the outer area. Although it is called the outer area, there are many types of wild Pokemon. The overall level is not too high, very friendly to rookie trainer. It is just right to train Pikachu to level up more, and catch a few Pokemon to enrich the lineup and challenge the Nibby Gym. Accompanied by a sharp soprano, Misty, who looks like a female man, is now in a little woman's posture, with her arms around Ash's neck and held in his arms. Ash-I, there are bugs under my feet. Not long after entering the evergreen forest, she was startled by a caterpie that suddenly appeared and jumped on Ash like a conditioned reflex. Relax, Misty. Don't be nervous. It's just a caterpie. It's pretty cute. Feeling the softness in his arms, Ash patted Misty's back. It can be seen that Misty's fear of bugs is really deep. A caterpie can make her jump up and down. Caterpie is a bug. I am most afraid of bugs. Not cute at all. Misty still hugged Ash and didn't relax, with her white and slender legs on Ash's forearm. The whole person seemed to be hanging firmly on Ash like a koala. Pikachu, please drive this caterpie away. Pikachu. Jumping off Ash's shoulder, Pikachu knocked Caterpie to the ground with a quick attack and fainted. Okay, Misty, I'll send Caterpie away now. Touched Misty's white arm and loosened her neck that was a little sore for being strangled. Ash put Misty down from his arms. Then hurry up. Misty turned her back to Ash, her voice trembling. Ash smiled bitterly, stepped forward to confirm that Caterpie was fine, and put him in the hidden place of the grass next to him, making sure he would not be attacked by his natural enemy bird Pokémon, and then took Misty away. White qualification, level LV5. This Caterpie has poor qualifications and is timid, unlike the stupid one in the original world line. The group continued to move forward, encountering many Weedles, Rattatas, Caterpies, and the like on the way. All of them became Pikachu's experience packs. After the embarrassment just now, Misty was still afraid when she saw the bugs, but her reaction was much smaller. She just hid behind Ash, holding onto the corner of his clothes, and occasionally poked her head out to check the situation. Thanks to the continuous battle leveling along the way, Pikachu's level was slightly improved. Pikachu level, LV27, LV.29. At the same time, the proficiency of various skills has also improved a lot. Ash is also happy about this, and he is not frustrated when he doesn't encounter the Pokémon he wants to capture. Seeing Ash and Pikachu obsessed with fighting and becoming stronger, Misty was a little scared, but she didn't urge Misty to leave the evergreen forest, although there are scary bugs everywhere. But considering that Ash is still a rookie trainer, there are a large number of low-level wild Pokémon living outside the evergreen forest, which can allow Pokémon to quickly upgrade and accumulate practical experience, reducing the difficulty of challenging the gym. Misty chose to follow Ash and move forward carefully. After walking for about half an hour, a Caterpie lying in the middle of the road attracted Ash's attention. At this time, Caterpie was lowering his head to eat the green leaves that fell on the ground. Seeing Ash and the other two coming, he was still indifferent and had no fear. Caterpie, blue qualification. Ash's eyes lit up immediately. This should be the one that he was supposed to capture. Although it has some dog-licking attributes, its fast evolution cycle really supported Ash's novice period. After evolving into Butterfree, its battle record is also very good, and Ash just had the idea of capturing a Pokémon in his mind. Ding! Triggering the capture task, the first capture battle of the novice trainer. Combat capture, 1,000 points, reward rare candy, level 1 to 20, x5. One ball Superman. The Pokeball used to capture Caterpie will reduce the chance of capturing Pokémon in the future query. After reading the task description, Ash decisively chose to capture it in battle. He didn't want to be called a dog. Authentic Pokémon capture still has to be captured in battle. Pikachu, please, Thunder Shock. Pikachu. Jumping off Ash's shoulder, Pikachu stretched out his short hands and patted his chest, indicating that it was no problem to leave it to him. Then a golden spark lit up on his body and attacked Caterpie. Caterpie, who was still grazing, was knocked unconscious by Pikachu's Thunder Shock without noticing anything. Caterpie was defeated with one blow, and Pikachu jumped back onto Ash's shoulder. Good job, Pikachu. Ash praised generously. Pikachu. Pikachu waved his short hands proudly, as if to say it's no big deal. Okay now, Pokeball go. Ash raised his Pokeball and shouted loudly after getting into position. He threw the empty red and white ball in his hand at Caterpie, who had fainted on the ground. The red and white ball hit Caterpie and automatically opened to suck him in. Then the red and white ball fell to the ground and shook a few times symbolically. Ding! Caterpie captured successfully. Ding! The task is completed. Reward points 1,000. Reward rare candy. Level 1 to 20, x5. It is still stored in the system space and can be taken out when used. A voice appeared in his mind, reminding him that the task has been completed. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. When Caterpie reaches LV16, you can use rare candy to let it directly enter LV21. This is the only way to maximize the value of rare candy. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to upgrade one level. Practical combat, special training, etc. can't be left behind. Good. I captured Caterpie. Pika picked up the Caterpie Pokeball. Ash made a gesture. Except for Earl Dervish's Pokemon Pikachu, Caterpie was his first Pokemon after all, so it was of great significance. But Ash couldn't do the same thing as in the original World line, where he repeatedly showed off in front of Misty after capturing Caterpie. Every time he recalled those scenes, he couldn't help but sigh at the stupid thing's nerves. Caterpie. Qualification blue. Level LV7. Ability scale powder. Skills tackle, string shot. Carried items none. Caterpie's attribute normal, blue qualification, may take several times longer to reach the elite level than Pikachu. The ability scale powder is good, and it is protected by the scale powder and is not affected by the additional effects of moves. After evolving into Butterfree, the ability will also become a compound I that increases the hit rate of the moves, which is very important for him who relies on various status condition powder moves. Ash, how did you capture a Caterpie? Misty came up and reminded. Although Caterpie is easy to evolve, its potential is limited, and it is difficult for it to accompany the trainer to the end. She saw that Ash had never captured Pokémon along the way, and guessed that he should have the mentality of not having anything better than something bad. So he reminded her specially. Even if Caterpie has good qualifications, the final evolution form of Butterfree is less than 400 species strength. It's okay, Misty. I'm very optimistic about him. Ash explained with a smile. Okay, as long as you know it in your mind. Seeing that Ash looked confident, Misty didn't persuade him much. She just gave Ash advice from the perspective of a gym trainer. Considering that he is a rookie trainer after all, she didn't want him to take a detour. Now it seems that he still has to hit a wall. If Caterpie is really strong, why can it be seen everywhere in the forests of Kanto? It has been captured by trainers, Pokemon hunters, and evil organizations such as Team Rocket. However, she didn't know. For Ash, who has the system, as long as he is willing to work hard, ordinary Pokemon can be cultivated to the strength of legendary Pokemon. Next, take advantage of the lunch break. After Misty fell asleep, Ash checked the system space and took out the qualification improvement potion from it. The potential of Pokemon with gold or lower qualifications will be increased by 1 level after use. This is the potion he obtained after completing the task of defeating Team Rocket. The potion is green and the bottle is oval. It is a very standard laboratory vessel. The liquid is crystal clear and rich in the breath of life. Just give it a Caterpie. Anyway, you can get it by completing tasks or points in the future. Thinking of this, Ash opened the Pokeball and released Caterpie. The little guy's eyes were attracted by the potion in Ash's hand. He showed an extremely covet look. It's for you, don't worry. Ash opened the bottle stopper and poured the sticky green liquid onto a green leaf. Caterpie climbed onto the green leaf and instantly absorbed all the liquid. A faint green light bloomed on her body. Caterpie. Qualification, purple. Level, LV7. Ability, scale powder. Skills, tackle, string shot. After using the qualification enhancement potion, Caterpie's original blue qualification was upgraded to purple. The intimacy with Ash also increased significantly. It's not much different from Pikachu. I guess after a while, his intimacy will be maxed out. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, very satisfied with the effect of the qualification enhancement potion. With purple qualifications, promotion to elite level is no longer a dream. As for the difficult upgrade path after elite level, that will be a matter for the future, since the system can give enhancement potions below gold qualifications. Maybe it can also give gold qualification potions as rewards in the future. For now, he only needs to train Caterpie with confidence. Lunch break is over. After Caterpie joined the team, Ash and his team continued on their journey. All the wild Pokemon they encountered on the way were dealt with by Pikachu if they were of high level, and those of Caterpie of similar level became experience packs for his growth. After winning several battles in a row, Caterpie's level was raised from LV7 to LV8. It can only be said that the experience points obtained by the purple qualified Caterpie in a battle are obviously much higher than those of the blue qualified ones. Hey, Ash, is Caterpie going to evolve? It is worthy of being one of the fastest evolving Pokemon. Misty looked at the Caterpie on the ground in surprise, whose whole body was covered by the bright, white evolution light. Along the way, she witnessed several battles of Caterpie. Although she was afraid of bug-type Pokemon, Misty was still shocked by the fighting power of Ash's Caterpie. Caterpie's string shot is extraordinary in both speed and toughness. Once entangled, it is difficult to break free. Compared with those weak Caterpies, it is much stronger. I think it will be able to improve greatly after evolving into Butterfree. It seems that Ash's vision of Pokémon is indeed better than hers. Misty thought with a slightly red face. She just advised Ash not to capture Caterpie. With such vision and calm and composed battle command, it is only a matter of time to collect all the gym badges. Maybe rookie trainer Ash can really perform brilliantly at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Even as long as Ash keeps this momentum, he can compete for the top 8 or even the top 4. As a rookie trainer, it is already very impressive to be able to achieve a result above the top 8 at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After all, he basically has to face veteran trainers who have traveled for several years and have rich combat experience. Misty stared at Ash and thought silently. Ash's eyes were all focused on Caterpie, which was shrouded in the light of evolution. Unlike the boring game screen, when Caterpie's figure began to change under the shining light of evolution, Ash was still very excited. At this moment, he could understand the feelings of those Pokémon fans who loved Pokémon in their previous lives and traveled with Pokémon. As the light gradually faded, a completely new figure that was completely different from the Caterpie form appeared in front of Ash and others. A blue crescent-shaped pupa with segments at the tail and front and eyes that were often half open and half closed. This is the evolution of Caterpie, Metapod. In the Metapod stage, it is in the contest condition waiting for evolution, and it will harden the shell to protect itself. Try to consolidate the outer shell so that it can protect the soft and fragile body that is evolving. Just wait for the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. So during the Metapod period, try to avoid fighting so that it can absorb the power accumulated during the Caterpie period faster and accumulate strength for a breakthrough. After the level is naturally increased, it can evolve into Butterfree. At night, cool breeze, twinkling stars. Under the bright moonlight, a beautiful Butterfree flew by, scattering silver scales. Ash hugged Metapod with a face full of longing and smiled. Metapod, it won't be long before you can also usher in the moment of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded repeatedly in agreement. One person and 2 pets chatted and laughed under the moonlight. Ding! Metapod's intimacy has been greatly improved, approaching the upper limit. Metapod's level has been raised to LV9. Bye. The next morning, Ash and Misty, who were sleeping soundly, were awakened by a loud bird song. What happened, Ash? Chill. It seems to be a Pidgeotto. Pokémon Pidgeotto. Level LV25. Qualification Red. Ability Sharp Eyes. Skills Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack, Sand Swing, Hurricane, etc. Carrying props None. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Pokémon of the protagonist Ash. In the early stage, Pidgeot still achieved good results despite various stupid operations. Among the home birds, it is very good in both appearance and combat power. The ability of sharp vision is also a standard feature of bird Pokémon. After all, high-speed flying and dive attacks require good vision. Pokémon battles have to deal with various variables. No matter how powerful the skills are, they are no threat if they cannot hit. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika, the dazzling spark flashed, and Pidgeotto, who got up early to forage, was electrocuted and dizzy, and then was captured by Ash with a ball. After capturing Pidgeotto, Ash was in a good mood. Pidgeotto is definitely to be cultivated as a main Pokémon. As for the release drama in the future, it will definitely not be repeated. Come, Pidgeotto, I'll treat your wounds first. Ash opened the Pokeball and released Pidgeotto from the Pokeball, healed it from the battle with Pikachu, and communicated with it to improve intimacy. Pikachu soon became friends with Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto did not resist Ash, who defeated him. In fact, except for a few Pokémon with eccentric personalities, most Pokémon have no resistance to being captured by powerful human trainers, as long as the trainer performs well enough to make them recognize from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention that they can eat well without foraging after following human trainers. The growth rate of Pokémon cultivated by humans is very different from that of Pokémon that grow stronger alone in the wild. There are many cases where Pokémon that were originally very inconspicuous in the tribe directly become leaders after being released back to the tribe after traveling with human trainers for a period of time. Pidgeotto is so energetic. It seems that Ash has captured another powerful Pokémon. Misty couldn't help but admire Pidgeotto, who was full of energy immediately after applying the medicine. It just took Pikachu's full-strength Thunderbolt attack, which is very uncomfortable for flying Pokémon that is already restrained by the electric type. Potion certainly works, but it is impossible to take effect immediately. Pidgeotto's excellent recovery ability accounts for a large factor. Compared with Caterpie, this Pidgeotto may be even better. It seems that I should also let Ash help me choose a water Pokémon to capture. Misty was even more impressed with Ash's eye for Pokémon. After capturing Pidgeotto, Ash and Misty continue to explore in the Evergreen Forest. Ash currently has 3 Pokémon: Electric-type Pikachu, negligible Metapod, plus the normal and flying-type Pidgeotto that he just captured. Facing the Rock-type Nibby Gym, he can't take advantage. It's a bit difficult to complete the Advanced Challenge. Ash plans to stay in the Evergreen Forest for a while, and it would be best if he can capture the grass and water Pokémon he likes. If he happens to catch a grass Pokémon, let Pidgeotto level up. If he captures a water Pokémon, let Pikachu level up. Attribute Restraint is undoubtedly the best leveling strategy. Leveling holy places like the Evergreen Forest should be cherished. Misty has no objection to Ash's decision. She also wanted to capture water-type Pokémon, and even though she was very close to Nibe City, she still didn't dare to walk out of the Viridian Forest alone. After all, insect Pokémon can be found almost everywhere in the Viridian Forest. She would be scared to death if she ran into a few of them. She felt safe only when she was with Ash. Meanwhile, in the Viridian Gym, inside the office, Giovanni, wearing an orange suit and a slick-back hair, sat on the sofa and stroked the head of Persian, who was lying on his side. Ori, what's the situation with those 3 guys now? Giovanni looked sideways at the secretary Ori, who was wearing a black silk uniform and had short hair and glasses, and asked, Boss, Jesse, James, and Meowth have been imprisoned in the police station after their failed attack on the Viridian Pokémon Center. Jenny, who caught them, takes this very seriously. Ori reported to Giovanni seriously. No matter what, get them out. Giovanni narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, warn the 3 of them after they are released on bail. Things like openly attacking the Pokémon Center must not happen again. Yes, boss. Makoto didn't seem surprised by Giovanni's attitude. She has been Giovanni's personal secretary for many years. The only low-level members of the organization that he can always think of are Jesse, James, and Meowth. Although Giovanni scolds them at every turn, he will come forward to protect them every time they get into trouble. After Makoto leaves the office, ding-ling-ling, Giovanni answered the phone, and an old woman with silver hair appeared on the screen. How is little Jessie now? Mom, they openly attacked the Pokémon Center and made quite a commotion. I have asked Makoto to bail him out. Giovanni's face showed a rare, soft expression. Ha ha, attacking the Pokémon Center. You don't want to make money from the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. She's just like her mother Miyamoto. The old woman's wrinkled face showed a nostalgic look, as if she had no burden for attacking the Pokémon Center. Child, no matter how big Team Rocket grows, take good care of Jessie. If I hadn't insisted on sending Miyamoto to the South American mountains to perform the mission, she wouldn't have been buried in the snow by Mew's rage. Giovanni also had a complicated expression when he heard this. I will support her to the best of my ability. Jessie's mother Miyamoto used to be a senior executive of Team Rocket under his mother. Miyamoto led 3 people to the mountains of South America to find Mew's traces, but no one returned in the end. Miyamoto and his mother have a good relationship, and their friendship is even deeper than some sisters. This mission failed, all because of those two damn brats and the little girl who made us lose several months of bonuses, and that Mana, who was so arrogant. These days of imprisonment are really a nightmare experience, meow. Yes, the brat Pikachu looks very strong. How about we go and catch that Pikachu? Well, give Pikachu to Giovanni, so he will definitely use us. Promotion and salary increase. Promoted to executive, take office as branch manager. I will replace that damn Persian and become Giovanni's favorite cat, meow. In a forest somewhere on the outskirts of Vicapan City, the Rocket Trio, who had just been scolded by Mana on a video call, were immersed in the fantasy of promotion and salary increase. And they have already listed Pikachu as their new target. For the next 3 days, the two continued to wander in Vicapan Forest. On the grass, grass-type Pokémon such as Oddish and Bellsprout can be seen everywhere. But there is not a single grass-type Pokémon that Ash likes. These Pokémon have become Pidgeotto's experience packs. Under the attribute restraint, the effect of leveling is immediate. Pidgeotto level, LV25 to LV27. In the river, in comparison, there are slightly more types of water-type Pokémon. Goldeen, Poliwag, and the nightmare of fishing enthusiasts, Magikarp. Speaking of Magikarp, Misty also hates it. Magikarp, no matter how dirty the water is, it can live, and it has strong adaptability to the environment. It is rampant in various rivers and lakes. When I first started traveling, a slightly smaller lake. After fishing for a whole day, 80% of the fish caught were Magikarp. This time, not only did I not find the Pokemon I liked, but because there were too many Magikarp caught, the experience given was not much. After a day of fighting, Pikachu was not able to level up. Ash was thinking whether he should go deep into the Viridian Forest. After all, the outer forest is just a place for beginners to level up. Bug-type Pokemon can be seen everywhere in the forest, and Magikarp is everywhere in the river. Pokemon of other attributes are basically not seen, not to mention the Pokemon that suits Ash's taste. The two of them were walking and discussing, and when they passed by a bush, a boy dressed as a samurai, carrying a bug net and holding a samurai sword, suddenly jumped out of the bush. The boy drew his sword and slashed at Ash and Misty without saying a word. Pikachu, quick attack! Ash decisively stood in front of Misty and ordered coldly. Although he knew that the samurai boy had no ill intentions, Ash still did not intend to show mercy. Pika! Bang! Pikachu jumped up and turned into a white stream of light and hit the waist and abdomen of the bug catcher boy heavily. Accompanied by a scream, the warrior boy fell heavily to the ground. You guys, I have no ill intentions. The warrior boy's face turned red, and he rolled on the ground holding his stomach. Really? Then give us an explanation. Looking at the boy, Ash asked coldly. Whether it was malicious or not, this behavior has caused trouble for him and Misty. If it were someone less courageous, he might have fainted from fear. Misty was relieved to see that Ash was fine. She was very touched by Ash's action of protecting her behind him immediately. He was also full of hostility towards the samurai boy. This matter must be explained reasonably. Yes, sorry. I want to use this method to find the trainer from Palatown. I want to challenge them. The trainers from Palatown I met before are all very powerful. Facing the unfriendly eyes of the two, the samurai boy explained with an evasive look. That shouldn't be done this way. Your knife is a sharp weapon. What if you hurt someone? Misty was very angry. My knife is actually not sharpened, and I'm also controlling the strength, so I'm sure I can hold it back. The samurai boy waved his hand and explained. At the same time, he did not forget to glance at Ash and Pikachu standing on his shoulder. His eyes were somewhat resentful. Pikachu's quick attack was really painful. If the target had shifted a little further downward, he would have been extinct. He also caught this pincer by chance. How could an ordinary bug-catching boy have such incredible luck as him to be able to use the rare bug-type Pokemon Pinsir as an Earl Dervish Pokemon? But even so, he still lost to the Pallet Town trainers who had just received the 3 major Pokémon from the professor. This also proves that the warrior boy is just an ordinary civilian trainer who is very inconspicuous in the vast Pokémon world. Pinsir, Blue Qualification, level LV 15. Pinsir's qualification is mediocre and the level is not high. Obviously, it has not been well and systematically cultivated. I remember that in the original world line, its horns were slightly broken by the metapod of the stupid thing. This is also a sign of severe malnutrition. You know, Pinsir's horns are the hardest part of its body, with amazing power that can easily break even a big tree. Then Pidgeotto, get ready to fight. Ash threw Pidgeotto's Pokeball without thinking. In the original plot, due to this stupid operation of the idiot, Pidgeotto lowered the flying height in the face of Pinsir, and the good flying skills were not used, and the sand was moved there. Pidgeotto actually lost to Pinsir, and Ash always felt resentful about this matter. Ding! Trigger the plot task. Task content. Help Pidgeotto to avenge his shame and complete the team. Task reward. 1.5 W points, Pidgeot Gene Breakthrough Potion. Using this potion can make Pidgeot's body size increase several times, and it does not affect the original body speed at all. After listening to the introduction of the system task, Ash's eyes lit up. Being attacked by the samurai boy, the unpleasant mood of being disturbed also completely disappeared. Genetic Breakthrough Potion. The body size increases several times, and the speed is not affected. This is simply a perverted enhancement that violates the common sense of physics. It can only be said that the system's products must be excellent. Oh, is it Pidgeotto? My Pinsir is not afraid of bird Pokemon like those small insects, such as Caterpie and Weedle. Looking at Pidgeotto in front of Ash, the warrior boy is still full of confidence. Pinsir is indeed not like insect Pokemon that regards bird Pokemon as its natural enemy. But Pidgeotto's flying type also restrains Pinsir's bug type. Ash seems to understand why the warrior boy lost to the 3 rookies from Pallet Town one after another. It's okay that he can't beat Charmander's rookie trainer, but losing to Bulbasaur is purely his own problem. Pinsir go Vice Grip Pidgeotto. The warrior boy gave the order, and Pinsir rushed straight to Pidgeotto. Fly up, Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Not only are the Pokemon weak, but the trainer's level of commanding the battle is also not up to the passing line of a normal trainer. Ash shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Pinsir, with such a low level, basically has no means of long-range attack. Rival still has the advantage of flying, and attribute restrains its Pidgeotto. The most reasonable way for Pinsir to deal with it at this moment should be to defend and counterattack and wait for Pidgeotto's attack to reveal a flaw to find an opportunity. Of course, if the opponent's trainer does not give any chance and relies on the air advantage to kite throughout the whole process, this group of duels can basically be declared defeated. In the real Pokemon world, the battle situation changes rapidly. It is not a turn-based system where you hit me and I hit you. Since Pinsir was sent to fight Pidgeotto, the warrior boy should think about how to drag Pidgeotto into Pinsir's advantage area to win under the overall disadvantage. Only in this way can we strive for a slight chance of winning. And in this group of duels, Ash's Pidgeotto not only has attribute restraint, but also has strength crushing. It quickly took off to avoid Pinsir's horn attack, and then flapped its wings to blow a strong wind. Whoosh! Pinsir was whirlwind out and hit a tree behind the warrior boy. Ash shook his head. It was too weak. A boring battle. Pidgeotto won the experience points that were not even more than the wild Pokemon. If it weren't for the task issued by the system, Ash would never accept such a meaningless challenge. It was just a waste of time. Damn, my Pinsir! The warrior boy took back Pinsir, who had lost his combat ability. Gritting his teeth, he took out another Pokeball from his waist. Get ready for battle, Metapod! A flash of light appeared, and the blue crescent-shaped Metapod appeared. What are you doing? Metapod is very afraid of bird Pokemon, and you sent it out to fight Pidgeotto. Seeing Metapod, Misty, who was watching the battle, couldn't bear to watch. He has been catching insects in the forest for many years, but he doesn't even have this common sense of fighting. What do you know? My Metapod is very brave. The warrior boy's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. Pidgeotto, fierce hurricane. Ash was too lazy to waste words with him. Comparison. As the clear and loud bird call of Pidgeotto sounded, Metapod was so scared that he couldn't even use Harden. The fear of Pidgeotto overwhelmed the warrior boy's orders. A strong wind blew past. The Metapod that was thrown out by Whirlwind fell heavily to the ground. The Metapod lost its ability to fight. How could it be my Metapod? The warrior boy looked incredulous. Misty's forehead was also black. Isn't it normal for Metapod to lose to Pidgeotto? That's not all. After Metapod lost, the warrior boy sent out the third Pokémon, Caterpie. At this time, Misty didn't know what to say when she saw Caterpie trembling with fear after the appearance. The warrior boy also looked a little unnatural, but there was nothing he could do. He only had insect Pokémon in his hand, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Pidgeotto sent Caterpie away with another fierce hurricane. I sincerely apologize to you for my previous reckless behavior. I promise I won't do it again next time. The warrior boy took back Caterpie, apologized to Ash and Misty, and promised not to scare people again in the future. Seeing his sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes, Ash and Misty nodded slightly without saying much. Before leaving, Ash taught him the process of cultivating Metapod to evolve Butterfree. The warrior boy suddenly realized that Metapod must try to avoid fighting to evolve into Butterfree and bowed to Ash to thank him. Ash was somewhat emotional about this. There are so many ordinary trainers like the warrior boy who embark on the journey without learning any Pokemon-related knowledge just because they love Pokemon. They often have to slowly gain valuable experience after being beaten up continuously and gradually approach the level of ordinary Pokemon trainers. Ding! The mission of helping Pidgeotto to avenge his shame is completed. Get the mission reward. Mission reward. 15,000 points. Pidgeot Gene Breakthrough Potion. Using this potion can make Pidgeot's body size increase several times, and it does not affect the original body speed at all. Points, 27,000. The warrior boy left, and Ash got the reward. Genetic Breakthrough Potion is a special potion for Pidgeotto, and Pidgeotto cannot use it at this stage. As for these points, he plans to save them until the end of the month. Perfect Companion Ring has been pinned to the top of the system store by him, and it will be sold there before he buys it. Ash plans to buy the Ninja Bond Evolution Quick Method after saving 880,000 points for the remaining 4 items in the store. Although Bubble Frog is far away in the Kalos region, he can find a chance to capture it in advance. There is no way. The Bond Evolved Greninja is too handsome, and the degree of combat power increase is far beyond that of ordinary Mage Evolved Pokemon. The Water Storage. Charizard that lost to Airishur in the original World line was a complete plot kill. Moreover, the items in the point store are refreshed once a month, and Ash is not sure that he can still get Ninja Bond Evolution Quick Method when he captures Bubble Frog in the future. Ash, keep going inside, and you will reach the interior of the Viridian Forest. There will be powerful, wild Pokemon. Misty hid behind Ash. Looking at the dark path ahead, she whispered. The interior of the Viridian Forest is a natural maze formed by the dense trees of various kinds. The lush trees make it difficult for light to penetrate, and the entire forest seems a little dim. Most rookie trainers only dare to wander around the outer areas. I know, just walk a little inside. There's a river not far ahead. Let's go there first to see if we can catch the water-type Pokemon that suits our taste. Next, we will challenge the rock-type Nibby Gym, hoping to capture a suitable water-type Pokemon, said Ash, holding the travel guide. Misty nodded. In addition to training Pokemon these 2 days, Ash has been looking for suitable Pokemon to capture in the forest, but he has never been able to pick a suitable Pokemon. There are many rare Pokemon in the Viridian Forest, and he will definitely gain something. After entering the forest, Ash released Pidgeotto to take charge of air surveillance. With Misty and Pikachu, they moved forward slowly. They came to the bank of a river about 8 meters wide. There should be fewer Magikarps here. Wow, what a clear river. Misty stared at the lake happily. Different water-type Pokémon have different requirements for water quality. With such clear water, I think there's a chance to catch some rare water-type Pokémon. Yeah, if there is no suitable Pokémon yet, we will go directly to Nibby City. Ash said, taking out the high-level fishing rod he just bought in Viridian City from his backpack. Considering that he will challenge the Nibby Gym next, he naturally has to prepare a good rod for fishing. And he has Misty, a partner who is determined to become a water-type Pokémon Master and carries various special baits with him. He only needs to bring a fishing rod. Really? That's great. Misty smiled happily, then took out the fishing rod from her backpack and skillfully installed the exclusive bait for fishing water-type Pokémon. She didn't want to go deep into the evergreen forest, as there were enough insect Pokémon on the periphery. In comparison, fishing is her professional and authoritative field. An hour later, Ash had a slightly depressed look on his face. Misty's bait was very powerful, and often a water-type Pokémon would bite the hook after casting the rod for a while. There were indeed fewer Magikarps, but unfortunately they were only very ordinary fish Pokémon, such as Goldeen and Shelder. I don't ask for a top-notch Pokémon that can evolve in a Flash Magikarp, at least a water-type Pokémon with good qualifications. Ash sighed and handed the lively Magikarp that he had just pulled up to the Magikarp in the air. Let Pidgeotto take it to a farther place and release it, to prevent it from polluting the waters where the two were fishing. Another 2 hours passed, and more Magikarp were caught by Ash. They were all very ordinary red Magikarp, and there was not even an ordinary Magikarp with purple qualifications. Looking at the lake, Ash felt a little depressed. Compared with the game, the difficulty of fishing Pokémon in the real Pokémon world is obviously much higher. Ash, don't be discouraged. As long as you persist, you will definitely catch the Pokémon you are satisfied with. Misty also didn't get much, and seeing that Ash was a little depressed, she immediately comforted him. The fishing process is boring, and you must be able to endure loneliness. In the end, you may be able to reap joy. Thank you for your comfort, Misty, I know. Throwing the fishing rod into the water, Ash was about to continue fishing. Ding! The familiar system prompt sounded. The host was detected to be in a low mood, triggering the compensation task. Stubborn fisherman. Equipment system dive equipment into the water to select the water Pokémon you like. Mission reward. Points reset. Fishing hook probability minus 20%. Note, a top-quality water Pokémon and top-quality carrying props will be randomly generated in this river. Ask if you want to accept the mission. Yes. After listening, Ash answered without hesitation. He didn't want to continue to be tortured by the Magikarp in this area. Besides, he didn't have many points, so exchanging for the top-quality water-type Pokémon prepared by the system would be a big profit. As for reducing the probability of fishing hooks, Ash didn't care. After all, he was not like Misty, a water-specialized trainer. Deduction successful. Pokémon has been generated. Dive props, limited time, have been put into the system space. Ash stood up, took off his hat, and took off his coat. What's the point of fishing? My buddy went directly into the water to find the plug-in arranged by the system. Compared to fishing, dive efficiency is higher no matter how you look at it. Ash, you can't hold on any longer? Why don't you take a break, and I'll help you watch. In fact, the density and quality of water-type Pokémon here are already very good compared to the surrounding waters. Misty subconsciously thought that Ash was ready to give up, but Ash smiled and said, I'm not going to give up, but I've thought of a better way than fishing. Plop! As soon as the voice fell, Ash took Pikachu and jumped directly into the river. Pika! The unprepared Pikachu exclaimed. Misty was also stunned by Ash's behavior. If you can't catch it, just go into the water to catch it. It is indeed Ash's style, but how long can he stay in the water without professional props? Maybe he will have to surface in a few minutes. The actual efficiency is probably much lower than fishing. Thinking of this, Misty plans to persuade Ash and Pikachu when they can't hold their breath and float to the surface. It is a taboo to be impatient when fishing. However, underwater at this moment, a burst of blue light flashed. Pikachu! In Pikachu's surprised eyes, Ash and his body were covered with a layer of blue light film. Then, his vision, breathing, and movement ability were restored to the same level as on land. In his sight, no less than 50 water-type Pokémon were swimming around him, and the brave Poliwag even swam over to check. Poliwag, blue qualification, level LV15. Pikachu, quick attack. After wearing the system's dive suit, Pikachu's speed did not change at all from when on land. It turned into a white stream of light and knocked the approaching Poliwag unconscious. Good job, Pikachu. Ash gave a thumbs up. He was a little surprised. It was worthy of the system's dive suit. This set of equipment can save him a lot of trouble. Ash, can you hear me? Don't scare me, Ash. On the shore, Misty was getting anxious. Ash's dive lasted more than 10 minutes, which was difficult for even top dive enthusiasts to achieve. She was a little worried that something had happened to Ash. Just then, there was a movement in the middle of the lake. Sizzle. A dazzling golden spark lit up the lake. A moment later, Gyarados, with white smoke and arcs all over his body, floated weakly on the water. This is Gyarados. Ash and Pikachu, is that you? As soon as Misty finished speaking, Ash and Pikachu, holding a purple fish Pokémon in their arms, surfaced. Misty, this Gyarados, as a water-type Pokémon to compensate for your bicycle. What do you think? Ash, soaked all over, swam to the shore holding the purple Phoeba and Pikachu. Pokémon, Phoeba odd color. Attribute, water. Level, LV15. Qualification, gold. Ability, swimming. Odd color Pokémon hidden ability. Water wall. Attribute restrains Pokémon's moves, reducing the power by 1/2. Skills, splash tackle. Carrying props. Top quality prism scale. Carrying Pokémon's beauty directly maxes out, which can make Phoeba evolve directly. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a top-quality Pokémon produced by the system, and it can be called a top-quality golden qualification. The ability to swim freely will turn into magical scales after evolving into Milotic. Combined with its hidden ability as an odd-color Pokémon, the damage reduction is directly maxed out. As a main Pokémon, it is not impossible to have the terrifying physical strength and recovery ability of a legendary beast in the future if it is carefully cultivated. Ash is very lucky. I met this Phoeba not long after entering the water. Even if it is Flash Phoeba, it is still just Phoeba. Its only offensive skill tackle poses no threat to Pikachu, and its combat power can be basically ignored. However, with the ability of swimming freely, this little guy is very fast, and it has consumed a lot of energy. When Phoeba was caught, the noise was too loud, which alarmed the Gyarados living in the nearby waters. And it was a purple Gyarados, but fortunately it was only LV24, so it should have just evolved from Magikarp. Relying on Pikachu's electric skills to restrain it 4 times, Ash easily solved Gyarados and brought Phoeba ashore. Gyarados Phoeba. Ash, your experience is too wonderful. After listening to Ash's description, Misty couldn't help but cast an envious look at Ash. All the different colored Pokémon are super rare species. It is one of the best in its own Pokémon group. In addition to its body color, individuality, and talent, it has a hidden second ability compared to its peers. It is the perfect Pokémon that many trainers dream of. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous river actually had a Pokémon of a different color, and it was the rare Phoeba. Compared with it, Gyarados, which has always been known as the totem of water Pokémon, was somewhat eclipsed. Ash's experience for a while almost made Misty doubt her life. Is fishing really less efficient than diving? Of course, Misty's idea must be wrong. After all, the water is the home of water Pokémon, and Ash dared to do this only because of the dive set of the system. This dive device not only makes Ash and his Pokémon basically the same in underwater and on land, but also has insulation attributes. Pikachu's Thunderbolt that can electrocute Gyarados has no effect on him at all. It's just luck. This Gyarados is pretty good. You asked me to give you a water Pokémon as compensation for the bicycle. This is it, Ash said, pointing at the unconscious Gyarados still floating on the water. Gyarados with purple qualifications is already very good. If he hadn't caught the different colored Feeba, he might have trained it as the main water Pokémon. Now, he obviously doesn't need it. Gyarados? Okay, watch me. Misty was somewhat afraid of the ferocious Gyarados. When she remembered her dream of becoming the world's mightiest water trainer, she immediately mustered up her courage. If she wants to become an excellent water trainer, the powerful Gyarados will definitely be a great help to her. Although Gyarados looks ferocious, it is not the insect Pokémon she is most afraid of. Misty threw the Pokeball and collected Gyarados. At the same time, Ash also successfully captured Feeba. At the riverside, Ash and Misty released the Pokémon they had just captured from the Pokeball to heal their injuries. Except for the slightly lower level, Feeba's attributes in all aspects can be said to be fully maxed out. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a Flash Pokémon, and its potential is much stronger than other Pokémon of the same family. The hidden attribute has reduced the attribute restraint effect to the lowest level. It can be cultivated as a main force of the water system. As for the level, it only takes a little effort to upgrade it to level 16. The rare candy originally reserved for Butterfree can be used directly for it. Considering that it is still quite difficult to upgrade Feeba before evolution, Butterfree can only be slightly wronged. After capturing Feeba, Ash spent a whole day fishing for a higher-level Magikarp as its leveling experience pack. When he set the fishing target to Magikarp, his face was immediately filled with the joy of a good harvest. One day later, Feeba successfully upgraded to level 16. Then the group returned to the outskirts of Viridian Forest. After arriving at the outskirts, they headed straight to Nibby City. Although he always wanted to use rare candy to upgrade Feeba and then directly trigger Prism Scale to help Feeba evolve into Milotic. But Misty was right beside him. If she saw it, it would be difficult to explain. Since rare candy and Prism Scale were already in place, Feeba could evolve anytime and anywhere, so he didn't have to rush. As long as he could get to the gym in Nibby City to challenge it, it would be fine. In the forest, it was night when everything was quiet. After Misty fell asleep, Ash quietly opened his sleeping bag and came to the river far away from the campsite. Taking the Pokeball from his waist, Ash released Feeba. He looked at Feeba, who was in the water with a dull look in his eyes. Now Feeba is LV16, and there are 5 rare candies of LV20 and below in the system space that can be used to upgrade Pokemon. Rare candies that can be used to upgrade Feeba first, and then let it evolve. With a thought, Ash took out 5 rare candies wrapped in candy paper from the system space. He squatted down and fed the rare candies into Feeba's mouth. Wow! The rare candies melted in his mouth, and the wonderful taste quickly spread throughout Feeba's body. Feeba's dull expression rarely fluctuated. In addition, it can also feel that it is getting stronger. Staring at Ash curiously. Feeba level, from LV16 to LV21. After eating all 5 rare candies, Feeba's level increased, and his intimacy with Ash also increased significantly. Feeba, don't be surprised. You are indeed getting stronger. Ash stroked Feeba and praised him. For Feeba, who is naturally inferior and sensitive, more praise can not only help it build confidence, but also increase intimacy. After being praised by Ash, Feeba's expression was still dull, but his eyes looking at Ash became much more friendly. Okay, next it's time to evolve. It's up to you, Feeba. With a thought, Ash activated the top quality Prism Scale carried by Feeba. Promote its evolution rhythm. Under Ash's nervous gaze, the Prism Scale on Feeba shone with rainbow-colored light. Plop! Feeba in the water struggled painfully. Seeing this scene, Ash couldn't help but frown slightly. This was beyond his understanding of ordinary Pokémon evolution. Then, all the colorful rainbow lights sank into Feeba's body. Then the brilliant white evolution light rose up, completely covering its body. Finally, the official evolution process has begun. Pika! Ash finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Compared to Caterpie's evolution into Metapod, Feeba's evolution was very impressive, and the process was also very difficult. With the increasingly shining evolution light, A beautiful figure that was no longer an ordinary Milotic appeared in front of Ash. Light purple hair like fins, cream-colored body, tail covered with yellow and pink scales, and gem-like purple eyes. It was the evolved heterochromatic Milotic. In addition to the different body color from ordinary Milotic, the heterochromatic Milotic was also a circle larger, with both strength and beauty. Milotic's standard length on the Pokemon Pokédex is 6.2 meters, but Ash's is 7.8 meters long, perhaps because he used the ultimate prism scale. Without sacrificing its appearance and speed, it has reached the peak of the Milotic species length. After successfully evolving, Milotic emits an ethereal and melodious light growl. It's like a band playing classical music, elegant and noble. Milotic leaned down and kept rubbing against Ash's cheek to express his joy of evolution. Milotic is indeed one of the most beautiful water-type Pokemon. It has powerful strength and a very gentle personality. It is said that after seeing Milotic's graceful figure, one can resolve resentment and forget the fighting emotions in his heart. Ash used to think that this was a bit exaggerated, but after seeing Milotic, he had to admit that he was amazed. Sure enough, the Pokemon in the game are not as good as the real world. Congratulations on your evolution, Milotic. Hey, Milotic responded softly, and the hair-like fins on both sides gently stroked Ash's cheeks to show intimacy. Pokemon, Milotic different color. Attribute, water. Level, LV21. Qualification gold. Ability, magical scale. Different color Pokemon hidden ability. Water wall. Attribute restrains Pokemon's moves and reduces the power by 1/2. Skills, splash, tackle, titan, water gun, disarming voice, twister, aqua ring, attract, life dew, dragon tail. Carrying props. Top grade prism scale, triggered, carrying can improve the beauty of Pokemon. After evolving into Milotic, it finally got rid of the embarrassing situation of only knowing tackle and splash skills. Because the level is relatively high, there are many skills that can be directly understood after evolution. Of course, proficiency must be improved through battles. Milotic has just evolved and is still adapting to its new body. Ash is not in a hurry to put it back into the Pokeball. The bright moonlight casts a soft color on Milotic. The glittering tail scales are so beautiful. Even Ash can't help but be slightly distracted and sigh. If Misty sees this, she will probably be too excited to sleep. After all, water-type Pokemon are her favorite. Half an hour later, Ash took Milotic back and tiptoed back to the campsite. Glancing at Misty, who was breathing evenly in her sleeping bag and frowning cutely from time to time, Ash smiled knowingly. Wait until we challenge the Nibby Gym. When Misty sees the appearance of the different-colored Milotic, she will definitely be surprised. At this stage, even the authoritative Pokemon professor cannot give a standard answer on how to evolve Feeba into Milotic. This is why Milotic is so rare. I'm afraid I'll have to explain it to Misty during the gym battle. After a busy day of leveling up and evolving, Ash was tired. He stepped over Pikachu curled up in a small sleeping bag, got into the sleeping bag, and quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Early morning of the next day, after a night's rest, Ash and his companions, who were full of energy and spirit, set out to continue their journey. All the wild Pokemon, with corresponding attributes encountered on the road, were left to Pidgeotto and Pikachu to deal with. Milotic is not suitable for appearance yet. After all, Feeba was just captured yesterday, and it is a bit unreasonable to evolve into Milotic the next day. It will be more reasonable to let Misty know about Milotic's evolution after a few days. As for Metapod, it is still in the Pokeball. There is no change in its body shape. It is worth mentioning that its level has been upgraded from LV7 to LV9. It should be the power accumulated during the Caterpie period that is taking effect in the body. I think it should be close to evolving into Butterfree. At present, Pidgeotto is still a long way from evolving into Pidgeot. When it evolves into Pidgeot, the gene breakthrough potion, Pidgeot only, can be used. A Pidgeot several times larger than the original. Ash fantasizes about riding a Pidgeot similar to the size of bird-like mythical beasts such as Ho-Oh and Lugia, and traveling across the Pokémon world. That would be so cool. While getting the physique of the stupid guy Mega True Rookie in the original world line, Ash also inherited his directionlessness attribute. Add to that Misty, who has a very poor sense of direction. The two people and one pet actually got lost in the Evergreen Forest with a map in hand. They wandered around in the forest for several days, until they met two senior trainers who walked out of the Evergreen Forest and came to the outskirts of Nibby City under their guidance. Looking into the distance, a city with a heavy feeling of pewter tones appeared in their sight. Pikachu, level LV28 to LV29. Pidgeotto, level LV25 to LV28. Lost, but not a single wild Pokémon encountered on the road these days was spared. The levels of Pikachu and Pidgeotto have been slightly improved. The speed is slightly slower than when they just left Pallet Town. But as the level increases, the difficulty of upgrading naturally increases. The further you go, the slower the level increase. Ash adheres to the leveling idea in the game. The Pokémon that Pikachu and Pidgeotto were chosen were all Pokémon that have attribute restraint and group action. Pidgeotto is a flying type, and the Evergreen Forest is a paradise for bug-type Pokémon. It is upgraded by 3 levels, which is more efficient than Pikachu. As for Milotic, as a trump card for challenging Nibby City, level 21 is definitely not a problem. We are finally in Nibby City. Ash, let's go to the Pokémon Center quickly. I want to take a nice bath. Misty was so excited that she almost jumped up when she saw the outline of Nibby City. During the days when he was lost, Ash had a great time leveling up Pokémon. Misty followed him and slept in the open air. There are differences between men and women, and the fatal weakness of being afraid of bugs. Ash should take a bath in the river, but Misty can only use the water that Ash fetches from the river to simply wash her body. There is no way, because she's too afraid of bug-type Pokémon. She dared not leave the campsite too far at night. This is undoubtedly a torture for Misty, who loves cleanliness. Well, let's wait until Nibby City to relax, and then go to challenge the gym. Normally, it takes at most 3 days to travel from Viridian City to Nibby City. But they have been walking for almost 10 days. This time getting lost also made Ash fully realize that real travel is indeed not as simple as it seems in anime. Outside, Ash and his partner chatted with a middle-aged man who was covered tightly in selling stones. Ash knew that the squinty-eyed uncle in front of him was Xiaojiang's irresponsible father, Flint. He left Xiaojiang and his mother and embarked on a journey alone, just to pursue the illusory title of world's mightiest trainer. As a result, Xiaojiang's mother ran away in anger and has been missing ever since. Xiaojiang himself had to take on the responsibility of taking care of 10 younger brothers and sisters. For Flint's irresponsible behavior, Ash was very disgusted. After all, his cheap father, who has been missing so far, also abandoned his mother Delia and lacked the responsibility of a mature man. Let Delia take care of herself alone. Then Ash paid Flint 50 Pokémon coins. He took the 2 of them to the Nibby City Pokémon Center. Although he had no feelings for Flint, he had to wait until he took over the responsibility of taking care of Xiaojiang's brothers and sisters. Xiaojiang could travel with them without worries. Nibby Pokémon Center, send Flint away. Ash and Misty went straight to the front desk. Nurse Joy, please arrange accommodation for us and restore the physical strength of the Pokémons smoothly. Thank you. No problem. Please wait a moment. Nurse Joy took the Pokémon Pokédex handed by Ash and caught a glimpse of Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder from the corner of her eye. Hey, it's Pikachu. You are Ash, right? Do you know me? Nurse Joy. Yes, I heard about you from my sister in Viridian City. You are an outstanding trainer who helped Viridian City Pokémon Center to avoid being destroyed by the members of the evil organization Team Rocket. Perhaps it was because of the Joy family intimacy. Nurse Joy in Nibby City was also very friendly to Ash. Outstanding trainer. Ha, I don't deserve it. Ash scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The procedures have been completed. You can check in. In addition, just leave Pikachu and other Pokémon to me. After you have rested, come down and pick them up. They will be rejuvenated later. Nurse Joy saw that Ash and Misty were exhausted and her hands moved faster. She quickly checked Ash and Misty in and placed several Pokeballs, including Pikachu. Thank you, Nurse Joy. After thanking Nurse Joy, the two immediately went to the room provided by the Pokémon Center, opened the bathroom door, and took a comfortable scald bath. Ash lay in the bathtub with a towel covering his key parts. After the comfort, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him. He took a nap in the bathtub. Pikachu. At the same time, Pikachu also made a comfortable growl under Nurse Joy's gentle cheek massage. Cute little guy. It seems that your master takes good care of you. Remember the first few trainers who came from Pallet Town. Except for Gary, their Pokemon were not only scarred but also exhausted. In fact, when rookie trainers first embarked on their journey, this phenomenon was very likely to occur. It can only be said that Ash's care for Pokemon is quite good compared to them. No wonder my sister admires Ash so much. It seems that he is indeed an excellent trainer. Nurse Joy smiled and whispered softly. A few hours later, after taking a bath and scald and having a good sleep, Ash took Pikachu and 2 other Pokeballs back from Nurse Joy. As for Milotic, it did not participate in the battle in the Viridian Forest and naturally did not need to recover its strength. After Misty woke up, the two went to the cafeteria for dinner. Ash, when are you going to challenge the Nibe gym? Tomorrow. It's a bit late today, and we are all tired after getting lost in the Viridian Forest. It's time to relax. Pikachu nodded immediately in agreement. Ash picked up the sandwich on the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling. Since we are challenging the gym, we have to adjust the contest condition. These days in the Viridian Forest, he was exhausted. Misty can rest from time to time. Whenever he encounters a wild Pokemon, Ash has to command the battle. It can be said to be a double test of physical and mental strength. Misty, why don't we stop here today? We've only just arrived. There's still a street to go shopping. At night, in the commercial street of Nibe City, Ash and Pikachu looked tired. Their eyes were dull, and they were carrying so many things. Pika! Ash and Pikachu looked at each other and both wailed. If they had known earlier, they would have challenged the Nibe gym directly. At night, Misty dragged him out to go shopping. At first, Ash didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Since he was paying, Misty picked out some cheap travel casual clothes and toys such as dolls. All of these together are not worth much, and the main point is high-cost performance. But this made Ash and Pikachu very tired. It's okay to be physically tired, but it's mainly mentally tired. While shopping, Misty kept asking which clothes are beautiful and which toys are cute. Fortunately, Ash is patient enough now. If he were the stupid guy in the original world line, he would have clamored to go back to the Pokémon Center. This also made Misty's affection for Ash soar rapidly. Such a reliable and considerate boy is rare. Compared with the original plot, where she would quarrel with Ash at every turn, Misty's temper has been restrained a lot now, at least when it comes to Ash. The next day, early in the morning, the two said goodbye to Nurse Joy and followed Flint's instructions to arrive in front of the Nibe gym. This is a square stone building. Compared with the gyms in the regions behind the original world line, which have distinctive decoration styles and are extremely impressive, is much worse. It is understandable that Gon has 10 younger brothers and sisters to take care of at home. After sending Ash and Misty to the gym, Flint stammered and found an excuse and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to flatter Gon severely, thinking that a rookie trainer like Ash would never be able to defeat him. Ash did not take it to heart. Is anyone there? Pushing open the heavy stone wall gym door, the two entered the gym. Is it you who wants to challenge the gym? Or is it the girl next to you? A familiar voice sounded. The lights in the gym turned on simultaneously, barely illuminating the originally dim venue. Sitting cross-legged on a boulder, the hedgehog-haired boy with squinting eyes swept his eyes over the two people. He was the gym leader of Nibe City, Xiaojing, one of the protagonists of the original series. Hello, gym leader. I am Ash from Pallet Town, who came to challenge Nibe Gym. Ash walked forward to the side of the battle site. Xiaojing shook his head and looked at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. This should be your first time to challenge a gym. The gym competition is very different from the small battle on the roadside. It is the official competition of the Pokémon Alliance. Bringing Pikachu to challenge him, it can be seen that he is a rookie who has not learned the attribute restraint. Of course I know. The gym battle is set up by the Pokémon Alliance, and the gym leader cannot refuse the trainer's challenge without reason. Ash nodded and chuckled. You know a lot. In that case, let's do it. Brock turned and walked to the other side of the battlefield. Misty, who was standing next to Ash, also noticed the barely detectable contempt on Brock's face when he turned around. Is this gym trainer looking down on Ash? He will suffer a big loss later. Misty secretly complained about Brock's underestimation of the enemy. Although she had not traveled with Ash for a long time, she was already impressed by his amazing performance in the Pokémon battle. Although Ash currently has no means to restrain the Rock-type Pokémon, if Brock underestimates the enemy and regards him as a rookie, he will definitely pay the price for it. The battle is 2v2. When both Pokémon of either side lose their combat capability, the game ends. The challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the game. On the battlefield, the oldest of Brock's brothers and sisters acted as the referee. The others cheered for their brother in the audience. Then my first Pokémon to go into battle is this one. Get ready for battle, Geodude. Slightly different from the original world line. This time Brock did not send Onix directly, but let Geodude take the lead. Geodude with rock and ground type. Geodude, qualification, blue, level, LV15. This Geodude is of a very low level and has normal qualification. I think it should be the gym battle Pokémon that Brock, as a gym trainer, specially prepared for the rookie trainer. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled, and moved the brim of his hat slightly. In that case, I will not show mercy. After all, this was his first gym battle in the Pokémon world. Although Rival was not strong, Ash was still ready. He reached out to touch the Pokeball hanging on his waist. From this point of view, it should be Pidgeotto. Misty, who was familiar with Ash, whispered. Among Ash's handheld Pokémon, Metapod and Phoeba are not capable of fighting. Pikachu was standing on Ash's shoulder. He probably released Pidgeotto from the Pokeball. Ash reached out and pressed the center button of the Pokeball to enlarge it. The originally small red and white ball instantly became the size of a palm. Then he threw the Pokeball into the air. A red light jumped out, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Ash. At this moment, Xiaojang and Misty were stunned. This is Milotic, or a different color Milotic. This beautiful figure is an extremely rare Pokémon in Kanto. It also shocked Xiaojang, who has been in charge of the Nibe Gym for a long time and is knowledgeable. Even his squinting eyes opened, even though they still looked like a slit, but he really tried hard. Now something went wrong. He originally thought it was just a fledgling rookie trainer. Just now he was still thinking about how to defeat it without leaving a psychological shadow on the opponent. This Milotic could be Phoeba. Although he could guess, Misty still found it unbelievable. This is Milotic, a rare Pokémon that many water-type trainers dream of, compared to Magikarp, which is everywhere in rivers and floods. Phoeba is rare, and the conditions for evolving into Milotic are also very harsh. There are many versions circulating in the Pokémon world. It's only been a few days, and Ash actually made it evolve successfully. Looking at the noble and elegant Milotic in the field, Misty made up her mind that after the gym battle is over, she must interrogate Ash. Find out the secret of Phoeba's evolution. So beautiful, so pretty. Can my brother's Geodude beat it? After Milotic appeared, Xiaojang's brothers and sisters were also attracted by its beautiful figure. Their confidence in their brother's victory began to waver. They wanted their brother to win the battle, but they didn't want to see the noble and beautiful Milotic fall. If Xiaojang could hear their voices, he would probably be in tears and laugh. On the rock battlefield, Geodude looked very bad when facing the different-colored Milotic that was several times larger than himself and had attribute restraint. Seeing that Geodude looked a little demoralized, Xiaojang secretly said that it was not good and quickly issued an attack order. Don't be afraid, Geodude. Use Rollout plus Rock Polish. Rollout plus Rock Polish is Geodude's combination move. Rock polish can greatly increase its own speed by polishing the body and reducing air resistance. It can greatly increase the speed of rollout when it starts, preventing the rollout attack from being easily interrupted by the opponent. Of course, the faster the startup speed, the more the hit rate of this set of combined skills is tested. Unfortunately, this Geodude is not the Pokémon that Xiaojing mainly cultivates. His idea is very good, but Geodude's execution is not very good. Geodude did not burst out with amazing speed after Rock Polish. Milotic, commanded by Ash, smacks down in the air with a water gun. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, these fancy tricks don't play a big role. After defeating Geodude, Milotic slightly raised his head and emitted an ethereal and melodious light growl. Yo-ho, it's quite a character. Misty was also happy to see this scene. Ash's Milotic looks really interesting. So strong, it deserves to be a rare Pokémon of different colors. The experienced Xiaojing thought to himself that it was not good. This Milotic was really difficult for him. Of course, the duty of the gym leader is to review the trainer, and he doesn't care much about winning or losing. It must be said that Ash is too strong to be a rookie trainer. He solemnly sent out the trump card Pokémon Onix. I'll leave it to you, Onix. Pokémon Onix qualification, blue, level, LV28. Onix, which should be about 2 meters larger than Milotic, seems to have no advantage in front of Ash's Milotic. Onix stared at Milotic with great solemnity. Onix used Tackle. Disarming Voice, Milotic. Xiaojing and Ash's attack commands were basically in no particular order. Onix leaned over and rushed towards Milotic. Hey! At this time, Milotic launched Disarming Voice to interrupt Onix's forward momentum. It was already clumsy and slowed down halfway, shaking its head with a painful expression, and its mental contest condition looked a little bad. Before Onix could react, Milotic took advantage of the victory and hit the opponent with a water gun. Rock plus ground, the effect is directly outstanding. Onix immediately screamed and lost his ability to fight. It seemed that he only lasted a few seconds longer than Geodude. Milotic level, LV22, with golden qualifications and powerful fighting power after evolution. Milotic's upgrade path immediately became easy. In the audience, Misty was smiling, while Xiaojing's brothers and sisters were all frustrated. Boy, I apologize for underestimating you before. Your ability and level of Pokémon training are very high. As proof of defeating me, please accept the Boulder Badge representing the Nibby Gym. After putting the incapable Onix back into the Pokeball, Xiaojing walked to Ash and handed him the Boulder Badge. Thank you. If it weren't for the attribute restraint, I believe you wouldn't have such a hard time. Ash made a strategic flatter and put the Boulder Badge in the badge box. Great. Ash, this is your first badge. If you collect 8 badges, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty, who came from the audience, smiled and congratulated. Ash won the first battle, and she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Ash nodded to express his gratitude. Ding! Challenge the Nibby Gym and get the badge. The advanced level challenge has been completed. Get reward, 50,000 points. After getting the Boulder Badge, the gym challenge mission is completed. The system store has finally added a huge amount of money, but there is still a long way to go before buying the Bond Evolution quick method of Greninja Frog. After all, there's a 1-month store refresh time limit. Now more than half a month has passed, and we have to work harder. After getting the Nibby Gym badge, Ash invited Xiaojing to travel. Xiaojing was very tempted when he heard it, but he decisively refused considering that his younger brother and sister had no one to take care of them. In response, Ash didn't say much. He knew that as long as he persuaded Flint to come, everything would be solved. The two walked out of the Nibe Gym. Ash took Misty and went straight to Flint's stone stall. Ash, we are going to help Xiaojing make up his mind and embark on the journey with us. Ash smiled and replied to Misty. After getting lost in the Viridian Forest, he knew Xiaojing is indeed indispensable to the protagonists of the original series. In the original plot, only the positive side of the daily travel was shown, and the complicated and trivial things were basically glossed over. Only after experiencing the Pokemon travel, Ash understood the importance of Xiaojing with max life skills. Boy, you came so quickly, you must have fallen at the Nibe gym. It doesn't matter. I helped your Pikachu become stronger. Before he finished speaking, Flint suddenly found that the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder was full of energy and had no injuries at all. Did he not send Pikachu when challenging Xiaojing? But can he, a rookie trainer who has just started traveling, distract himself to cultivate other Pokemon? Uncle, look what this is. Without saying anything, Ash opened the badge box and showed the boulder badge he had just received. Did you actually beat Xiaojing? Flint looked at Ash in disbelief. Ash showed up in front of the stall so early, and he thought Xiaojing had easily defeated him. After all, the strength of a gym trainer is much stronger than the ordinary trainer who fights on the roadside. But I didn't expect that the winner was Ash. He is still a rookie trainer. It's just a tribute restraint, nothing to say. Ash didn't want to dwell too much on the gym battle. Knowing the other party's true identity, Ash got straight to the point. Uncle, you should be Xiaojing's relative. How did you know? Don't worry about it. I just want to say that if you want to atone for your sins, you'd better talk to Xiaojing with sincerity. Go and explain it to him. It's useless to escape. Xiaojing's experience is actually much more miserable than his. At a young age, his parents all ran away, leaving a large group of younger brothers and sisters for him to take care of, and he had to support the huge Nibby gym. Flint owed him too much. These things must be explained to Xiaojing by him personally. After listening to Ash's words, Flint fell silent. Misty next to him was full of surprise and curiosity. I didn't expect that the passerby uncle I met on the street would have such a shameful past, and it is also related to the Nibby gym leader that Ash just challenged. At this moment, the gossipy soul in her heart is burning. Flint was silent for a moment, but still chose to remove his disguise and reveal his true face. This look and temperament are exactly the middle-aged version of Xiaojing, especially the squinting eyes. It's like they were carved from the same mold. I understand what you mean, young man. Many things can only be faced by myself. Flint lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Misty snorted at this. As a gym leader in the Kanto region, she has some understanding of the situation of the Nibby gym. An irresponsible father like Flint. If it weren't for his sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes at this moment, Misty would definitely have scolded him. Fortunately, he now knows to repent and wants to make up to Xiaojing. Then leave it to him to solve it. Return to the Nibby gym. Father and son reunited. Flint sincerely begged Xiaojing for forgiveness. Brock's brothers and sisters were both covetous and repulsive to this father who suddenly appeared. After all, they have been with Brock for so many years. It was a bit difficult to adapt to having a biological father suddenly. Fortunately, Flint listened to Ash's advice. Before meeting Brock, he bought a lot of stuffed dolls. The children who received the present were all smiling. The gap with Flint was also fading rapidly. As for Brock, who Flint thought was the most guilty and difficult to face, he was very calm throughout the whole process. He couldn't say how happy he was about this father who suddenly appeared, but he was sincerely happy for his brothers and sisters. Flint's return must be more beneficial than harmful to them. After explaining all the things about all the brothers and sisters, Brock officially embarked on a journey with Ash. At this point, the protagonists of the original series have been assembled. Ash and the others warmly welcomed Brock's joining the team. Brock embarked on a journey with the goal of becoming an excellent Pokemon breeder. Anyone who has experienced traveling will understand how important it is to have a companion who is a great cook and can help you take care of Pokemon. Brock's cooking skills are not even 1/10,000th of his when Ash and Misty are tied together. Before, when he was in the Viridian Forest, Ash had experienced Misty's cooking skills, and it was about the same as his own, who could only make fried rice in his past and present lives. Since then, the two of them have basically relied on portable fast food for meals in the wild. Breakfast is basically a standard sandwich with milk. In this case, it is great to have a companion who has taken care of 10 younger brothers and sisters since childhood and has all the life skills such as cooking and taking care of Pokemon. Wow, Nidorino goes for a horn attack, but Jengar slips past it like nothing. The TV blasted the classic Jengar versus Nidorino battle, the commentator yelling with full energy. Ye Xuan stared at the mirror, taking in his new face. He had actually crossed over and become Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of Pokémon. A quick look through his memories confirmed it. This was the night before Ash's journey. Tomorrow morning, he'd go to Professor Oak's lab to pick up his first Pokémon. So this really is the Pokémon world. Honestly, that's fine. There wasn't much worth holding on to back there, he muttered. In his previous life, he was alone and broke. Now fate had given him a second shot, and he wasn't planning to waste it. From today on, the name Ye Xuan is done. Ash is my new beginning. The memories fused cleanly. The dizziness faded. A completely new Ash opened his eyes. Since I'm alive again, I'm fixing every regret. And the name Ash Ketchum is going to ring across the entire Pokémon world. Along with the memories came something else. The standard time traveler perk. A system. That one word alone was enough to boost his confidence. Since he had become Ash, those titles from the old timeline, Release Master, Reverse Attribute King, Forever Single Straight Dude, could all go straight to the trash. He willed it, and the system screen appeared. Host Ash. Special ability, none. Charm, 45 out of 100. Pokemon, none. Points, 0. To earn points, he'd have to clear system missions. Points could buy items from the system shop, which refreshed monthly. One product could be permanently pinned. He opened the current shop list. Universal Mage Evolution Stone Set, 9.99 million points. Perfect Partner Ring, turns all partners into sister-type personalities, 0 jealousy. 500k points. Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method, 880k points. 10 Ultra Balls, X5 capture rate on Ultra Beasts, 100k points. Light Ball, Pikachu exclusive buff item, 5,000 points. Yeah, this shop is absolutely not serious. Still, he pinned the Perfect Partner Ring without hesitation. Looks like I need to grind points. His current mission popped up. Mission, arrive at Professor Oak's lab on time and receive starter Pokemon Pikachu. Reward, 6,000 points. Next morning, the alarm rang like a siren. Ash shot out of bed, got dressed, and washed up in seconds. Slow down, Ash. Nobody's racing you, Delia said gently as she handed him milk. Ash inhaled his breakfast and wiped his mouth. Mom, today's the day. I can't be late to get my starter. Delia smiled. If you can handle today, you can handle the whole journey. Go for it. Ash grabbed his cap and backpack and ran toward the lab. Professor Oak's lab. The place was huge, more like a manor than a lab. Pokemon roamed the outdoor areas, each zone set up for different species. Because he wanted to be punctual, Ash ended up arriving last among the 3 Palatown rookies. The first 2 trainers had already picked Charmander and Bulbasaur. Gary hadn't left yet. He stood by his expensive car, proudly showing off his new Pokemon to a group of cheerleader-like fangirls. When he spotted Ash, he smirked. Well, the late king actually showed up on time. Too bad, I already got the perfect partner for Master Gary. Guess you'll be waiting for the next shipment. Old Ash would have snapped back instantly. But new Ash wasn't that guy anymore. Gary, ever heard an idiom? What? The early bird catches the worm. Sounds perfect for you. Gary froze, then exploded. Did you call me a dumb bird? Fine. At the Indigo Plateau, I'm going to crush you. Ding. New mission. Beat Gary's final ranking at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward. Plus 6 Pokemon carry slots. 1 million points. Ash looked at Gary with new appreciation. Sure. Whoever loses is the real dumb bird. Gary stormed off, dragging his fan club with him. Inside the lab, Ash stood before the starter machine. It was empty. Ash, the 3 starter Pokemon have already been picked. Gary mentioned it. Ash smiled calmly. If Oak wanted to mess with him, he wasn't giving him the satisfaction. Professor, with all the Pokemon here, you're not letting me start empty-handed, right? Polite tone. Heavy pressure. Oak caved immediately. Well, I do have one left, though his personality is a little difficult. A Pokeball with a lightning bolt pattern rose from the machine. That's fine. I like Pokemon with personality. Oak handed it over. Ash opened it. Pikachu. A chubby, bright-eyed Pikachu appeared. Ding. Mission complete. Reward, 6,000 points. Ash instantly bought the light ball. Equip it to Pikachu, he said. A soft electronic chime rang in his mind. Pikachu shivered, then looked up at Ash with a sharper, warmer gaze. Their bond deepened in an instant. The little yellow mouse blinked up at Ash with a cute, curious squint. Hey there, Pikachu. Wait, Ash. Professor Oak reached out a hand, about to warn him. This Pikachu was shy and didn't like being touched. Anyone who rushed in usually got shocked on the spot. My name's Ash, he said, stepping forward anyway. I'll be your trainer from now on. Please take care of me. Before the professor could stop him, Ash scooped Pikachu right off the table. Pika! Pikachu stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed. Something about this human felt familiar, almost right. The hostility faded. He didn't shock you, Oak muttered, stunned. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder on his own, tail swaying. Pika Pie. It even chirped at Oak as if showing off its new partner. Watching their easy bond, Oak let out a long breath. Shocked but relieved. This troublesome Pikachu had finally met the right trainer. Departure. Mom. Professor Oak. Everyone. I'm heading out. Ash stood at the lab entrance, Pokédex in his pocket and 6 blank Pokeballs in his bag. Delia stepped forward and hugged him tightly before letting go. I won't lose, Ash said with a grin. I'll bring back the Indigo Plateau trophy. Delia's smile softened. All I want is for you to come home safe. Ash waved, turned around, and officially started his journey. Ding. Main mission triggered. Task. Win this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward. Based on final performance. Higher score equals greater reward. The system message echoed in his mind, but Ash didn't dwell on it. The road ahead was long. He checked Pikachu's stats. Pikachu. Attribute. Electric. Ability. Static. Level. 20. Species strength. 320. Qualification gold. Skills. Thunder Shock. Double Team. Quick Attack. Thunderbolt. Held item. Light Ball. Gold qualification. That suits you, he said as he rubbed Pikachu's head. Pika. Pikachu tilted his head, not understanding, but happy. The system graded Pokemon by 5 tiers: white, blue, purple, red, and gold. White was the weakest, gold the strongest. Higher qualification meant faster growth, cleaner mastery, and a massive advantage in the long run, especially at elite level and above. First route, toward Viridian City. Ash and Pikachu walked along the forest path at a relaxed pace. Wild Pokemon here were low-level, perfect for beginners. Soon enough, 3 Pidgey pecked at the ground nearby. All 3 showed the same label. White, white, white. Ash lost interest instantly. He had no reason to catch them. Not when a strong Pidgeotto was waiting ahead. Thinking back to the original Ash releasing his Pidgeot, he felt his eye twitch. He let the Pidgey be, but then, Raticate. A Rattata darted by, slammed into a Pidgey, and chaos broke loose. The startled bird scattered, kicking up dust, and that dust landed on the worst possible Pokemon. Wow, Nidorino goes for a horn attack, but Gengar slips past it like nothing. The TV blasted the classic Gengar versus Nidorino battle, the commentator yelling with full energy. Ye Xuan stared at the mirror, taking in his new face. He had actually crossed over and become Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of Pokemon. A quick look through his memories confirmed it. This was the night before Ash's journey. Tomorrow morning, he'd go to Professor Oak's lab to pick up his first Pokemon. So this really is the Pokemon world. Honestly, that's fine. There wasn't much worth holding on to back there, he muttered. In his previous life, he was alone and broke. Now fate had given him a second shot, and he wasn't planning to waste it. From today on, the name Ye Xuan is done. Ash is my new beginning. The memories fused cleanly. The dizziness faded. A completely new Ash opened his eyes. Since I'm alive again, I'm fixing every regret. And the name Ash Ketchum is going to ring across the entire Pokemon world. Along with the memories came something else. The standard time traveler perk. A system. That one word alone was enough to boost his confidence. Since he had become Ash, those titles from the old timeline, Release Master, Reverse Attribute King, Forever Single Straight Dude, could all go straight to the trash. He willed it, and the system screen appeared. Host Ash. Special ability, none. Charm, 45 out of 100. Pokemon, none. Points, 0. To earn points, he'd have to clear system missions. Points could buy items from the system shop, which refreshed monthly. One product could be permanently pinned. He opened the current shop list. Universal Mage Evolution Stone Set, 9.99 million points. Perfect Partner Ring, turns all partners into sister-type personalities, 0 jealousy. 500k points. Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method, 880k points. 10 Ultra Balls, X5 capture rate on Ultra Beasts, 100k points. Light Ball Pikachu exclusive buff item, 5,000 points. Yeah, this shop is absolutely not serious. Still, he pinned the Perfect Partner Ring without hesitation. Looks like I need to grind points. His current mission popped up. Mission: arrive at Professor Oak's lab on time and receive starter Pokemon Pikachu. Reward: 6,000 points. Next morning, the alarm rang like a siren. Ash shot out of bed, got dressed, and washed up in seconds. Slow down, Ash. Nobody's racing you, Delia said gently as she handed him milk. Ash inhaled his breakfast and wiped his mouth. Mom, today's the day. I can't be late to get my starter. Delia smiled. If you can handle today, you can handle the whole journey. Go for it. Ash grabbed his cap and backpack and ran toward the lab. Professor Oak's lab. The place was huge, more like a manor than a lab. Pokemon roamed the outdoor areas, each zone set up for different species. Because he wanted to be punctual, Ash ended up arriving last among the 3 Pallet Town rookies. The first 2 trainers had already picked Charmander and Bulbasaur. Gary hadn't left yet. He stood by his expensive car, proudly showing off his new Pokemon to a group of cheerleader-like fangirls. When he spotted Ash, he smirked. Well, the late king actually showed up on time. Too bad, I already got the perfect partner for Master Gary. Guess you'll be waiting for the next shipment. Old Ash would have snapped back instantly. But new Ash wasn't that guy anymore. Gary, ever heard an idiom? What? The early bird catches the worm. Sounds perfect for you. Gary froze, then exploded. Did you call me a dumb bird? Fine. At the Indigo Plateau, I'm going to crush you. Ding. New mission. Beat Gary's final ranking at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward: plus 6 Pokemon carry slots, 1 million points. Ash looked at Gary with new appreciation. Sure, whoever loses is the real dumb bird. Gary stormed off, dragging his fan club with him. Inside the lab, Ash stood before the starter machine. It was empty. Ash, the 3 starter Pokemon have already been picked. Gary mentioned it. Ash smiled calmly. If Oak wanted to mess with him, he wasn't giving him the satisfaction. Professor, with all the Pokemon here, you're not letting me start empty-handed, right? Polite tone. Heavy pressure. Oak caved immediately. Well, I do have one left, though his personality is a little difficult. A Pokeball with a lightning bolt pattern rose from the machine. That's fine. I like Pokemon with personality. Oak handed it over. Ash opened it. Pikachu. A chubby, bright-eyed Pikachu appeared. Ding. Mission complete. Reward: 6,000 points. Ash instantly bought the light ball. Equip it to Pikachu, he said. A soft electronic chime rang in his mind. Pikachu shivered, then looked up at Ash with a sharper, warmer gaze. Their bond deepened in an instant. The little yellow mouse blinked up at Ash with a cute, curious squint. Hey there, Pikachu. Wait, Ash. Professor Oak reached out a hand, about to warn him. This Pikachu was shy and didn't like being touched. Anyone who rushed in usually got shocked on the spot. My name's Ash, he said, stepping forward anyway. I'll be your trainer from now on. Please take care of me. Before the professor could stop him, Ash scooped Pikachu right off the table. Pika! Pikachu stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed. Something about this human felt familiar, almost right. The hostility faded. He didn't shock you. Oak muttered, stunned. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder on his own, tail swaying. Pika Pie. It even chirped at Oak as if showing off its new partner. Watching their easy bond, Oak let out a long breath. Shocked but relieved, this troublesome Pikachu had finally met the right trainer. Departure. Mom. Professor Oak. Everyone. I'm heading out. Ash stood at the lab entrance, Pokédex in his pocket and 6 blank Pokeballs in his bag. Delia stepped forward and hugged him tightly before letting go. I won't lose, Ash said with a grin. I'll bring back the Indigo Plateau trophy. Delia's smile softened. All I want is for you to come home safe. Ash waved, turned around, and officially started his journey. Ding! Main mission triggered. Task. Win this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Reward. Based on final performance. Higher score equals greater reward. The system message echoed in his mind, but Ash didn't dwell on it. The road ahead was long. He checked Pikachu's stats. Pikachu. Attribute. Electric. Ability. Static. Level. 20. Species Strength. 320. Qualification Gold. Skills. Thunder Shock. Double Team. Quick Attack. Thunderbolt. Held item. Light Ball. Gold qualification. That suits you, he said as he rubbed Pikachu's head. Pika. Pikachu tilted his head, not understanding, but happy. The system graded Pokemon by 5 tiers: white, blue, purple, red, and gold. White was the weakest, gold the strongest. Higher qualification meant faster growth, cleaner mastery, and a massive advantage in the long run, especially at elite level and above. First route, toward Viridian City. Ash and Pikachu walked along the forest path at a relaxed pace. Wild Pokemon here were low-level, perfect for beginners. Soon enough, 3 Pidgey pecked at the ground nearby. All 3 showed the same label. White, white, white. Ash lost interest instantly. He had no reason to catch them. Not when a strong Pidgeotto was waiting ahead. Thinking back to the original Ash releasing his Pidgeot, he felt his eye twitch. He let the Pidgey be, but then, Raticate. A Rattata darted by, slammed into a Pidgey, and chaos broke loose. The startled bird scattered, kicking up dust, and that dust landed on the worst possible Pokemon. But in this regard, Ash is not stingy at all. For his own Pokemon, of course, he has to use the best of everything, including Xiaojing, who purchases Pokemon food. Ash will also give him a lot of money, and the selection of materials must be the best. Other Pokemon were fine. With Milotic's size, his daily food intake was basically several times that of Pikachu. Since it joined the team, the balance in Ash's account began to drop at a visible speed. Fortunately, Clefable was generous this time, and the money from selling the top-quality Moonstone was enough for him to spend for a while. With the large sum of money he had just received, Ash went to the Pokemon Equipment Center to buy various Pokemon training equipment, including weight-bearing props. This was related to his subsequent customized training plan for Pokemon. Ash would naturally buy props that could make Pokemon stronger without blinking an eye. All the purchased Pokemon training equipment was put into the system space by Ash without the store owner noticing. Leaving the equipment center, Ash was about to go to the Cerulean Gym. Ding! Pokemon! Caterpie upgraded from level LV9 to level LV11. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ash noticed that the Pokeball hanging on his waist belonging to Metapod was shaking slightly. Huh, it's going to evolve. Ash reacted and went straight to the Pokemon Center. He registered for accommodation with Nurse Joy. As soon as he returned to the room, Ash couldn't wait to take off the Pokeball that was still shaking on his waist and let the Metapod out. The Metapod that came out of the Pokeball glowed with a faint white light, and it was ready to start evolving. Ash, who didn't want to miss the process of breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, chose to watch from a distance that would not interfere with Caterpie. The faint white light flickered, and a hole gradually appeared on the surface of the hard shell of Metapod. The dazzling white light shone with a beautiful pair of wings that Butterfree revealed. Then the shell was completely broken, and the white light slowly dissipated. Butterfree flapped its wings and flew up to soaring in the sky. Its wings vibrated, and wisps of white scales fell down, adding a bit of haziness to it. Caterpie finally succeeded in breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Pokemon Butterfree. Qualification: Purple. Level: LV11. Ability: Scale powder. Skills: tackle, string shot, supersonic, confusion, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder. Equipment: none. After evolution, all 3 scale powders with status conditions are learned. Bah! After flying around the room for several times, Butterfree landed in front of Ash, waving its short hands to express its joy of flying up to soaring in the sky after evolution. Ash listened, even though he didn't understand Pokémon language. Combining the current situation, by observing Butterfree's body movements, you can also feel its joy and chat with it for a few words. Afterwards, Ash released all the other Pokémon from the Pokeball, giving everyone time to communicate their feelings. Butterfree was captured by him during the Caterpie period, which was actually earlier than other Pokémon except Pikachu, but since it evolved into Metapod. So he stayed in the Pokeball and worked hard for evolution. He had never met the Pokémon that Ash captured later. This time, he let everyone out to communicate with it. After all, they were all companions in the same team. When he reached the upper limit of Pokémon in his hands, he might have to live in Professor Oak's courtyard from time to time. It was always good to know each other better. When cultivating Pokémon, you can't just think of using them as tools for fighting. That would be too utilitarian, and it would be difficult to enjoy the joy of overcoming difficulties with Pokémon. In the evening, Xiaojing returned to the Pokémon Center with a lot of bags on his back. He wanted to ask Ash to have dinner together, but there was no response when he knocked on the door. He asked Nurse Joy, and she said that Ash had not gone out since he came back. So he took the spare room card from Nurse Joy. He gently opened the door. Ash curled up on the bed, holding Pikachu in his arms. Butterfree fell on the bedside and closed his eyes for a nap. In the corner, Milotic lay on the floor, breathing evenly. Pidgeotto was not far from it. Thinking carefully, it seems that she didn't come back yesterday afternoon. I don't know. Isn't Misty's home in Cerulean City? It's very likely that she went home. Well, it's possible. Then let's do this. After you challenge the Cerulean Gym, we will go to find Misty. In any case, Misty is our travel partner. At least we have to make sure that she doesn't have any accidents. Xiao Gang suggested seriously. Cerulean Gym has a reputation beyond expectations in Cerulean City. But this reputation has nothing to do with their status as gym leaders. The 3 sisters have gained a lot of fans just because of their super high looks and wonderful underwater ballet performance. Compared to Trainer, they are more like idols and celebrities. They have a large number of young male fans in Cerulean City. And today, there happened to be an underwater ballet performance by the 3 sisters. Ash and Brock followed the lively flow of people and entered the Cerulean Gym. Halfway through, they were stopped by the security guards who were maintaining order on the scene to check their tickets. Ash decisively showed his Pokémon Pokédex and said that he came to challenge the 3 sisters as a gym challenger. Brock was released by the security guards as a partner. When the 2 entered the venue, the underwater ballet officially began. The stands were full of young men, and it was estimated that there were basically no trainers who came to challenge the gym. Because they didn't buy tickets, Ash and the others could only stand in the corner. Ash admired this elegant underwater ballet with a critical attitude. Yeah, although he doesn't understand ballet. But big white legs and big breasts are justice. Nothing wrong with it. As for Brock, who was always lustful, he had no interest in Misty's sister who was not much older than her. The performance was over, and the audience began to leave one by one. Ash made up an excuse and asked Brock to stop the 3 sisters who were about to leave work. He went backstage to find the Rocket Trio dressed as gym security personnel. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to knock the Rocket team to the ground before they could send out Pokémon. He uncovered the pumping robot covered with black cloth in the corner not far behind the trio. Ash smiled with satisfaction, and the task of assisting Nurse Joy in catching Thief was completed. In order to prevent the Rocket Trio from waking up and running away, Ash found a hemp rope from the warehouse and tied them up tightly so that they couldn't even move their fingers. Then Ash returned to the front desk and was stopped by Brock. The 3 sisters, who already looked a little impatient, challenged the gym. Ash, you are finally here. Help me explain. I almost let others think I am a crazy fan who disturbed them. Gon said to Ash with some grievance. Ash was a little amused. The three sisters were all very beautiful, but unfortunately they were not the mature women that Gon liked the most. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town. I want to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Hey, another trainer from Pallet Town. After listening to Ash's self-introduction, the three sisters' faces turned slightly pale. Has the gym owner met a trainer from Pallet Town before? From the faces of the three sisters, Ash could roughly guess that the Pallet Town rookies who challenged the Cerulean Gym before him must have beaten them badly. In the original world line, their Pokémon were all sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment, and in the end, Misty replaced them. The third sister, Lily, nodded. Yes, the trainer from your Pallet Town was too heavy-handed. The second sister, Violet, smiled and looked at the eldest sister, Sakura. Sister, your seal just happened to be picked up from the Pokémon Center. This time, it must be you who can fight. This. Sakura's voice was a little discouraged. The three Pallet Town trainers who came to challenge before. The three sisters played separately and were beaten to a pulp. As a result, because her seal recovered faster, she has to be beaten again now. Sister, Ash is the last one to come from the Pallet Town trainer. Maybe his strength is not as abnormal as the first three. Alliance rules. Our gym leaders cannot refuse the challenger's request for a battle. Violet leaned close to her sister Sakura's ear and whispered. None of the three sisters was willing to accept Ash's challenge, but they didn't want to be punished by the Alliance because of this. Prepare for battle, Seal. Pokémon, Seal, qualification, blue, level, LV16. Sakura hesitated for a moment, but still threw the Pokeball. Her seal was at a very low level and was trained quite normal. Standing in the water field, his eyes were a little cowardly. Apparently, like its trainer Sakura, he was basically not interested in Pokemon battles and had a weak will. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the weakest gym in the Kanto region. Since the three sisters took over the Cerulean Gym from their parents, the difficulty of the gym challenge has dropped sharply. Sometimes you can even get a Cascade badge without fighting, making the gym badges in Cerulean City almost everywhere. There is no difference between the trainer who comes to challenge and the one who directly gets the badge. It can only be said that fortunately the three sisters have found another way to maintain the popularity of the Cerulean Gym by performing water ballet. Of course, it is also related to the strictness of the Alliance's review. After all, there are many popular part-time gym trainers in other regions, such as Mashio, the gym leader of Laver City in Kalo's region. A popular model, now a fashion designer, she is also quite capable as a gym trainer. Ash shook his head and threw Milotic's Pokeball. Considering the mission requirements, he could only send Milotic to fight without attribute restraint. Wow, what kind of Pokemon is this? It's so beautiful. Lily and Violet, who were watching, were amazed at Milotic's beauty. This made Ash blush again. It's called Milotic, and it's the evolution of Pokemon Fiba. As a Water-type gym leader, he didn't even know a Water-type Pokemon. Ash was fooled by these two sisters. The battle started, and neither side took it seriously. Sakura was not strong enough, and Ash didn't fight too hard considering that they would be a family in the future. Command Milotic to approach Seal and tie him up to end the fight. Milotic, who was entangled with Seal, didn't exert much strength. Sakura, who noticed Ash's intention, looked at her with gratitude. She decisively raised her hand to admit defeat. It can only be said that the three sisters' minds were all used in performance, and their talent in commanding battles was not a little bit worse than Misty's. If it was Misty who fought him, although she would lose, at least she would not let Milotic approach Seal so easily. Ash, this is the proof of your victory in the gym battle. Please accept this Cascade badge. Sakura walked in front of Ash, took out a blue teardrop-shaped badge, and handed it to Ash. Ash nodded and was about to reach out to take it. Wait! A delicate shout came from behind him. Ash, who heard the voice, raised his mouth slightly. Since leaving yesterday, Misty might have been preparing for a gym battle with her own gym. She knew the fighting level of her three sisters very well. Misty, why are you here? We said we would come to you after the gym battle. In the spectator seats, Xiaojiang's narrowed eyes slightly opened because of surprise. Facing the mixed reactions of the crowd, Because I am the youngest of the 4 cerulean sisters. No, it should be the 3 beautiful sisters and the ugly duckling sister of the cerulean gym. Violet, the second sister with blue hair, said. Hearing this, Misty stared at her sister Violet unhappily. But because she did boast when she left home that she would never come back until she became a water-type Pokémon Master, she felt a little guilty at this moment. Except for the gentle eldest sister Sakura, Misty's other 2 sisters obviously like to deliberately make her angry. Misty has always been a person who never admits defeat. Fortunately, Ash reacted quickly and immediately said that Misty was only here to accompany him to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Before deciding to come to Cerulean City, she had advised herself to take a detour and go directly to Vermilion City. The bickering between the sisters was quickly suppressed by Ash. Turning the topic back to the gym battle. Ash, the battle just now doesn't count. My sisters are not good at fighting. You have to beat me to get the Cascade badge. Misty stared at Ash with burning eyes. She saw the battle between Ash and the eldest sister Sakura just now. For such a gym battle, the eldest sister Sakura might as well give the Cascade badge directly to Ash. What's more, she really wants to have a serious fight with Ash. And she hopes that this gym battle can play a certain role in Ash's future battle in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, you set the rules. Well, then use the 2v2 battle rules. Misty nodded, took a deep breath, and reached for the Pokeball belonging to Gyarados on her waist. Plop! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Gyarados' huge body fell into the pool, stirring up waves. This, Misty actually subdued a Gyarados. The 3 Sakura sisters were startled by the Gyarados that appeared in front of Misty, and they all exclaimed. As Cerulean Gym leaders, they were not as unfamiliar with Gyarados as Milotic. Not to mention that Gyarados was already famous in the Kanto region. The 4 sisters had played with the Gyarados raised by their parents at close range when they were young. The reason for the surprise was mainly because Misty was able to subdue Gyarados. Gyarados has a ferocious personality and is difficult to deal with. The key is that Misty once crawled into its mouth when she was playing with Gyarados when she was young. That accident scared her terribly. Since then, she dared not approach Gyarados. Unexpectedly, now she has overcome the shadow of her childhood. However, even though Gyarados had his back to her, Misty's face was still a little pale, and her fists were clenched. Misty, you're fine. Gyarados is your partner. Not scary at all. Just focus on the battle now. Misty comforted herself inwardly. Facing Misty's Gyarados, Ash's Milotic still held his head high and was not intimidated by it. In terms of size alone, Misty's Gyarados is even shorter than Ash's Milotic. Gyarados' strong Hideki field mainly comes from its huge size and that ferocious face. When its size is even smaller than Milotic, the so-called deterrent power is also eliminated. This Gyarados is slightly higher in level than Milotic, but the huge gap in qualifications and talents cannot be made up by level. Gyarados, a dual attribute of water and flying. If the system did not require him to send Pokemon with the same attribute or a Pokemon whose attribute is restrained, Pikachu could easily send Gyarados away. There was no other way. For this intimacy, he had to work hard. Gyarados used Twister. Misty took the lead in commanding Gyarados to attack. Twister is not very powerful, but it has a very high hit rate. And considering the civil war of the same attribute, water-based moves obviously have no effect on Milotic. Misty chose to use Twister to try to suppress Milotic first. Pokemon battles change rapidly, but there is a big difference between controlling the rhythm of the battle and passive defense. As the leader of the Cerulean Gym, she knew that Ash was the kind of trainer who would not give up even if he was right. Once he got the upper hand, he would definitely launch a fierce attack like a tide. So she chose to strike first. Milotic were using Twister. Milotic's tail hit the water, sweeping up a huge water spout and pressing back towards Gyarados. Bang! Gyarados was hit by the Twister that pushed back. The difference in qualifications and talents is there. Even though Milotic's level is lower than Gyarados, his moves are much more powerful. Gyarados used Water Gun. Milotic, disarming voice. Gyarados, who was a little slow in reaction, was about to use water gun. He was disturbed by the disarming voice coming from his ears and showed a painful expression. Milotic, dive into the water and use Dragon Tail. The next moment, Milotic dived into the water and swam quickly in the direction of Gyarados. Gyarados, watch the opportunity, prepare Ice Fang. Here, Ash suddenly changed his strategy and let Milotic dive into the water. Misty was a little anxious after all. The attacker's reaction is always faster than the defender's. Milotic emerged from the water behind Gyarados and hit Gyarados back with a Dragon Tail. Roar! Gyarados immediately let out a high roar of pain. But after taking a Dragon Tail from Milotic, Gyarados reluctantly used Ice Fang to hit Milotic. Unfortunately, Ice only does 1/2 damage to water Pokemon. Milotic tied up, throw it out. In the water, Milotic quickly wrapped around Gyarados with his size and flexible movements. Boom boom. With all his strength, he actually threw the huge Gyarados directly out of the water field, causing the gym to tremble violently. After suffering continuous heavy blows, Gyarados finally couldn't hold on. He tilted his head and lost his ability to fight. The 3 Cerulean sisters in the audience were all shocked. What kind of mock camp is this? Can a Gyarados of this size be thrown out? Sure enough, Ash had already shown mercy to them. If the eldest sister Sakura Seal was hit like this, she would definitely be sent to the Pokemon Center for rescue. It can only be said that it was the thick-skinned Gyarados. Ash, you are really amazing, but I won't give up. Take back Gyarados and throw out the Pokeball. In the flash of white light, Starmie took over, level LV28. Before she captured Gyarados, this was her main Pokemon. Compared to Gyarados, Starmie is less threatening to Milotic, especially after it casts Aqua Ring. Starmie's swift, water gun hit Milotic basically like Tickle. During the battle, Misty ordered Starmie to dive, try to imitate Milotic's previous offensive routine. Unfortunately, it was too small and was swept up into the sky by Milotic's water tornado. During the fall, it was blown away by Milotic's Dragon Tail. Bang! Starmie fell heavily on the field outside the pool. He immediately fell into a coma. Contest condition. At this point, both Misty's Pokemon lost their combat capabilities. After defeating Misty's 2 Pokemon in succession, Milotic also rose from LV24 to LV25. Ding! Cerulean Gym. Perfect challenge mission completed. Mission rewards. 30,000 points. Rare candy. 1 to 30. Level X1. Cerulean 4 Sisters intimacy increased by 80%. Suddenly, the 3 Cerulean sisters looked at Ash with brilliant eyes. Looking at it this way, Ash, he's pretty handsome. Sure enough, it's not realistic to expect Misty to take over the gym. If not, let Ash marry into our family. That's great. Let him take care of the gym, and we can perform with peace of mind in the future without worrying about being watched by the Alliance. After handing the Cascade badge to Ash, Misty blushed when she heard the 3 sisters' discussion. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. She tried her best to fight with Ash in the gym. In addition to giving Ash experience, she also wanted to motivate her 3 sisters, even if they were a little weak. She had to play like a Cerulean gym leader. Every time she played badly, or even gave away the badge for free, it was a huge blow to the reputation of the Cerulean gym. Over time, the only trainers who came to challenge the Cerulean gym were those who liked to take shortcuts. The really powerful trainers would choose to avoid the Cerulean gym and challenge stronger gyms. Of course, the water ballet is very popular, but this is a water gym for trainers to challenge. She didn't dare to hope that the Pokemon Alliance would always let her 3 sisters be so willful. Unfortunately, her 3 sisters' brains can't accommodate any knowledge related to battles. Such a wonderful battle. The 3 of them actually wanted to recruit Ash to be the Cerulean gym leader. Such a strange thing. Misty, who was bored, was not interested in continuing to bicker with her 2nd and 3rd sisters, and decisively asked Ash and Xiaojiang to leave. Handsome boy, come to Cerulean Gym next time. We'll perform water ballet for you then. Ha ha ha. Hearing the teasing voices of the three sisters behind her, Misty took Ash's hand and fled, leaving Cerulean Gym. Ash, don't take it to heart. The sisters must have gone crazy today. Ash waved his hand calmly. It's okay, I don't care. In fact, at this moment, his heart was already blooming with joy. The rewards of the perfect gym challenge have begun to show their power. Next, just wait for Misty's intimacy to be full, and a large number of points and top-quality water Pokemon eggs will be in your hands immediately. What should I do? I want to go on a trip with Ash. Second sister, don't say that. From the way Misty looks at Ash, she obviously likes Ash. Don't make things worse. Lily looked at her second sister Violet in surprise, her face slightly red. Somehow, she also had a good impression of Ash. It's just that the second sister Violet said it before her. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. You should be able to see why Misty insisted on fighting today. Eldest sister Sakura interrupted the two younger sisters' frivolous topics and said seriously. She could see the disappointment in Misty's eyes. She also understood why Misty was disappointed. It's just that the three sisters really have no talent in fighting. It's helpless to rely on water ballet to maintain the qualification of the gym, and she also knows the possible negative impact. In order to keep the inheritance of the gym that her parents have worked hard to run, as the eldest sister in the family, all Sakura can do now is to continue to support it and try her best in performance and fighting. Like Misty said, lose in a glamorous way. When Misty grows up and attacks, I will give her the responsibility of revitalizing the gym. I hope Misty can grow quickly in the trip she is looking forward to and work hard towards the set goal. Traveling is the only way for Pokemon Trainer to grow. Misty was only away for a while. After returning, she showed a strength far beyond her usual level. Gyarados, who used to be too scared to handle, can now barely control and command a battle. When it comes to overcoming the shadow of Gyarados, Sakura can't help but give the credit to Ash, Misty's companion. Her intuition tells her that Misty's growth is inseparable from Ash. Thinking of this, the bold ideas that the sisters just mentioned jokingly lingered in Sakura's mind again. If Misty and Ash can really get together with them, the future Cerulean Gym will definitely become one of the most powerful gyms in the Kanto region. Police Station, Reception Room. Thank you very much, Ash. Thanks to you for helping catch the thieves of Team Rocket. Officer Jenny bowed to Ash sincerely to express her gratitude. The company that was stolen is well known in Cerulean City, which puts her under a lot of pressure. The boss also pressured her to solve the case as soon as possible, just when she was extremely anxious but couldn't find any clues. Ash and his team appeared. He handed the three members of Team Rocket to her directly. At first, she was a little skeptical, but after seeing the pumping robot made of huge water pipes and large engines, she immediately confirmed that Ash did not lie to her. The robot was returned to the stolen company, and the three members of Team Rocket were sent to prison again. Officer Jenny, these three guys are cunning. You can't let them run away this time. Misty frowned and said, when leaving Cerulean Gym, when Ash dragged the Rocket Trio out of the Cerulean Gym storeroom, she just realized that these three guys had planned to attack Cerulean Gym, so they couldn't let them go easily. Don't worry, I promise they won't be released easily this time. Officer Jenny replied with a smile. Ding! The thief of the theft incident has been successfully arrested and handed over to Cerulean City Officer Jenny. Reward: Qualification Enhancement Potion. The potential of Pokemon with qualification below Gold is increased by 1 level after use. Jenny's family intimacy is increased by 10%. The reward was stored in the system space, as usual. Ding! Rare Candy, level 1 to 30, has been used on Pikachu. Pikachu level, from LV30 to LV31. Rare Candy, level 1 to 20, X10 has been used on Butterfree. Pikachu level, from LV11 to LV21. After leaving the police station, in the Pokemon Center, after restoring the handheld Pokemons, Ash used the excuse of going to the bathroom to take out all the rare candy in the system space and feed it to Butterfree and Pikachu. While the level was raised, Butterfree also learned new skills. Psybeam Whirlwind Airblade. Returned to the Pokemon Center lobby. Ash returned to Misty and Xiaojiang, who were sitting in the corner. Because of the disappointment with her three sisters, Misty was depressed and silent. When she saw Ash coming, she did not express anything. Looking at Misty, who was in a tangled mood, Ash moved his lips, but he didn't say anything in the end. Every family has its own problems. He didn't want to brainwash Misty with those hot-blooded toxic chicken soup. Ash is really not good at comforting others. He stared at Misty quietly, giving her a gentle, comforting look. This is his unique way of comforting, focusing on companionship. As the heroine of the original series, Misty is tough enough. This difficulty is obviously not going to knock her down. All Ash can do now is not to make a fuss and wait for Misty to figure out herself. Ash, I've thought it through. I will continue to travel and strive to become the best water trainer. I will support the entire Cerulean Gym. At the Pokémon Center, he took over the restored Starmie and Gyarados from Nurse Joy. Misty's mood also returned to normal. She is lively and cheerful, and she digests all kinds of negative emotions quickly. Well, as a travel partner, I will help you too. You are so nice, Ash. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became ambiguous. Then Ash, our next city, Xiaogang suddenly interrupted, breaking the delicate atmosphere. That is naturally Vermilion City. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the system simultaneously released the Gym Challenge task. Ding! Gym Task Trigger. Challenge Vermilion Gym. Get badge. Basic Challenge. Defeat the gym leader, win, and reward 20 W points. Advanced Challenge. Defeat all Pokémon of the Vermilion Gym leader and keep all 3 Pokémon in combat. Reward 500,000 points. 10 perfect insulation balls. The probability of capturing electric Pokémon increases by 200%. Perfect Challenge. Defeat the Vermilion Gym leader with reverse attributes throughout the whole process. Reward 800,000 points. 10 rare candy. 1 to 40. Levels. And increase the intimacy of Magishur by 80%. If the Pokémon in hand is not restrained by attribute, you can use Pokémon with the same attribute. After reading the description of the task reward, Ash did not hesitate. Decisively choose to take on the advanced challenge task of the Vermilion Gym leader. Magishur of the Vermilion Gym is a sturdy man, and Ash is not interested in his intimacy at all, especially after seeing the effect of the intimacy improvement. Although Magishur is not only the Vermilion Gym leader, but also the executive of Team Rocket, it is beneficial for him to improve intimacy. Ash still firmly chose the advanced challenge. What a joke! He didn't want to be stared at by a man's strange eyes. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Who? The whistling wind blew the Raticate on the opposite side away, and then it fell heavily to the ground. On the way to Vermilion City, Ash encountered many passers-by trainers who challenged him. The level of their Pokémon was similar to that of wild Pokémon, but the experience points they could provide to Pidgeotto were much higher. After 20 consecutive wins, Pidgeotto's level increased from LV28 to LV30. Learn new moves Agility and Feather Dance. Agility can relax the body and make it light, so that Agility can greatly increase its speed. This move is very important for Pidgeotto, who focuses on speed. The passerby took back the Raticate who lost its fighting ability. Your Pidgeotto is so powerful. If it were you, you might be able to defeat that it.J. Which it.J? Misty looked at the passerby trainer curiously. According to him, a trainer named Beastmaster AJ built a gym not far ahead and has been on a winning streak. Oh, really? Then I want to go and see it. Ash showed an interested look. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Defeat Beastmaster AJ, interrupt his winning streak, and make him change his mind and set off on a journey. Mission reward. Trump card flying skills. Make flying Pokémon understand the true meaning of flying skills and control the wind field. Control the wind field, a high-level skill of flying Pokémon Masters. When Tailwind, Pidgeotto's speed can be faster than usual. Such a good thing must not be missed. Ash decisively accepted the task. The group came to a simple tent beside the road. The signboard said 98 consecutive wins. A huge tent and a slightly simple battlefield is the so-called Beast Master AJ's gym. You came just in time. It seems that today is the day to get 100 consecutive wins and start the journey. Really? Then I'm afraid you will never be able to set off. Ash looked at AJ, who had a dark green hedgehog head and a long whip in his hand, and laughed. It's not difficult to beat AJ. At this moment, Ash is still thinking about how to persuade him to leave after defeating him, rather than starting to accumulate wins again. Huh, you were so arrogant. Then give a try. Get ready for battle, Sandshrew. Pokémon, Sandshrew, qualification, blue, level, LV26. The size and skin color of this Sandshrew are very good. It seems that it should be the trump card Pokémon carefully cultivated by AJ. Although the trainers on this road are very weak, and some guys' Pokémon levels are not even as good as wild ones. But being able to win 98 consecutive victories can still prove the strength of A.J Sandshrew. Milotic, play with it. In the original world, A.J often asked Sandshrew to dive. He wanted Sandshrew to overcome his fear of water with willpower. Ash planned to approach from this angle. Let him realize the harm of staying here and working in isolation and change his mind. A white light flashed, and Milotic appeared. Wow, I've never seen a water-type Pokémon before. But he was not afraid, because his Sandshrew was no longer afraid of water-type moves after hard work. Snap! A.J swung the long whip in his hand and lashed it on the ground. Sandshrew moved upon hearing the news, and it rolled out at high speed after a high splash and rushed towards Milotic. Water gun! Milotic raised his head slightly, and a water gun accurately hit Sandshrew in the air and sent it flying. Bang! Through the mountain. Sandshrew fell to the ground and let out a painful growl. What? Sandshrew, cheer up. Haven't you overcome your fear of water-based moves long ago? A.J obviously couldn't accept this result. However, Ash didn't give him a chance to think. Sandshrew, who had just stood up, was hit by another water pulse from Milotic before he could take action. Sandshrew, wake up. Pa pa pa. This time, no matter how he swung the whip in his hand, Sandshrew, who was in the chaotic contest condition, couldn't hear it. Sandshrew began to attack himself in a daze. Then he was defeated by Milotic's water gun. From start to finish, the battle was over in less than a minute. A.J claimed that Sandshrew, who was uniquely not afraid of water, failed to pose any threat to Milotic throughout the battle. I lost. You are very powerful, Ash from Pallet Town. It seems that my winning streak will start again. A.J wanted to change the sign with his head down. At this time, Ash called him out. Wait, do you really think that your so-called training is effective? What do you want to say? A.J looked at Ash and frowned. As a trainer, you made a mistake. What is it? It is your responsibility to help Pokémon play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Instead of thinking about letting Sandshrew overcome its fear of water, it is better to increase its speed and move power to avoid being hit by the opponent's water Pokémon skills, and then take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Ash explained to him patiently. In the final analysis, A.J still fell into a misunderstanding. Even if ground Pokémon can overcome its fear of water, it does not mean that it can weaken the damage of water skills. The so-called playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses is naturally to maximize the strengths of Pokémon while preventing the enemy Pokémon from attacking one's weaknesses. It is okay to do some corresponding special training appropriately, but taking waterproof training as the main course is putting the cart before the horse. Seeing AJ's expression somewhat confused, Ash took advantage of the victory and then changed the topic to no winning streak, no traveling. Ash briefly explained the interest to him. He also pointed out that the level of the passerby trainer was too low, and such a winning streak was basically meaningless. After a lot of persuasion, AJ was finally convinced by him. He decided to pack up his makeshift gym and set off on the journey to challenge the gym trainer. Ding! Successfully defeated the beast user AJ and persuaded him to embark on the journey. Reward: Trump card flying member skills. Make flying Pokémon understand the true meaning of flying skills and control the wind field. Ash immediately smiled with satisfaction. Leaving AJ's simple gym, Ash and his group continued to move towards Vermilion City. On the way, they were shrouded in fog and lost their sense of direction. Xiao Gang, how long will it take us to get out of this damn fog? Misty walked forward with legs as heavy as lead, swaying from side to side. I don't know. Ash shook his head, feeling speechless. The fog covered a large area, even connecting to the clouds. There was a possibility that Pity Jado and Butterfree would get lost if they were released. At this time, they had no way to identify the direction. There is no useful information available from the map. At present, we are lost. Now we can only wander around and try our luck to see if we can meet a local to ask for directions or ask someone to be a guide. Putting away the map, Xiao Gang spread his hands helplessly. Ash nodded in agreement. At present, this is the best way except to stay where we are and wait for the fog to dissipate. If it were any other time, he would not care. But if I remember correctly, there seems to be a Pokemon Academy nearby. Just find it and ask the students for directions. However, Ash still underestimated the scope of the thick fog. After several hours, they were still wandering in the fog. Seeing Xiaojiang and Misty were already out of breath, Ash immediately suggested to rest for a while. It was time for lunch. Xiaojiang cooked, Misty was responsible for drinking water, and Ash went to find firewood. Pikachu, it seems that you really can't do without fire Pokemon when traveling. Pikachu. Walking in the foggy forest, Ash made marks and chatted with Pikachu. They have arrived at the Pokemon Academy, and it won't be long before he can capture Charmander. Ash has been coveting the talented Old Spray in the original world line, who is hard against Articuno. With the humorous training method of the silly thing in the early stage, the old pen can achieve such an impressive record, which shows that he has a strong talent. With the system in hand, Ash is confident that he can train Charizard to be several times stronger than in his previous life. Pika. Just then, Pikachu seemed to have discovered something. He called out twice to the front. Ash looked carefully and found that it was bursts of fire. Fire? Could it be a human or a fire Pokemon? Ash and Pikachu walked forward quickly. No matter which one it is always worth exploring. Take a closer look. A boy with short brown hair is being scolded by 5 young men holding candles and dressed in luxurious clothes. Such a bad guy. Is he still a student in the Pokemon class? That's right. I don't want to study in the same class with you if you are so bad. You don't even know at what level Pidgey will evolve. I advise you to be more conscious and leave our class. The laughter of several people's power trip was particularly harsh to Ash. The brown-haired boy kneeling on the ground kept apologizing. This is just like school bullying. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Ash, who couldn't stand it, stopped them decisively and walked up to help the brown-haired boy up. Are you okay? No, thank you. The brown-haired boy looked at Ash and Pikachu, who suddenly appeared with some surprise. Don't meddle in other people's business. This is our own special training. Such a bad guy can't stay in our class. This is our friendship. Looking at the smug expressions on the faces of several people, Ash frowned slightly. It can only be said that these guys perfectly fit his stereotype of those arrogant noble children. Oomph. I can't stand your bullying of the weak. At this time, Misty walked out from his side. After a few words of bickering, the 5 students of the Pokemon Noble Academy turned around and left. Ash and the other 2 took the brown-haired boy to meet Xiaojiang. When it comes to the Pokemon class, Xiaojiang immediately explained. Pokemon Research Class, Pokemon Training School. After graduating from this school, you can get the qualification to participate in the Pokemon Alliance directly without taking the practical test. This also means that after participating in this research class, you don't need to go to the various cities in Kanto to challenge the gym, and you can get the qualification in a short time without collecting badges. For those who want to become a Pokemon trainer, it is definitely a dream cram school. A trainer who has not been tempered by various battles will not be able to win the Pokemon Alliance competition. Ash sneered at such an academy. And because it is a thorough education with full accommodation, the admission fee and teaching fee are astronomical. It is said that this is a prestigious school that only the second-generation rich people in the Kanto region can attend. Misty said. Her tone seemed to be a little disappointed. She had just witnessed a school bullying, which made her have a bad first impression of this prestigious school. Ash and the other two turned their attention to the brown-haired boy. "Can you take us to visit your school?" you asked. On the way, through a simple conversation with the brown-haired boy, Ash learned that his family can only be considered middle class. His parents worked hard to send him here. The school's grades are assessed according to the qualification level. Primary qualification is equivalent to having 2 badges. Intermediate is equivalent to having 4 badges. Trainer strength. Advanced and graduated students can directly register for the Pokémon Alliance Conference without traveling around to collect badges. Then, Ash asked about the Power Trip Boys. The brown-haired boy said that it was the so-called Whip of Love. They are students with poor learning ability and help school. When he heard that he attributed the training of Pidgey to evolve into Pidgeotto and learn new skills to those Power Trip second-generation rich kids, Ash also shook his head. It was just a bunch of useless playboys who relied on their family background to bully weak students, and they actually brainwashed the brown-haired boy like this. Ash and his group's impression of this so-called aristocratic school became worse and worse. Pokémon Academy of Nobles. Simulated Battle Hall. The brown-haired boy Solation clicked on a machine. This is the Pokémon Simulated Battle Hall, where everyone usually fights. "Here, how do we fight here?" Misty asked curiously. The brown-haired boy quickly started a battle and chose the Pokémon with restrained attributes to win the game. For example, Misty, you're a Pokémon trainer of the Cerulean Gym. You will definitely not be able to beat my Weepinbell. If you don't believe me, just watch. As he said, the brown-haired boy started another game. This time, it was a match between Weepinbell and Starmie. In a turn-based battle, he controlled Weepinbell to easily defeat Starmie with a Razor Leaf. Misty's forehead was filled with black lines. Pokémon battles are not games. You dare to underestimate the Cerulean Gym? Let's have a real battle. Okay, you definitely have no chance of winning. Hearing this, the brown-haired boy confidently sent out Weepinbell to fight. As a result, he was sent away by Misty's Starmie with a water gun. Looking at the brown-haired boy's face full of doubts about life, Ash also shook his head and sighed. This is really stupid. Hey, who told you to bring these annoying guys into the school and occupy our battlefield? At this time, a yellow-haired, hedgehog-headed boy came over with a few unruly students. It was the few people who scolded the brown-haired boy in the mist at that time. Occupy? No one uses this place, okay. Misty was immediately unhappy and retorted directly. No one uses it, and you outsiders don't have the right to use it. So, you can represent this school? Ash raised his eyebrows and stared at the yellow-haired boy with interest. A bunch of rich second generations who have nothing to do and have nothing to do. After walking in the fog for so long, Ash was also very bored. It was rare for a clown to volunteer to contribute to the fun, so he would naturally not let it go. Of course I can. At this time, the yellow-haired hedgehog head was obviously a little lacking in confidence. Their family did have some background in the Kanto region, but it was not enough to influence the leadership of this academy. Don't stutter. Show your confidence. Ash was too lazy to continue mocking him. Turned around and asked the brown-haired boy to take them to other places. The brown-haired boy was also eager to leave here as soon as possible. Stop. Who allowed you to take them around? The Pokémon Academy has many Pokeballs containing rare Pokémon. If these Pokémon are stolen, you can't take responsibility. The yellow-haired hedgehog head asked the brown-haired boy in a stern voice. The minions behind him lined up and blocked the way of Ash and others. Get out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Pikachu, Thunderbolt ready. Ash patted the pale, brown-haired boy on the shoulder, stepped in front of him, and pierced the hedgehog-headed boy with a cold gaze. Pika. Golden arcs flashed on the electric bags on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks. What do you want to do? This is the Noble Pokémon Academy. If you dare to let Pokémon attack me, the Pokémon Alliance will not let you go. The hedgehog-headed boy said in a trembling voice. After all, He is just a second-generation rich man who has never seen the world. After staying in the academy for a while and enjoying the privileges given by the Alliance, he had an illusion. Pokémon Trainer doesn't accept such random people. Pikachu, since he wants to try, then you. Please wait a moment. At this time, a female voice sounded from behind, interrupting Ash's instructions to Pikachu. Turning around, she was wearing a JK miniskirt, revealing her fair legs. Long wine-red hair, delicate and beautiful face. There was also a badge representing a junior student on her chest. Hey, Top Proud, the head of the junior students in the academy, Miss Top Proud. I didn't expect that even she was alarmed. Surrounding Top Proud, many male and female students cast respectful eyes at her. What do you want? Ash's attitude was a little cold. The top-notch boy seemed to not care about Ash's attitude and looked at the brown-haired boy beside Misty. Your rival is a cerulean gym, and her Pokemon level is much higher than your Weepinbell. When the level difference is too obvious, attribute restraint will not work at all. Do you understand what I mean? The brown-haired boy was very excited to be taught by the top-notch boy, nodding repeatedly and replied, Yes, I remember. Nodding with satisfaction, the top-notch boy looked at Ash again. Your normal, a Pikachu, is not too high in level. Don't you know? No rookie trainer will choose it as Earl Dervish's partner. And you stay outside all day, which makes me think you are an amateur. Let me remind you, don't let Pikachu evolve. Its cute appearance is most suitable for Stephanie's pet. The top-notch boy bombarded Ash with all the Pokemon knowledge he had learned over the years. Enough. Before Ash could speak, Misty couldn't stand it anymore. Pikachu is not as bad as you said. It is Ash's best friend and very powerful. Pikachu held his head high and nodded in agreement. Ding! The plot mission is triggered. Hit the top student and crush her self-esteem as a top student. Task reward. Top Master Ball real 100% capture rate, including mythical beasts. Top student intimacy increased by 50%. The system suddenly issued a mission, which made Ash confused. Crush the top student's self-esteem as a top student. The reward is a top Master Ball and 50% intimacy. The system is totally making trouble. I just had a conflict with the top student and had a bad impression of her. As a result, the system deliberately issued a task to increase her intimacy and even offered a reward that he couldn't refuse at all. Master Ball, developed and produced by Sylph Company, has now been completely stopped. The existing Master Balls are basically in the hands of bigwigs from all sides. This is a Pokeball that claims to be able to capture Pokemon 100% of the time. However, according to Ash's guess, the Master Ball produced by Sylph Company is definitely not good enough. At least it will not have any effect on the legendary first-level god. After all, it is definitely not difficult for Giovanni and even the leaders of evil organizations in each region to get Master Ball. If ordinary Master Balls can capture first-level gods 100%, they would probably have been looking for the traces of first-level gods all over the world. In this case, the top-quality Master Ball sent by the system. The gold content is simply unimaginable. I'll take this task. After a little hesitation, Ash still followed the will of the system. A top-quality Master Ball. He even thought about who to give it to. It can only be said that it is not Ash's fault that his will is not firm enough, mainly because the system gives too much. Beat her up and give her back the intimacy. This top-notch kid is non-nem. Ash looked at the top-notch kid with a somewhat strange expression. Oh, really? The top-notch kid covered his mouth and chuckled, saying jokingly, In that case, let him fight me. It's just right for me to see the strength of the travel trainer. Excuse me. The ones I met before were all too weak. She has a beautiful appearance, elegant temperament, but a domineering personality. She looked down on people in her words. It's basically the same as the original plot. If it weren't for the system task triggering and the amazing rewards, Ash wouldn't waste time with her. Shaking his head, Ash took out a Pokeball from his waist. Is that so? Let's try it. I also want to see how much weight the academic Pokemon trainer who can let Pokemon Alliance open a backdoor has. Second-generation people, like Top-Notch Kid, have a strong self-esteem. Only one irrefutable victory is needed to crush her pride and complete the task issued by the system. A trace of disdain flashed across the delicate face of the top-notch pride. The travel trainers who challenged her before were also full of big words. Their real strength was vulnerable. If rival is Pikachu, then I'll leave it to you, Cub One. The top-notch pride first sent out the ground-type Cub One. The ground type is immune to electric skills. But after Pikachu appeared, he first avoided Cubone's boomerang with speed, and then knocked it out with quick attack. Cub One lost its combat ability. After defeating Cub One with the reverse attribute, many students on the scene showed surprised and puzzled expressions. Damn, Pikachu actually defeated Cub One. He didn't use electric moves. This is level suppression. This Pikachu is so fast that it's hard to see its movements with the naked eye. The Pokemon Noble Academy is not completely like those unlearned hooligans with yellow-haired hedgehog heads. Many of the senior students could see that Ash had trained this Pikachu very well. The speed that burst out instantly was amazing. How could it be? The top student was also a little confused, but he reacted quickly and threw the second Pokeball. Then, Graveler, it's up to you. Graveler with blue qualification and level 25. Pikachu, come back. Ash called back Pikachu and sent Milotic to take over. Milotic made his debut on the first day of the first year. His graceful figure attracted the onlookers' amazement. The top student's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. This is a super rare flash Pokemon. How could Ash, a trainer who had just traveled for a short time, capture it? Just now, he was defeated miserably by attribute restraint. Now facing Milotic, there is no chance of winning. Milotic used Water Gun to defeat Graveler's rock throw attack, and then easily sent it away with a Water Pulse with a stockpile. Lost again? Two Pokemon were defeated in succession, and the top-ranking child looked slightly depressed. Retracted Graveler and sent out the third Pokemon. Electric-type Thunder Pokemon, blue qualification, level LV28. Attribute Restraint plus level suppression. Just when she thought she had one, Milotic withstood the Thunder Shock attack of the Thunder Pokemon with his tyrannical strength, and Dragon Tail directly blew it away. The Thunder Pokemon rolled and fell out of the battlefield. This time it was a complete instant kill. You, the top student, are not very strong. You are not as good as those of us who go out to travel. After defeating her 3 Pokemon, Ash teased the top-ranking child, and the group turned and left. She was left standing there as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Did I just lose like this? And these were matches that I shouldn't have lost at all. She was obviously doubting her life. Ding! Milotic's level was raised from LV25 to LV26. The levels of the Pokemon of the top students were not low, and they gave Milotic a lot of experience. Story mission: beat up the top students and crush her self-esteem as a top student. Mission completed. Reward: Top Master Ball real 100% capture rate, including legendary beasts. Top students' intimacy increased by 50%. Ash, who left the aristocratic school, received the Mega Prize for completing the system mission. Top Master Ball: a Pokeball that can capture any Pokemon with 100% accuracy. A strategy mission will be triggered after the capture is successful. Used to increase the intimacy of the captured Pokemon. Ensure that the fatal drawback of Master Ball in capturing Pokemon is solved. That is, the problem of Pokemon intimacy and loyalty level is not enough due to brutal capture. It is not easy to gain intimacy with legendary Pokemon, especially the first-level god. Most of them have lived for an unknown number of years and have arrogant personalities. There are very few trainers who could be recognized by them. If it were not for this top-quality Master Ball rewarded by the system, Ash would never pay attention to them. As for the capture targets that can be considered at this stage, Team Rocket's Mutwo is undoubtedly a very good choice. Mutwo was born from Mew's genes, but Team Rocket scientists paid too much attention to the strength when cloning and creating Mutwo. As a result, the newly born Mutwo surpassed Mew in terms of strength, but failed to inherit Mew's special ability to freely transform other Pokemon. The combat power level is close to the first-level god, with 2 mage forms, plus a childlike mind. Mutwo is simply the perfect target choice in his mind. In the playground of the aristocratic school, the top-ranked proud boy whose self-esteem was ruthlessly crushed by Ash sat alone on the grass, ignoring the voices pointing and talking around. The battle scene with Ash kept flashing in her mind. After a long time, she raised her head, and a forced smile flashed across her pale face. Is this the true strength of a traveling trainer? The so-called attribute restraint is like a joke in front of the opponent's Pokemon's rich combat experience. When the levels are equal, her Pokemon has no resistance. When the level is slightly higher, it is not a rival either. Does it mean that if she wants to defeat Ash's Pokemon, she must rely on the absolute level suppression of dozens of levels? And Ash is just a trainer who has been traveling for a short time. Ash from Pallet Town, I will remember you as a superior pride. This humiliation, I will get it back with interest at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Chief Pride, I think that Milotic is most likely a Pokemon cultivated by his parents and given to him when they went out on a trip. Don't worry about this win or loss. The yellow-haired hedgehog head, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to comfort the top pride with a flattering face, and at the same time did not forget to belittle Ash. The top pride is the top student in the lower grade, and his family background is even more unfathomable. If he can win her favor and gain her favor, in the future, not only will he be able to run rampant in school, but the elders at home who are very loyal to him will also look at him with new eyes. Humph, when you face him just now, why were you so scared that you didn't even dare to take out the Pokeball? The yellow-haired hedgehog head was embarrassed and hesitated to speak. The top pride glanced at the yellow-haired hedgehog head coldly. A piece of trash like you is really not worthy of being a Pokemon trainer. After a furious retort, stepping out with her long and fair legs, the top student headed straight for the college office building. Jiaozi, have you really decided to go traveling after graduation? Have you thought it through? With your current grades, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the advanced level. By then, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference with your college identity. Office. The head teacher looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and tried hard to persuade her. This is the top honor student in the lower grades, the object of the school's vigorous training. How can she just leave? Teacher, I have thought it through. Compared with the courses in the college, the various encounters on the journey, and the encounters with trainers with distinctive fighting styles can really make me improve. I will participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference and win the championship with my own strength. The attitude of the top pride is quite firm. Ash used a battle to wake her up and let her know that Pokemon battles are full of uncertainties. Relying on theoretical knowledge alone is tantamount to talking on paper. Well, I'll ask. No need to ask, my grandfather has agreed. Hearing this, teacher didn't say anything more. The grandfather of the top pride is a member of the college board of directors. Dropping out of school was a thought for her. Even if the top-notch kid lied at this time, it had nothing to do with him. After completing the graduation procedures and healing the Pokemon, the top-notch kid couldn't wait to embark on a journey. Sister Jiaozi, I wish you a great performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Well, the champion must be my top-notch kid. Ambitiously left the academy. Walking on the forest path, the top-notch kid was in high spirits. Pokemon with a little potential could not escape her scrutiny. Butterfree, the level is a little lower than the training Pokemon of the academy, but as the first Pokemon I met on the journey, I want to capture it and train it well. Mankey? Forget it, it's too bad-tempered to get along with. By the way, Ash has a flash-color Milotic. I have to capture a water-type Pokemon of the same weight as it. Gyarados is a good choice. The top-notch kid who set out on the journey regarded Ash as a strong rival. She swore in her heart. She must defeat the Pikachu trainer wearing a hat in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the largest event in the region. Let him cry in pain and regret the humiliation he had done to her today. Then he asked to stay by her side and travel together. She reluctantly accepted him as her little follower. Let him wash her clothes, cook for her, and eat her food every day. Of course, this is not because she has a crush on Ash. It's just that this guy is too hateful. That's right, there is no other reason. At the same time, following the direction pointed by the brown-haired boy, Ash and the other two have walked out of the foggy area. But it is worth mentioning that because it is close to the foggy area, it is very difficult to map this area. So the map leading to Vermilion City is not complete. Now, even Xiaojiang is helpless. Ash and his group are lost in the forest again. It is basically the same as the original plot, because Misty wants to capture an Oddish. Bulbasaur misunderstands and fights. In the end, Bulbasaur ran away with Oddish. Ash, who knew the plot development of the original world line, followed Bulbasaur to a relatively hidden settlement. A large number of Pokémon abandoned by human trainers gathered here. A Stephanie named Melanie lived here, specializing in providing help and healing injuries for these Pokémon abandoned by humans. Ash wanted to subdue Bulbasaur, who was the force of this settlement and was responsible for protecting the Pokémon in the settlement. When they arrived in front of the wooden house, several people greeted Stephanie Melanie, who was feeding the Pokémon. Xiaojiang started to go crazy as usual, but in a blink of an eye, he was pulled away by Misty's ears. Then, Ash told her his purpose. "Hey, Ash, do you want to subdue Bulbasaur? It's very strong." Melanie looked at Ash in surprise and said, "There were trainers who had mistakenly entered here before and wanted to subdue Bulbasaur. But they were all defeated by Bulbasaur without exception. I know, but I am confident that I can subdue it." "Pikachu." Ash and Pikachu replied confidently. Melanie smiled, nodded and said, "Bulbasaur is very talented. It's a waste to leave him here. In fact, it's not just him. I hope that the children I help here can find a suitable trainer or return to the outside world to live. It's a pity that there are many Pokémon here who have been abandoned by incompetent human trainers and have lost confidence in the outside world. How about this? I will take you to find Bulbasaur. Of course, whether you can get its recognition depends on your ability, Ash." "Thank you so much, Miss Melanie." Melanie is the most trusted human of Bulbasaur. With her guarantee, Bulbasaur will definitely let down his guard. Ash's chance of subduing it will also increase a lot. See, Ash and his friends found Bulbasaur under Melanie's guidance. At this time, it was playing with several Rattata and Oddish. After seeing Ash and his friends, it immediately became alert. "Bulbasaur, relax, they're all my friends." With Melanie's guarantee, Bulbasaur's attitude towards Ash and his friends was no longer as bad as it was towards other human trainers, but it was still cold. There's still a big gap from a harmonious conversation. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Bulbasaur is kind-hearted, but he has a deep prejudice against human trainers. It's understandable. After all, there are many Pokémon that have been abandoned by humans living here." "Well, Ash is right. Please move to the wooden house and wait for me. I will talk to Bulbasaur," Melanie said to Ash and his friends in a gentle voice. Ash and his friends obediently retreated. Bulbasaur is the guardian of all Pokémon in this settlement. The past of these abandoned Pokémon. It must know something. It must have a very bad impression of human trainers. If you want to persuade it to change its view of human trainers, you have to ask Melanie, whom it trusts the most, to help. Ash is not in a hurry. If it really doesn't work, when the Rocket Trio in the original plot comes out to make trouble, he can think of other ways to get Bulbasaur's approval. See, when Bulbasaur came back with Melanie, the hostility in his eyes towards Ash and the other two had basically disappeared. His attitude was more inclined to scrutiny and curiosity. From Melanie, it learned that Melanie didn't want it to stay here and waste its years and excellent talents. She hoped that Bulbasaur could go out into the world and shine on his own stage. At the same time, she told Bulbasaur about her original intention of coming here to build a settlement to help weak wild Pokémon. She just hoped that these injured Pokémon could cheer up and shine again. After learning about Melanie's ambition, Bulbasaur's view of the settlement changed quietly, and he also understood Melanie's good intentions. After all, she couldn't take care of them for a lifetime. Sooner or later, the Pokémon in the settlement would have to go out, face the outside world, and live their own lives. From this point of view, the human boy in front of him is indeed a good choice for him. In fact, when it first met Ash, it did not feel disgusted with this human boy. and he was very close to the Pikachu on his shoulder, and it can be seen that he is a responsible trainer who loves Pokemon. Of course, these alone can only make it recognize Ash's quality. As for the idea of conquering it, it must defeat itself head-on. It does not want to follow a trainer who is weaker than itself. Ash, Bulbasaur is very interested in traveling with you, but the premise is that you have to defeat it and prove your strength to it. Melanie walked in front of Ash and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Melanie." Ash nodded quickly to express his gratitude. This is undoubtedly the best way for him to conquer. It is worthy of being one of his favorite Pokemon in the original world line. In this way, Bulbasaur really looks down on trainers like Go-Go who do not fight, do not establish emotional connections with Pokemon, and just throw balls to violently conquer them. Seed. The battle with Bulbasaur ended quickly. After seeing Pidgeotto's dazzling speed and swift attack, Bulbasaur recognized Ash. "Bulbasaur, please teach me more in the future." Seed. After healing Bulbasaur's injuries with Potion, Ash put it back into the Pokeball. Ash, congratulations on your successful capture of Bulbasaur. Judging from the look in the child's eyes just now, he must have recognized you. I hope you can take good care of it in the future, and you can come back to the settlement when you have time. Seeing Ash patiently treating Bulbasaur, Melanie nodded with a little relief and gave instructions. "Don't worry, Miss Melanie. I will definitely let Bulbasaur's talent bloom at the Indigo Plateau Conference Lucas. Well, I will look forward to that day." Melanie looked at Ash and smiled warmly. At this time, Misty also walked up to congratulate Ash. "Ash, congratulations on catching Bulbasaur. It can be designated by the Kanto Alliance as a starter Pokemon for rookie trainers. Bulbasaur is stronger and rarer than most Pokemon that trainers can catch in the wild. Starter Pokemon are actually rare in the wild. After all, the demand for starter Pokemon by rookie trainers in an entire region is still very high every year. Ash can catch this Bulbasaur, and he still has the aura of the protagonist. Now the absolute main force Pokemon of the grass type is also available. Pokemon, Bulbasaur, odd color. Attribute, grass, poison. Level, LV25. Qualification, gold. Ability, chlorophyll. Skills, tackle, growl, vine whip, razor leaf, leech seed, poison powder, sleep powder, seed bomb, take down, sweet scent. Items, none. Chlorophyll ability, Bulbasaur's speed will increase on sunny days. An ability that is very friendly to Bulbasaur, but not very suitable for its final form, Venusaur. With Venusaur's huge size, the acceleration effect of chlorophyll can be basically ignored. But in the original plot, Bulbasaur didn't want to evolve. The evolution of Bulbasaur in the Wonderful Garden was stopped by itself for some reason. Ash always respects the wishes of Pokemon. Besides, compared to Venusaur, who can only act as a grass-type turret, he really likes the flexible and changeable Bulbasaur. It seems that I have to find a chance to talk to Bulbasaur in the future. It would be best if I could get a piece of Everstone for it to carry, so that it wouldn't accidentally evolve in battle one day. With the system, even if it doesn't evolve, there will definitely be other ways to make up for the damage of the lack of cotton sock seeds. Before leaving, Ash released Bulbasaur again. It's unknown how long it will take to come back this time. This will be a good opportunity for Bulbasaur to say goodbye to the abandoned Pokemon it used to protect. Before leaving, Xiaojing also expressed his love to Melanie and said that he was willing to stay and help. Unfortunately, Melanie declined. After saying goodbye to Melanie, Ash and his group continued their journey. With Bulbasaur, a local Pokemon who is very familiar with the surrounding forest, Ash and his group finally got rid of the trouble of getting lost. The next gym will be against Team Rocket's Mashi. The average level of Ash's Pokemon is only around LV25. The overall level is still too low. The highest level Pikachu is LV31, and Milotic, who has great potential, is only level 26. The first Butterfree he captured is even only LV21, the lowest level among Ash's Pokemon. If it were in the game world, he would definitely bet on Pikachu and Milotic without any care and raise their levels to the maximum. It is not impossible to kill the entire Indigo Alliance with them. But this is the real world after all. Since they are Pokémon he captured, he must be responsible for training them well. Grow with everyone and strive for the highest honor in Pokémon battles. At present, the frequency of outdoor battles and challenging high-level trainers must be increased a little. Level up the Pokémon with top-quality qualifications as soon as possible. After leaving the settlement, Ash leveled up with wild Pokémon all the way. When he meets a stranger, he will challenge him. At the same time, he will send Pidgeotto to fly around to find out the whereabouts of the Squirtle core in the original world line. The 3 Pokémon of the Kanto family are already very rare in the wild. Among the 3 Pokémon of the Kanto family that Ash encountered in the early stage, only Squirtle brought a group of minions. He plans to help Misty get a Squirtle. Since the Cerulean Gym mission raised Misty's intimacy, she has become more gentle to him. The two will also flirt like ordinary couples, but they have not yet confirmed their relationship. Butterfree uses sleep powder. Pidgeotto uses Hurricane to blow the powder over. Now, Milotic uses Water Pulse. Bulbasaur Razor Leaf suppresses the dodging Spearow, and then Pikachu will finish it off, Thunderbolt. In a jungle, Ash commanded the Pokémon in the team to fight a Spearow group that attacked them. A smooth combination of tricks came down. The entire Spearow group became the experience pack of Ash's Pokémon. They fell to the ground one after another and lost their ability to fight. Occasionally, a few Spearows who were lucky enough to avoid this combination punch were knocked down by Bulbasaur Razor Leaf just as they were about to fly high into the sky. If you want to run to report to the group, that's definitely not possible. These days, Ash has been leveling up almost day and night, and he has visited almost all the Pokémon groups of a certain size in the forest. For other tribes, after using them to gain experience, Xiaojiang and Misty will also help apply medicine to Pokémon. When there are not enough potions, Ash will let Pidgeotto lead the way to pick various tree fruits to replace potions for Pokémon. If it is just potions, Ash can afford it. The key is that the negative contest condition caused by the powder attack of Butterfree and Bulbasaur requires corresponding antidotes. Using tree fruits with corresponding effects can save a lot of money. Of course, for guys like the Spearow tribe that launch sneak attacks while they are eating, Ash will not waste supplies on them. Ash, let's go quickly. It will be bad if more Spearow tribes come to us. Looking at the Spearows twitching on the ground, Misty said. Xiaojiang, with a tired face, immediately raised his hands to agree. These days, he and Misty have fully cooperated with Ash to level up Pokémon, and the surrounding Pokémon have basically been treated by them. In order to treat the Pokémon defeated by Ash, he was sometimes too busy to even cook, and the team's food quality plummeted. The two looked haggard. Ash felt a little embarrassed looking at the two who worked so hard for him. Well, the Pokémon's level is too slow, so I want to give the Pokémon more combat experience before the Vermilion Gym battle. Thank you for helping me. It happens that the nearest road is Route 24, where there is a Pokémon Center. We can go there to rest and relax. Ash suggested. He also knew that the special training he arranged for the Pokémon recently put a lot of pressure on his teammates. For the two hardworking teammates, Ash also planned to repay them in the future. Okay, let's go now. The target is the Pokémon Center. She had long wanted to stay in this forest, but because Ash wanted to level up the Pokémon, Misty, who had held back her excitement, almost jumped up. Brock next to her also breathed a sigh of relief. After several days of intensively applying medicine to various Pokémon groups, even though he was determined to become an excellent breeder, he was a little overwhelmed. Pikachu leveled up from LV31 to LV39, learned new skills such as Electro Ball and Iron Tail. Butterfree leveled up from LV21 to LV25, learned Safeguard. Pidgeotto leveled up from LV30 to LV35, learned Wing Attack, and is only a step away from evolution. Milotic leveled up from LV26 to LV31, learned Aqua Tail and Safeguard. Bulbasaur leveled up from LV25 to LV30, learned Synthesis and Sunny Day. Leveling up day and night has a significant effect. There's a threshold for every 10 levels of Pokemon, and after crossing it, the strength will be significantly improved. This time, Ash has a lot of gains with the Pokemon he holds. First is Pikachu, who has the biggest improvement. The best qualifications, plus when Ash fights with the Pokemon tribe. Pikachu always performs Thunderbolt to end the combo. It naturally gets the most combat experience. It also learns skills that were learned much later in the original world line. Butterfree also get a lot of experience because of its various control skills, but unfortunately its qualifications are still a bit low. Pidgeotto's level is increased by 5 levels, and it almost evolved in the battle with the Mankey tribe. To be honest, Ash can't wait to see the handsome look of the evolved Pidgeot after using the Gene Breakthrough Potion. Milotic and Bulbasaur also crossed the threshold, and their strength was significantly improved. This time, except for Pikachu, the level of Ash's Pokemon lineup increased by basically the same amount. The main reason is that Ash gave up wasting time on the weak trainer he met on the roadside and chose to challenge the wild Pokemon in the tribe. When it comes to team battles, the leveling speed of the Pokemon can basically keep up, and Butterfree, whose strength has increased the least, is also related to its purple qualifications. In the future, Ash will also find a way to improve its qualifications through the system. On the way to the Pokemon Center near the highway, Ash and his party finally arrived at the boulder where they met Charmander in the original world line. This Charmander looks very tired. It looks like it's waiting for someone. Pikachu climbed up the boulder and negotiated with Charmander. Then he came back to report to Ash and the others. Ash, who knew the original plot, naturally knew what Charmander was doing. Okay, Pikachu, I understand what you mean. Charmander was indeed waiting for his master to come back and pick it up. Here, Ash did not directly throw the ball to try to subdue Charmander like in the original plot. After all, Charmander decided to follow Ash after being heartbroken by his master. Charmander, I know you want to wait for your master here, but your injuries are too severe. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on until your trainer comes to find you. Let me take a look at you. As he said this, Ash took out a bottle of super potion and planned to treat the tired Charmander. Under Pikachu's words of comfort, Charmander temporarily relaxed his vigilance against Ash. After healing Charmander's injuries, its eyes softened when it looked at Ash. After a conversation, Charmander insisted on staying here and waiting for his trainer to pick him up. Ash didn't say anything more and took Xiaojing and Misty to the Pokemon Center. Next, just wait for a timely rain that can make Charmander change his mind. Pokemon Center Restaurant. Ash and the other two, who were already full of food and drink, talked about Vermilion City. The irritable gym owner Majishur, the blue sky, the sea, and the St. Anu. Misty changed her previous melancholy when she went to Cerulean City, and her fair and pretty face was full of joy and expectation. At this time, a burst of Power Trip's laughter came from the table next to her. Ah, you don't know how stupid that Charmander is. I lied to it and told it to wait for me on the boulder, and I would go get it back after a while. I didn't release it with the Pokeball. It probably still fantasizes that I will go back to get it. Several younger brothers, who are obviously followers, are full of compliments. Brother Damien, you are too awesome. You just say you don't want such a rare Charmander. We are still trying to catch Pokemon like Caterpie and Marill. TSK, that Charmander is a waste. It can't even beat Poliwag. It makes me lose face in front of the beauty. What's the point of being rare? Why don't you just catch the powerful Charizard in the future? As soon as he said this, the followers clapped their hands and flattered him in various ways. That annoying guy is actually Charmander's trainer? Misty glared at Damien, who was talking. Poor Charmander didn't even know about this, and he was still waiting there. Boom, boom. As they were talking, thunder roared outside the window, and the weather became darker. Seeing this, Xiaojing stood up and wanted to argue with them, but Ash stopped him with his hand. Ash, why are you stopping me? A guy like this doesn't know how to cherish his Pokemon partner, abandons Charmander, and deceives it. As a former gym leader, I can't just sit back and watch. Misty immediately supported Xiaojing's words. She also wanted to rush up and argue with them. Don't worry, I will make him regret it. It's going to rain heavily now. If Charmander continues to wait stupidly on the boulder, his life may be in danger. The most important thing at this time is Charmander's safety. Ding! System Task Trigger. Conquer the abandoned Charmander and use it to defeat the trainer who abandoned it. Task Rewards. High-Speed Potion. After use, Pokemon speed increases by 20%. Top-grade Charcoal. Holding Pokemon's Fire-type moves increases the power by 50%. Ash glanced coldly at Damien, who was still bragging about himself, and decisively accepted the task. Well, Charmander's safety is indeed more important. Ash's words made sense. After listening to it, Misty and Xiaojing didn't want to fight with the gang of scoundrels in front of them. Ash and the other two put on raincoats and boots and ran straight to the place where the boulder was in the wind and rain. It was raining heavily now, and the whole world was trapped in a heavy rain curtain. Ash, with this level of heavy rain, Charmander is probably in danger. Well, let's speed up. Ash, who was running in the front, shook off Xiaojing and Misty. After taking the medicine, Ash took out the intermediate speed-enhancing potion, Host, from the system space and drank it all. After taking the potion, Ash started running at full speed at a speed comparable to some high-speed Pokemon. After running for less than 2 minutes, he saw a protruding boulder. It must be said that Mega Rookie's physical strength is so terrifying. After running so far, Ash didn't even feel tired at all. On the boulder, a Charmander was lying with a lotus leaf covering the weak flame of its tail. Charmander looked fixedly in the direction where Damien left, and his tired eyes were full of expectations. From the flame on its tail that was almost extinguished, Ash knew that Charmander was already at the end of his strength. If he continued to persist, it would obviously be its death in a few hours. Yes, it was real death. This is not a virtual game world, and Pokemon are only several times stronger than humans, not immortal. Charmander, you are already very weak. If you continue like this, you won't be able to wait for your trainer to pick you up. Ash approached and patiently persuaded. Charmander looked at him with some emotion, and then turned his gaze back to the intersection where Damien came from, expecting him to pick it up. After all, the other party told it to wait here obediently. Ash, what's the situation now? Charmander, is it still unwilling to leave? Xiaojing asked breathlessly to Misty, who came later. Charmander, actually just now at the Pokemon Center, I saw your trainer. His name is Damien, right? Woo wow. Looking at Ash, Charmander's expression became a little excited. Charmander, that scumbag lied to you. He has abandoned you and will not come back to pick you up. Misty really couldn't stand it anymore. Charmander's behavior at this time deepened her hatred for the scumbag trainer Damien. However, Charmander was not moved at all, just staring at Ash in front of him. I'll take you to find him. After you meet him, you can decide whether to continue to follow him. How about it? Woo wow. Charmander nodded weakly. It still trusted Ash, who had treated its injuries. With Charmander's permission, Ash took off his coat and put it on the trembling Charmander, picked it up, and carefully protected the flame on its tail. The three of them went straight to the Pokemon Center. It's raining so hard. Maybe that idiot is still tail whipping the mountains. Maybe the tail is shaking too hard, and it's not impossible to shake the fire out. Ha ha, this is fun. Outside the door of the Pokemon Center, listening to the playful laughter inside, the hope in Charmander's eyes was completely dim, replaced by deep despair and pain. The trainer that he had been thinking about for so long ended up giving it a fatal blow at this moment. Tick-tock. Tears ran down his cheeks, and Charmander finally broke down. Charmander, is it worth it to be sad for such a scum? He doesn't know how good you are, and even puts your efforts for him in front of his friends to laugh at. Such a scum is not worthy of you. Charmander, I value your talent and your personality, so become my partner. I will work hard to make you the strongest fire Pokemon, and make those who look down on you regret it for the rest of their lives. Ash looked at the lost Charmander sincerely, and stretched out his right hand to invite him. Looking at Ash's eager and sincere eyes, compare with Damien, who abandoned it and used it as a topic of conversation among friends. Those harsh and unpleasant voices kept echoing in its mind. After a moment of hesitation, Charmander's eyes were firm. Put his right paw on Ash's palm. At this time, the mark of trainer Damien quickly faded in its mind, and it was replaced by Ash, who came to see it in the heavy rain. Ash looked at Charmander's actions and was happy. Although Charmander has not been formally subdued and its intimacy cannot be seen, it is obvious that Charmander has recognized him. It can only be said that a stupid trainer like Damien is really not worthy of having a top-quality Pokemon. In the original plot, most of the Pokemon subdued by Ash were the best of their kind, or they had great personalities. Under Ash's last-minute training, which was to train only when he couldn't beat the gym, he could still fight hard against the main Pokemon trained by trainers from all sides. Among the many Pokemon he has captured, Charizard's talent and combat power can definitely be ranked in the first tier. Moreover, Charizard is the answer to the version, and Kalo's region can allow it to Mage Evolve. Both Mega Charizards and Mega Charizardy are powerful and handsome. In the Galar region, which is farther away, the Super Gigantamax Charizard not only makes it bigger, but also gives it flaming wings. Ash, congratulations on capturing Charmander. Misty came up to congratulate Ash, looking at Charmander with a bit of relief in her eyes. Finally, their efforts were worthwhile. If Charmander with such a good personality continues to follow that scumbag, it will be a waste of it. Fortunately, that scumbag's brain is not very good and abandoned such a good Charmander. This is just a bargain for Ash. After all, when Ash left Pallet Town, he received Pikachu instead of the 3 major Pokemon. Pikachu is also a relatively common Pokemon among Electric-type Pokemon. As a result, Ash not only trained Pikachu to be extremely strong, but now, after less than a month of traveling, he is about to collect all the 3 starter Pokemon that most Kanto trainers dream of in the wild. However, Bulbasaur and Charmander are also extremely lucky to meet Ash. Compared with their original rubbish trainer, it is undoubtedly better to follow Ash, who is capable and extremely passionate about Pokemon. Thinking of this, Misty can't wait to see these Pokemon shine at the Indigo Plateau Conference under Ash's training. It's too early to congratulate me now. I have to find a way to get that scumbag and Charmander to remove the Pokeball restrictions. Ash shook his head, his face thoughtful. Charmander's trainer Damien was born a scumbag, abandoned Charmander, but didn't let it go, made up lies and gave it false expectations. Charmander almost died in the heavy rain. If it weren't for Ash and the other 2, the protagonists of the Destiny group, passing by, it would have probably died of hypothermia. After Charmander defeated the Rocket Trio, Damien, who found Charmander very strong, wanted to take it back. This kind of character and person with terrible personality must be taught a lesson. Whoa. This time, the order of smile and determined eyes seems to be topsy-turvy. Misty, Xiaojing, let's go. It's time to meet that scumbag. Picked up Charmander, Ash called the 2 to walk into the Pokemon Center. The scumbag was still sitting on the sofa in the lobby bragging about himself. Pika. Woo-woo. Pikachu, standing on Ash's right shoulder, greeted Charmander. Perhaps because it had just met not long ago, Charmander seemed a little shy. But when they first met, Pikachu did have a brief communication with it. Speaking of it, it should thank Pikachu. Being held in Ash's arms and Pikachu's concern for it was compared to being scolded and hungry when following Damien. The attitudes of the 2 trainers towards it were very different. Following Ash made it feel inexplicably at ease. As the 3 walked into the Pokemon Center, Charmander tried his best to suppress the instinctive behavior of shaking his tail to prevent the flame at the end of the tail from igniting Ash's clothes. Ash caught all of Charmander's little movements with his peripheral vision and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. As a Pokemon that was once abandoned, Charmander is definitely one of his favorite Pokemon in the original plot. He was so well behaved around Ash during the Charmander period. It was just because of various reasons that the evolution speed was too fast. The level increase was far beyond Ash's trainer command level at the time, so he began to be a little disobedient. This point is completely understandable to Ash now. An amateur commanding an expert, just thinking about it makes your blood pressure soar. It would be strange if the powerful Charizard could listen to the command. Usually when this happens, Pokémon directly defected. After all, Pokémon depend on human trainers in addition to emotions. Human trainers can also help them become stronger, which is an important factor, not to mention Charizard, who has already become a little arrogant after evolution. It's just that Rest is playing badly, and when he's annoyed by the harassment of the stupid thing, he will give him a flamethrower, which is already very good. And now that it's his turn, Ash is confident that he won't let this happen again. He doesn't want to be sprayed by Charizard's flames. In the Pokémon Center, Damien was still bragging to his friends. It was nothing more than how rich his family was. What rare Pokémon his parents gave him. At this time, several figures approaching the door attracted his attention. The boy in the hat was holding Charmander, who had been abandoned by him several times and came back to find him. "Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to wait there?" Damien subconsciously thought that Charmander was looking for him. His tone was full of disgust and impatience. "What does it have to do with you? You know, if we hadn't brought it back, it would still be waiting for you there, and it might even be in danger of death." Damien's expression finally ignited Xiao Zhang's anger. He rushed forward and grabbed his collar, almost lifting him up. As the owner of the rock gym, Xiao Zhang still insisted on exercising every day. Although not as good as Ash, he had no problem dealing with the hooligans like Damien, who was exhausted by alcohol, and S***X. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The hooligans around Damien were ready to help. Fortunately, Nurse Joy showed up in time to warn Damien and told him that if he continued to make trouble, he would be expelled from the Alliance as a Pokémon trainer. Damien and his gang of friends calmed down immediately. Humph, just give Nurse Joy a face this time. Charmander, who can't even beat Poliwag, always find it like a pug every time he loses it. This kind of useless Pokémon is really suitable for trainers like you. Ha, what, I got it right? You don't really like this loser, do you? Ash naturally wouldn't tolerate the barking of this scumbag and walked forward with cold eyes. Then do you dare to have a Pokémon battle with this Charmander? I will let you know that it is you, the trainer, who is trash, not Charmander. After hearing Damien's words, not only Ash and his friends, but also Nurse Joy, who loves Pokémon, hated him very much. She hoped that Ash could teach him a lesson and vent Charmander's anger. Ding! Trigger system task. Kick Damien out of the Pokémon Center. Task reward. Increase Joy family intimacy by 10%. The task introduction was unexpectedly concise, but it came at the right time. Ash whispered a few words to Nurse Joy. There is something that he needs Nurse Joy's cooperation. Just you and this loser Charmander. Since it's a Pokémon battle, let's add some prizes. At this time, Damien showed 2 fingers, smiling confidently. Power trip. 200,000. Whoever loses, transfer the money immediately. Okay, I'm going to command Charmander in the battle. To be fair, you should remove the Pokeball restriction first. Ash didn't say any more nonsense and got straight to the point. Charmander beside him showed an expectant expression. Remove it if you want. I've been wanting to get rid of this jerk for a long time. Damien took out Charmander's Pokeball. The red light shone on Charmander, and then it broke and shattered. Wow! Charmander, who had the restriction removed, felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Ash. The backyard of the Pokémon Center. Damien threw a Pokeball on the battlefield. Get ready for battle, Frog. Ever since Charmander was defeated by Poliwag with a water gun, he pestered his parents at home and spent money to get a Pokémon called Frog, its evolution. This is one of the reasons why he chose to abandon Charmander. Since there's Frog that can easily defeat Charmander, there is no need to keep a weak Charmander. But this Charmander is obviously a bit difficult to deal with. It can always find him by following the smell. Deceiving it is the solution he came up with once and for all. Let Charmander stay on the stone and wait for it, so that it will not come to him on its own initiative. As a result, it was unexpectedly rescued by the group of trainers in front of it and brought it to find him again. And the ball fell on him in front of so many of his friends. This time he will definitely teach Ash a lesson. In the field, Charmander and Frog are in a confrontation. Damien's cold words just now completely shattered Charmander's beautiful fantasy in his heart. To it, Damien is no longer its trainer, and even has a bit of spite. At this moment, Charmander's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. This time, it must not lose, it must defeat the frog, prove itself, and live up to Ash's confidence in it. Frog, use the water gun trick. Damien waved his hand confidently and gave the order. Not long ago, he lost a Poliwag when using Charmander. The opponent's trainer commanded like this. This time he replaced the stronger frog, and he will definitely be able to defeat Charmander easily. The level of Charmander and Frog is around LV15. When the levels are similar, because of the attribute restraint relationship, Charmander will definitely not have an advantage when facing Frog. It is normal that it couldn't beat Poliwag before. This kind of reverse attribute game tests the level of the trainer. As long as the command is proper, it is not impossible to win. In the final analysis, Damien is too rubbish. He can't reach the passing line of a Lion's trainer at all. The difference between him and the bug catcher is that his family background is not bad. After all, even if the trainer with a Pokemon lineup developing towards full attributes, there will definitely be scenes of reverse attribute battles. You can't just give up when you have reverse attributes. Charmander moves sideways to avoid. Charmander moves sideways to avoid the water gun attack of the frog. Use smokescreen next. The thick smoke instantly covered Charmander's figure. Because of his low level, Charmander didn't learn many skills. Ash could only try the simplest tactics first. However, Damien's command level was worse than he thought. Seeing Charmander's figure hidden in the smoke, he actually let the frog start to use the water gun, frantically aiming at the direction of the smoke. The black smoke covered a wide area. The frog, whose vision was blocked, fired a water gun to the left and a water gun to the right. Neither of them could hit Charmander hiding in the smoke. Instead, he was exhausted. At its level, using the water gun continuously in a short period of time would put a huge burden on its physical strength. Charmander, take action now. Use a grab attack. Charmander, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, rushed out of the smoke with great momentum and grabbed the mosquito-scented frog with his claws. Charmander seized the opportunity when the mosquito-scented frog lost a lot of physical strength and took it down with close combat. The mosquito-scented frog lost its fighting ability. How could it be? The mosquito-scented frog can't beat Charmander. The smoke dissipated, and Charmander stood proudly in the middle. The mosquito-scented frog was already spinning its eyes and fell to the ground. Wow! Charmander threw himself into Ash's arms with joy, his face full of the joy of victory and the pleasure of slapping Damien. Looking at the mosquito frog lying on the ground with scratches all over his body, Damien was shocked, as if he realized something, and showed a gentle, hypocritical smile on his face. He took out the Pokeball that Charmander had just released from his waist. It turned out that Charmander was so strong, he really misjudged him before. Charmander, you performed really well. I changed my mind and allow you to be my partner again. As he said, he threw the Pokeball directly at Charmander. Wow! However, Charmander, who had long seen through his true face, opened his mouth and spit up a flame. The sparks burned Damien's body black and cracked his skin. Not everyone has the superhuman physique of Ash, nor the indestructible cockroach attribute of the Rocket Trio. Although Charmander's level is not high, the Ember's skills when it is furious are not much less powerful than the flamethrower of ordinary Pokemon. This is when Ash did not train Charmander much. As expected, Charizard's excellence is beyond doubt. No wonder the original world line can still fight Articuno and defeat powerful enemies repeatedly even after the happy education of the fool. Thanks to Damien, this waste, who has no eyes, he directly abandoned Charmander, a top-quality Pokemon. Looking at this Ember with power comparable to Flamethrower, Ash's eyes lit up slightly. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Ash took out a new Pokeball and captured Charmander. Pokemon, Charmander. Attribute, Fire. Level, LV15. Qualification Gold. Ability, Fierce Fire. Skills, Grab, Ember, Growl, Smokescreen. Carrying props, none. Ding. At this point, both tasks are completed and rewards are obtained. High Speed Potion. After use, Pokemon speed increases by 20%. Premium Charcoal. Holding Pokemon's fire-type moves increases the power by 50%. Joy family intimacy increases by 10%. You ordered Pokemon to attack trainer. This is a violation of Alliance law. I will report you to Officer Jenny. Humph. You don't have to look for me. At this time, a cold voice came from outside the Pokemon Center. Officer Jenny, wearing a police uniform, walked into the Pokemon Center with a cold face and took out a silver bracelet for Damien to wear in his confused eyes. Pokemon Trainer Damien, after multiple reports, there is sufficient evidence that you are suspected of intentionally causing a Pokemon to almost die. Please follow me back to the police station for investigation. As for those of you who follow Damien to disrupt the order of the Pokemon Center, go back and accept the punishment. In the astonished eyes of Damien and his group of friends, Officer Jenny announced their punishment. Not surprisingly, they all have to stay in jail for a while, and the Alliance will strip the trainer of his registered trainer status after being in jail. From now on, places such as Pokemon Center and Pokemon Store, which are open to Alliance-registered trainers and can enjoy various preferential treatments, will blacklist them. Once the trainer status is stripped, even his family with a little background will be powerless to change it. Being blacklisted by the Pokemon Center, unable to challenge gyms, and unable to participate in any Pokemon events held by the Alliance is tantamount to a death sentence for a trainer. Such a punishment is definitely very heavy for Damien. Of course, Damien's friends were only suspected of disturbing the order of the Pokemon Center, and the punishment was relatively light. At most, they were arrested and sent to the police station for compulsory labor for a few days. This was the maximum punishment that Officer Jenny could give. Wow! Seeing Damien being handcuffed and taken away, Charmander smiled happily. All the grievances before were finally vented. Ash, you are so awesome. This power trip scumbag finally got the punishment he deserved. Misty's beautiful eyes were shining, and she looked at Ash with admiration. The reason why he was severely punished is thanks to the help of Nurse Joy. Ash was very happy with the admiring eyes of the beautiful girl, but this matter was not his own effort. The surveillance of the Pokemon Center recorded all the excessive things that Damien and his friends did to Charmander when they were bragging. He asked Nurse Joy to help him retrieve this surveillance. Coupled with the intimacy with Officer Jenny 10%, it is not qualitative to abandon Damien. Eamon's partner. This is the law of the president of the Kanto Alliance, Damien, this time. There are many. After obtaining the top-quality charcoal, the flame on Charmander's tail became more and more blazing, and his favorability towards Ash also increased rapidly. The 50% increase in fire-type power is an extremely huge improvement for Charmander. Then, Ash called out the system interface. Host Ash. Special ability, none. Charm value, 60. Full score 100. Pokemon, Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Milotic Charmander. Points, 3W. System Store, Product 1. Universal Mage Evolution Stone Set. Value, 999W points. Product 2. Perfect Partner Ring. Value, 50W points. Product 3. Ninja Frog Bond Evolution Quick Method. Value, 88W points. Product 4. 10 Ultimate Balls. Value, 10W points. Product 5. Light Ball. Value, 5,000 points. Alas, there's still 3 days left before the system store refreshes, and he has only accumulated a mere 3W points. Forget about the quick evolution method for Greninja Bond. Even buying the Ultra Ball is hard. Is it that we can only wait for the refresh to see if we can get some good stuff next month? At present, the only hope is Misty's mission. It seems that we can only work hard in these 3 days. Lying on the bed, Ash whispered to himself. The day after tomorrow, the heavy rain that lasted all night finally ended. The air in the morning was extremely fresh, and the weather was fine. Ash and his group said goodbye to Nurse Joy and left, because they wanted to find out about the Squirtle Core and to subdue the stunted Krabby living on the beach near Bill Lighthouse. Ash did not go straight to Vermilion City, but slowly moved towards the slightly offset Bill Lighthouse. On the way, Pidgeotto was released to find out the traces of the Squirtle Core. just outside a small town on the way to Bill Lighthouse. Pidgeotto found traces of the Squirtle Core's activities. Pidgeotto, are you sure it's the Squirtle Core? Bye. Pidgeotto nodded and looked at Misty, who looked a little excited. Ash, you are really kidding me. I can subdue Squirtle. After several days of traveling, Misty, who was already exhausted and staggering when walking, immediately recovered with full blood and high morale. For her who aspires to become the world's mightiest water-type Pokémon Master, Squirtle, as the Water Master of the 3 starters, is very attractive to her. Although she has trained Starmie, Gyarados, and other Pokémon now, these are relatively common Pokémon after all. Water-type starters like Squirtle are very rare in the wild, and she doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity. For this reason, it doesn't matter if she has to continue to live in the open air. In this case, let's speed up. Ash and the other 2 came to the outskirts of the town under the guidance of Pidgeotto, walking on a straight path. Bye. Wait a minute. There seems to be something wrong with this road. Looking at Pidgeotto in front of him, who was making a warning sound, Ash pointed to the slightly uneven road ahead. Pidgeotto, do you mean there's a trap here? Bye. Pidgeotto nodded affirmatively. Just now when it was flying in the air, it happened to see the Squirtle army setting traps. Ash looked at Misty and Brock, and the 3 nodded to each other. Help! How could there be a trap here? Jenny. As soon as the voice fell, 5 uniquely shaped Squirtless wearing sunglasses jumped out from behind a boulder. When they saw Ash standing in the middle of the road, they smiled and waved at them. The smug smile on the face of the Squirtle boss wearing unique square sunglasses quickly solidified. Okay, it's really Squirtle. Then Ash, let's start the Squirtle capture operation. After saying that, Misty saw at a glance that this was the most sturdy Squirtle except the Squirtle boss. I think the qualifications must be very good. Release Starmie, who has the ability to fight on land. As for Gyarados, Misty is a little worried that it will scare away the Squirtle army, so Starmie is still the most suitable. Ding! Trigger system task. Conquer the Squirtle Core boss. Task reward. Pokémon Speed Potion. After use, Pokémon speed increases by 20%. Cannot be used in combination. Rare Candy. LV 30. LV 40. 1 piece. Points 10,000. The task requirements for this time are very simple. Just need to conquer the Squirtle boss. Unlike when conquering Charmander, there are additional requirements. The rewards given are not that generous. 2 bottles of Pokémon Speed Potion, just right for distribution. Give priority to Pikachu and Bulbasaur who don't want to evolve. Pikachu, who has learned skills such as agility and quick attack, performs very well in high-speed close combat with speed. There's also a powerful skill like Iron Tail. Speed is particularly important for it at this stage. And Bulbasaur has the Chlorophyll attribute. With Pokémon Speed Potion, its flexibility and agility can be maximized. In the future, I will give it an attribute amplification item and turn it into a super agility turret. That would be so cool. When Ash was thinking about the direction of Pokémon training, Misty's Squirtle capture battle had already ended. Compared with her 3 sisters, Misty has the command awareness of the gym leader, and Starmie is a Pokémon she carefully breeds. It is not difficult to defeat a Squirtle brother. At this time, Misty successfully captured the Squirtle that seemed to have the best qualifications, except for the boss Squirtle. Johnny. At this time, the boss Squirtle shot a water gun at Ash's feet. It took off its sunglasses and looked at Ash with a taunt look and kept saying something. Pika. Johnny. After Pikachu's hard translation, Ash learned that the boss Squirtle wanted to fight with it. If it wins, let Misty release the Squirtle brother she just captured. If it loses, it will volunteer to become Ash's Pokémon. The Squirtle boss is very loyal. He dares to bet his freedom for his brother. Ash nodded and said softly, Squirtle, I know you were abandoned by human trainers, so you formed a group to play pranks everywhere. What I want to tell you is that there are good and bad humans. There are scum who abandoned you, and there are people who love Pokémon. Misty and I both love Pokémon. Your brother will definitely have a better development if he follows her. I can bet with you, but I have to add a bet. If you lose to me, all your brothers have to follow me. I will arrange them to a place suitable for them, where you're no longer abandoned Pokémon, but respected existence. What do you think? Since these Squirtless will eventually become firefighters. Fat water should not be left in the fields of outsiders, and it will be cheap for other villages and towns. It is better to take them all back to Pallet Town. I believe Professor Oak will definitely be willing to keep them. Ash, don't worry about betting with it. Misty will definitely support Ash unconditionally. Johnny. Squirtle needs to think carefully. After all, even the younger brothers are involved this time. As the boss of this group of Squirtless, the experience of being abandoned once made it understand the sympathy of the younger brothers. At such a critical moment, it never dictates. The four Squirtless came together and seemed to be ready to decide whether to agree to bet with Ash through voting. Johnny. After a heated discussion, the Squirtless agreed unanimously. The boss Squirtle will fight Ash. He is the strongest in the entire Squirtle Corps. If he loses to Ash, there is nothing to say. Ash can completely subdue the remaining three Squirtless by force, without asking them at all. However, for this battle with Ash, Squirtle is still full of confidence. He can form a Squirtle Corps and become the most troublesome group in this area. As the boss, his strength is unquestionable. There were trainers who wanted to subdue him before, but they were either scared away by his tricks or easily defeated. This time will definitely be no exception. The first of the three major illusions in life. I'm strong. I will not lose. Pokémon, Squirtle Qualification, Gold, Level, LV28. Before the battle, Ash checks Squirtle's situation. It can only be said that it is worthy of being Ash's main Pokémon. It is very high level, basically the same as Bulbasaur. They are both at the level of evolution, but have not evolved. In the original plot, Squirtle did not show a tendency to resist evolution. It joined Ash's team, but it has never evolved. It is also very likely that it was deeply influenced by Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Considering that Squirtle does not hate evolution, Ash decided to try to let it see the benefits of evolution in the future. Bulbasaur does not evolve because it has the chlorophyll attribute. Once it evolves, the fast tactics relying on speed will completely lose their meaning. Squirtle is different. After evolution, it has strong defense and water-type offensive capabilities. Especially after the Mage evolution, it can directly transform into a Mega Turret with a Mega Launcher ability and suppress rival with firepower. I can only say that the stupid thing in the early stage of the original world line basically relied on recklessness in battle and was only suitable for fast attack. Although Squirtle often performed well in close combat, its pitiful speed value was really not suitable for fast attack. The reason why Squirtle never evolved in the original plot may be because Ash was not good at commanding defensive counterattack Pokémon. Think about it carefully. Isn't Turtwig in Sinnoh region a very obvious example? Before evolution, Turtwig was inclined to fast attack under Ash's command, but after evolving into Grotle, he was just beaten. Even though he later learned the fighting method of defensive counterattack Pokémon from Paul's Forest Turtle, its record was still bleak. This also proves that many times, Ash used the way of commanding Pikachu to fight to command other Pokémon. This is also the main reason why he has captured so many high-quality Pokémon over the years and was taught a lesson in the league. In this way, the first-generation Squirtle is still quite smart and did not evolve rashly like Turtwig. After all, the tacit compatibility between the fighting style of Pokémon and the command of the trainer is still very important. Pokémon with insufficient tacit compatibility will be easily marginalized. But now Ash is completely different. Aiming to become a Pokémon Master, he is good at quick attack, defensive counterattack, and field weather flow. In this case, it would be best if Squirtle could evolve. It should be said that he is looking forward to Blastoise, which can directly transform into a high-fire turret in a mage form. Putting away his fantasy, looking at the eager Squirtle in front of him, Ash took out the Bulbasaur Pokeball from his waist and threw it. As the three-starter Pokémon, grass is stronger than water, and the level difference is not big. Bulbasaur has Ash to command from the side. After a few rounds, Squirtle was beaten to the ground by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and was in a mess. Finally, he was defeated by Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf attack. Squirtle hung his head, cast a guilty look at his younger brothers, and then took the initiative to enter the Pokeball. Keep the promise and become Ash's Pokemon. At this point, the number of Pokemon Ash carries has exceeded the upper limit. Through the Pokemon Pokédex bound to Professor Oak's laboratory teleportation device, he chose to temporarily teleport Butterfree back. As a rookie trainer, Ash has 6 carrying slots. And according to his understanding, trainers who win the Regional Alliance Championship can expand their carrying slots to 12. Trainers who have made great contributions to the Alliance can also expand. At present, these 2 rules are still far away from him. It is better to hope that the system will issue corresponding reward tasks. Congratulations on catching Squirtle, Ash. Seeing Ash beat Squirtle, Misty showed joy. This time, thanks to Ash, she has the opportunity to catch the Squirtle of the Big 3. This is her second Pokemon that she has successfully captured because of Ash. The other one is Gyarados. Speaking of which, when she first saw Ash breaking her bicycle, she jokingly asked Ash to compensate her with a Water-type Pokemon. Now Ash has given her 2 Water-type Pokemon. Ash is so nice. Misty looked at Ash with a silly smile. She looked a little cute in Ash's eyes. Thank you, and congratulations on capturing Squirtle. Ash smiled warmly. Johnny. The remaining 3 Squirtless saw that the boss and another companion had been captured by the human trainer, and they immediately huddled together nervously. The eyes of the others looking at Ash were somewhat nervous. It was completely subverted from the power trip appearance when they followed the Squirtle boss to make trouble everywhere. Ash showed a warm smile and walked in front of them. Don't be afraid. Your boss has a bright future with me. You are no exception. Since I promised to give you a comfortable living environment, I will definitely not lie to you. After conquering you, an old man in a white coat will take care of you and arrange jobs suitable for you. After that, Ash took out 3 empty Pokeballs, and the 3 Squirtless looked at each other and took the initiative to walk into the Pokeballs. Then the 3 Pokeballs were teleported away one after another and disappeared in front of Ash and the other 2. The trip lasted nearly a month. This time, Ash rarely teleported 4 Pokemon to Professor Oak's laboratory at once. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak was eating instant noodles while checking the 4 trainers who had set out from Pallet Town this year on his computer. Gary, this kid, has already captured more than 50 Pokemon. Very good. It seems that this year's Alliance Conference is worth looking forward to. 4 rookie trainers are already a lot for a small town like Pallet Town. His grandson Gary has captured more than 50 Pokemon and obtained 5 gym badges, which is far ahead. Moreover, the Pokemon he captured are of various types, not just Pokemon of certain species. The remaining 2 trainers also performed very well. Each of them obtained 4 gym badges. With full Pokemon in hand, the 2 also sent back more than 20 Pokemon to the laboratory. The quality is slightly lower than the Pokemon captured by Gary, but it is already a very good result among rookie trainers. The addition of these Pokemon has also made the laboratory backyard much more lively than before. The only person who didn't make any movement was Ash, who was the last to leave. I haven't called him since Cerulean City. He's the only one who still hasn't teleported back Pokemon. It's been almost a month, and Ash should have gathered all the 6 Pokemon he has. What on earth is this guy doing? This year's Quartz tournament schedule is quite tight, and considering the various players, Pokemon with different attributes are rotated. At least more than 10 strong Pokemon must be trained. As a result, Ash doesn't even seem to have caught all 6 Pokemon. Should I call him to remind him? Professor Oak frowned in thought. Suddenly, the computer forced a Pokemon teleportation page to pop up. Then the teleportation device behind him flashed. Hey, is there a trainer teleporting Pokemon back? Is it Gary again? I hope the Pokemon I catch this time are rare Pokemon. It would be best if they're the types I want to study more. Putting down the instant noodles, Professor Oak stood up and walked quickly towards the teleportation machine behind him. Isn't it Gary? It seems to be Ash's Pokemon. He saw Ash's name clearly displayed on the teleportation device. Professor Oak nodded with relief. Not bad. He was just worried that Ash wouldn't be able to catch all 6 Pokémon. So he teleported 4 Pokeballs at once. So what Pokémon could it be? Caterpie? Passing through Cerulean City, could it be Marill? Professor Oak also tried to lower his expectations at this moment. After all, since the performance of the 4 trainers on their journey, his expectations for Ash were the lowest. It would be great if he could capture a few more Pokémon and qualify for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Based on the experience he gained from sending off batches of trainers in Pallet Town for so many years, the number of Pokémon captured at the beginning of the journey and the speed of obtaining gym badges can largely reflect the potential of this rookie trainer. Ash has not made any movement for so long that Professor Oak naturally ranks him last among the 4 rookie trainers. Taking out the 4 Pokeballs on the teleporter, Professor Oak released all the Pokémon that Ash teleported in one go. White light flashes. Jenny. Bah. 3 Squirtless and 1 Butterfree are in sight. This is actually a Squirtle, and there are 3 of them. Professor Oak widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Did this kid, Ash, rob a breeding house that is responsible for feeding the 3 major Pokémon to the Alliance breeder?" Squirtless are hard to come by in the wild. Even his grandson, Gary, has not been able to capture a rare Pokémon of the 3 major level. Professor Oak had a complicated expression on his face, with a bit of surprise in his weirdness. He was amazed at Ash's incredible luck. He was also happy that he could capture a Squirtle. Jenny. The 3 Squirtless tilted their heads and made a puzzled growl. Why is this old man in a white coat silent? Didn't he say he would assign them work? Butterfree quietly landed on the table, waiting for Professor Oak's arrangement. You 3 should go to the pond in the backyard to live first. Butterfree, you will live in the woods behind. The Pokémon food will be delivered by the staff every day. Professor Oak, who reacted, began to arrange accommodation for the Pokémon that Ash teleported. These 3 Squirtless are rarer than the Pokémon captured by his grandson Gary. The quantity is not enough, but the quality is over the standard. In his opinion, Ash's harvest is obviously greater than Gary's. Unexpectedly, Ash, who he least expected, is so powerful. This year looks like the most promising year for Pallet Town. Jenny. The 3 Squirtless left the laboratory and settled in the pond. Butterfree flew to the woods behind the mountain. Ding! The task of conquering the Squirtle Core leader is completed. Reward: Pokémon Speed Potion. After use, Pokémon speed increases by 20%. Cannot be used in a stacking way. Rare Candy. LV30. LV.40. 1 piece. Points. 10,000. Pokémon Squirtle. Attribute: Water. Level: LV28. Qualification: Gold. Ability: Rain Plate. Skills: Tackle, Tail Whip, Shell Shrinking, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Aqua Tail. Carrying props: None. Squirtle's qualifications are also quite outstanding, with gold potential. Ability is the relatively rare Rain Plate. When it rains, it will slowly restore physical strength. Considering that it will evolve into Blastoise in the future, the hidden ability of Rain Pan is quite good. The powerful defensive attribute, plus the terrifying endurance, adds a lot of protection to this mega turret. Because of the bet he lost to Ash, Squirtle's intimacy with him is not as high as Charmander and Bulbasaur. It can only be regarded as above the passing level. Regarding intimacy, Ash is not too worried. After becoming a traveling partner, he has time to improve Squirtle's intimacy. After conquering the Squirtle army, Ash and his friends did not hang around the surrounding towns, but went straight to Bill Lighthouse. He is undoubtedly very interested in the super ancient Dragonite living there. Although it is difficult for him to conquer that heavyweight guy now, he can take more photos and even record a video. He will definitely make a lot of money from Professor Oak again. Night. Ash popped his head out of his sleeping bag. After seeing Misty and Xiao Jiang were both asleep, he carefully got up and picked up Pikachu, who was also sleeping beside him. Walked to an open space far away from the camp. Pikachu. Perhaps he was really tired from a journey these days. Pikachu was still woken up by Ash. Sure. Pikachu, next is our secret time. Pika. Pikachu nodded. When he fed it delicious candy, Ash told it to keep the secret. He always trusted Ash's request unconditionally. Ash then took out 2 Pokeballs, released Bulbasaur and Pidgeotto as well. Seed. Bye. The 2 little guys also looked around with a confused look on their faces. Such a quiet place doesn't look like they are going to fight. The 2 pets cast a puzzled look at Ash. Relax, I have something for you next. Ash touched the heads of the 2 Pokemon and said with a smile. Then he took out 2 bottles of Pokemon Speed Potion. He gave them to Pikachu and Bulbasaur respectively. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, this is for you. Just drink it. Pikachu and Bulbasaur took the potion excitedly. Their trainers can always come up with some rare treasures that ordinary trainers don't have. On this point, they have reached a consensus among several Pokemon. The time when Feebas was captured, it was able to evolve into Milotic so smoothly, thanks to the rare candy that Ash fed it. As for the top quality Prism scale, it played a crucial role. It can only be said that whenever Ash needs to give them individually, it is basically good stuff. Okay, take it quickly. Ash looked at Pikachu and Bulbasaur with a smile. He had already thought about who would own these 2 bottles of Speed Potion. In the expectant eyes of the 2 pets, he fed the potion to them. Pikachu. See, after taking the potion, Pikachu and Bulbasaur felt frillish all over, as if they would fly with a little effort. Sure enough, Ash gave them good things. The 2 little guys looked at him with gratitude. First, get used to the skyrocketing speed. After saying that, Ash looked at Pidgeotto, who was full of envy. It's your turn next. Pidgeotto, eat this candy first, and then take the Gene Breakthrough Potion. Rare candy, LV30, LV.40. A reward for completing the Squirtle Legion mission. Swallow rare candy. Pidgeotto increased from LV35 to LV36. The physical strength surged. Then a white evolutionary light rose on the body. After the evolution, Pidgeot, with a wider wingspan and a beautiful crest, appeared in front of Ash. The successfully evolved Pidgeot flapped its wings excitedly, and the strong wind field it generated almost made Ash unstable. Okay, don't get too excited, Pidgeot. The real surprise is still to come. Ash looked at Pidgeot's surprised eyes with some amusement. Then he fed it the Gene Breakthrough Potion. The potion flowed through his limbs and bones, and Pidgeot felt warm all over. Then came the extremely intense pain. Pidgeot rolled on the ground in pain, raising clouds of dust. Hold on, Pidgeot. Just hold on, and you'll transform. Looking at the painful Pidgeot and noticing its growing body, Ash quickly encouraged it. Ding! Congratulations to Pidgeot for successfully breaking through the genetic limit. The body size has changed from 1.5 m to 3.5 m. Hi! Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Looking at the nearly 2-story-high Pidgeot standing in front of him, Ash said excitedly. Now, Pidgeot has really become a different species of Megaraptor in the tribe. Early in the morning of the next day, after a night's rest, Ash and his group, who had regained their spirits, continued their journey. In the morning, they arrived at the beach next to Bill Lighthouse. Wow, it's a beach. I can finally put on my swimsuit and go swimming. Misty, who had been looking forward to it for several days, cheered and jumped for joy at the saffron-colored beach in front of her. Gon, who was not very adaptable to the sea, decided to take the Pokémon to go around the surrounding area. After Gon left, Misty immediately set up a simple tent on the beach and began to change her swimsuit in the tent. Ash glanced at the tent inadvertently and never looked away again. What a beautiful scenery, but it was too short. It seems that I really need to come to the beach more often in the future. Ash touched his chin and thought so. Ash, how about it? My swimsuit is nice, isn't it? After changing into a swimsuit, Misty walked in front of Ash and posed in several energetic girl poses. The light yellow one-piece swimsuit with stereo pattern printed on the chest looked very cute. It was a bit of a pity that Misty was still young, and she was not the kind of gifted child like Big R. In terms of swimsuit captivation, she was inferior to mature big sisters. However, this kind of immature and cute style. It also had a different flavor in Ash's eyes. Misty saw that although Ash did not answer him, his eyes were honestly sweeping back and forth on her body. She raised her mouth corners proudly and ran into the sea. She released Squirtle, Staryu, and Goldeen, and dived into the water like a mermaid, swinging her arms gracefully and playing with Pokémon. Looking at this scene, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. There is no training task today. Everyone relax. He also released all 5 Pokémon except Pikachu. Work and rest are the best way. He is not like Paul, who trains Pokémons like a devil. The whole Pokémon team is depressed and full of morbid competition. Come to think of it, Chimchar was bullied and excluded by Electabuzz when he followed him. Occasionally, building a team helps to promote the friendship of Pokémons. In his opinion, even if there's competition, it must be positive. Bye. Pika. Seed. A group of Pokémons cheered, and Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew, flying at a high speed parallel to the sea surface. Its amazing size also scared Misty in the water. Ash, your Pidgeotto evolved? Yeah, good luck. But this size is also... Compared to ordinary Pidgeot, Ash's size is indeed amazing. Maybe I eat too well. Ash made up an excuse to get away with it. Krabby, a crab that lives on the coast, with an average height of 40 centimeters. Beachside, Ash squatted down and looked at the pocket-sized Krabby in front of him. He searched along the coast for a whole circle. Finally, he found this underdeveloped Krabby. Being stared at by Ash, Krabby was obviously a little nervous. He crawled faster and wanted to escape. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. Ash gave an order to Bulbasaur, who was closer. A Razor Leaf knocked Krabby unconscious directly. Go Pokeball. Ash took out an empty Pokeball and captured it. Then, through the Pokemon Pokédex setting, the Pokeball disappeared and was teleported to Professor Oak. Ash has teleported back to Pokemon so quickly, great. Why is it a stunted Krabby? It may be difficult for this size to evolve in the future. Professor Oak touched his chin, feeling a little worried. Krabby, who came out of the Pokeball, was also looking at him. What's going on? Where am I? Pokemon, Krabby. Attribute, Water. Ability, Machamp. Level, LV25. Species Strength, 325. Qualification, Purple. Skills, Water Gun, Hardened, Metal Claw, Mud Shot, etc. Items carried, none. Krabby's purple qualification may not be very noticeable among the Pokemon he has captured, but it is already very strong among the Krabby race. Pokemon with purple qualification are expected to be promoted to elite level. As long as they're not elite or even champion trainers, they usually have thoughts about them. No wonder the original World line was able to shine at the Indigo Plateau Conference. If Ash hadn't already had Squirtle in his team, Krabby would definitely have gotten more opportunities to play. After taming Krabby, Ash also took off all his clothes except his underpants and went to play in the sea. Let Misty see his amazing diving again. After watching Ash sink into the water, there was no news for a long time. Misty once wondered if Ash was the reincarnation of a water-type Pokemon. I can only say that Mega Rookie's physique is really not to be underestimated. After diving into the water, Ash did a lot of mischief. Ash, come out quickly. Ha ha ha. Okay, don't let me catch you. The beach was filled with the joyful play rough sounds of boys and girls. On the shore, Xiaojiang under the tree looked at the two and smiled with relief. In the evening, the sun sets. After playing at the beach for a whole day, Ash stopped Brock from setting up a tent and pointed to the Bill Lighthouse, standing not far away. Look over there, we can stay at the lighthouse. Ash, but that's not the Pokemon Center after all. Will they let us stay there? Misty asked with some concern. It's okay, it's always worth a try. Brock also agreed with Ash. The three of them came to the door of Bill Lighthouse and still used Brock's food Captivate to get Researcher Bill to open the door. Walking into the lighthouse hall, Bill was reluctant to show up at first. It was only when Ash showed the Pokemon Pokédex, indicating that he was a Pokemon trainer from Professor Oak. He appeared in front of them, wearing Kabuto's suit. According to him, wearing Kabuto's suit is to better study Kabuto's psychology. Although Ash knew that excellent researchers had eccentric personalities, and it was normal for them to do some seemingly absurd things. But this method, is it too foolish to try to figure out Kabuto's psychology? However, on second thought, the fossil resurrection technology has not been developed yet, and the fossil Pokémon living in the Dasha Valley have not been excavated yet. Bill is eager to study fossil Pokémon, so he can only take this seemingly absurd way. After getting out of Kabuto's leather case, there was a philosophical discussion about the profound meaning of Pokémon's existence in this world. Ash and the other two were confused. Fortunately, Bill did not keep them in suspense. He told Ash and the other two that he was waiting for a unique Pokémon. Tomorrow he will use the sound of the mysterious Pokémon he has collected for so long to communicate with it. Attract the unique Pokémon to the lighthouse. Ding! Trigger task. Persist in the battle with the super ancient Dragonite for 5 minutes and record it in a short video. Mission reward. 1 top quality super heavy ball. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the chance of capturing it. 100,000 points. 5 rare candies. LV 50. LV .60. Ash decisively accepted the mission issued by the system. Rare candies can increase the level of elite Pokémon, and 1 candy is enough for his months of hard training. Ash immediately expressed his desire to stay and witness the appearance of the mysterious Pokémon. Bill, who was already very lonely after being alone for a long time, also wanted to share his research results with Ash and others. In addition, with Professor Oak's endorsement, Bill was also very confident about the origins of the 3 people and immediately agreed to let them stay. The dull night passed in a flash. The next morning, Bill saw Xiaojiang's exquisite cooking skills and said that it was the most delicious breakfast he had eaten in recent years. After breakfast, Misty came to the beach again. This time she didn't go swimming, but she wanted to try to find rare water Pokémon. However, although there are many water-type Pokémon on the beach near Bill Lighthouse, they are basically Krabby, Magikarp, Marill, and other relatively common water-type Pokémon. After searching for most of the day, she didn't find a water-type Pokémon that is not usually common. She can only say that her luck is very bad. Ash, who already has enough water-type Pokémon in the team, organized Pokémon to start temporary special training on the beach. After all, they will face the super ancient Dragonite at night. The content of the training is based on Pokémon ability. For example, Pikachu, the static electricity ability, plus the speed potion just used on it. It is arranged to use agility against the water flow. As long as the speed is fast enough, there is no need to worry about static electricity not working. And no matter how powerful the opponent's Pokémon's moves are, if they can't hit Pikachu, they can be regarded as no threat. For example, Squirtle, its trainer is much simpler. Use Water Gun to shoot the flying disc thrown by Ash in the air. The difficulty will also increase depending on the situation. After Squirtle evolves into Blastoise in the future, it will become a Mega Turret because it becomes bulky. In this case, the hit rate of skills is particularly important. Pidgeot and Charmander are grouped in the same group. Pidgeot dives at high speed to attack Charmander, integrating the flying skills of controlling the wind field, while helping Charmander to exercise its reaction ability. Night falls. Following Bill's operation, the lighthouse emits a sad and lonely growl. Soon after, a huge dragon shadow slowly walks out of the sea. Pokémon, Super Ancient Dragonite. Level, LV 72. This is a Dragonite that has crossed the threshold of the champion level, and its strength is comparable to that of a 3rd-level mythical beast. Although it is only common in the field of 3rd-level gods, it is also the strongest Pokémon Ash has seen so far, except Ho-Oh. Elite-level Pokémon requires a lot of experience for each level up, not to mention the champion level, and even the 3rd-level gods above it. No wonder the task issued by the system is to let him try to hold out for 5 minutes under the attack of Dragonite. This giant-level guy in front of him should be the first-tier wild Pokémon in Kanto, except for the mythical beast. Then, I have to think of a way to make it agree to my challenge. Ash stared at the super ancient Dragonite with a thoughtful look on his face. Dragonite has a docile personality, and it should be no problem to challenge it without angering it. At this time, Misty and Xiaojiang were staring at the mysterious figure slowly approaching the lighthouse. Could a Pokemon of this size actually exist? It seems that researcher Bill really didn't lie to them. This is indeed very likely a unique Pokemon. As for Bill, he was surprised by the huge size of the mysterious Pokemon while patiently operating the Soundwave instrument. He wanted to attract this mysterious Pokemon to come closer and reveal its true face. Everyone, I have something to deal with. At this moment, Ash threw the Pokeball and released the Pidgeot. He turned over and jumped onto the back of the Pidgeot and flew away from the lighthouse. Ash, be careful. This Pidgeot is also abnormally large. Looking at the Pidgeot carrying Ash into the sky, a light flashed in Researcher Bill's eyes. On the rock wall on the other side of the lighthouse, the three members of Team Rocket looked at the ancient Dragonite from aside. This time, we must catch this mysterious Pokemon and repay the boss for saving us from the police station again. But I feel a little guilty about using a cannon to attack a Pokemon that sounds so good. James, who was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, said hesitantly, "What's there to feel guilty about? We won't stop treating its injuries when it becomes our Pokemon. Hurry up and don't hesitate." Seeing that the ancient Dragonite was about to pass by, Jesse slapped James on the head. "Ouch! It hurts! It hurts!" "Okay, I know, Jesse." After grinning, James raised the rocket launcher and aimed at the ancient Dragonite. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gust of wind came and directly swept the trio into the sky. It's the little devil. What a disgusting feeling. It turned out that Ash, who was riding on Pidgeot, came over in time. He wanted to ask Dragonite for advice, so he couldn't let the rocket trio P***s him off. He ordered Pidgeot to launch a fierce hurricane and directly swept the three into the sky, just to prevent these three guys from disrupting the situation. Although the attack was a bit heavy, given the rocket trio's physique like an immortal cockroach, it shouldn't be a big problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ancient Dragonite, who came here following the sound, originally thought he could find his companions. Unexpectedly, the sound was only made by a lonely lighthouse. Realizing that it was deceived, it did not get angry, but turned around disappointedly and planned to leave, continuing to wander aimlessly alone. "Dragonite, the companion you're looking for. I can give you the answer. Why not stop and talk to me?" At this time, a voice called it. Riding on the huge Pidgeot, it flew to the same height as the ancient Dragonite. Ash initiated a communication request with the ancient Dragonite. "Ash, what are you doing? It's too dangerous there." Misty looked at Ash, who was just a few feet away from the ancient Dragonite, and shouted anxiously. They knew nothing about the ancient Dragonite. In this case, it is very dangerous to approach it easily. Although most Pokemon will not actively attack humans, there are also very aggressive Pokemon. The excitement on Researcher Bill's face because of seeing the true appearance of the ancient Dragonite became extremely solemn at this moment. Ash's behavior really exceeded his expectations. Damn, this is the rookie trainer recommended by Professor Oak. If something happens here, I really can't explain to him. This little guy is too reckless. However, this seemingly reckless action is exactly what Ash came up with after careful consideration. If he attacks directly, it will definitely anger it. With the strength of a third-level god, it is obviously impossible for Ash to hold on to the super ancient Dragonite for 5 minutes and complete the video shooting. Maybe even he will be in danger. It is the right way to greet the super ancient Dragonite in advance. Familiar with the original plot, he knows why this Dragonite came. He only needs to cater to its needs to gain its trust. Hearing Ash's words, the super ancient Dragonite stopped and looked at Ash standing on the Pidgeot. It was very curious about what kind of answer this human boy could give to the news of its companions that it had been searching for many years. However, we have to make it clear in advance. I only know a little about your companions. If the final verification is wrong, you can't blame me. The super ancient Dragonite heard what Ash said and felt that it made sense. After all, it has been searching for so many years. Know the difficulty of this matter. The ancient Dragonite nodded to Ash, indicating his agreement. This time, Ash exchanged the information he knew with it. The first thing he mentioned was the Dragonite race that had the same appearance as it, but not as exaggerated as it. Then, there were other super large Pokémon in the world that had the same size as it, except for the legendary Pokémon. For example, the information about super large Pokémon, such as the ancient Gengar, Alakazam, Jigglypuff, etc. Ash's explanation easily aroused the interest of the ancient Dragonite, which relieved its loneliness for many years. And the ancient Dragonite also planned to go to the places he mentioned one by one to check and verify. Ash, is he actually communicating with it? It's worthy of being a rookie trainer from Professor Oak. Seeing this scene, Misty and Xiaojiang were stunned, while Researcher Bill was ecstatic. He raised the Pokémon Pokédex in his hand, turned on the camera function, and took a lot of photos of the ancient Dragonite. Just now, the ancient Dragonite turned too fast, and he was still immersed in the shock of its amazing size. Thanks to Ash, he finally took many photos from good angles. He told the ancient Dragonite a story for a long time. Ash could clearly feel the intimacy in its eyes. It was very satisfied with the information Ash gave. Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Ash decisively challenged it. It was a similar exchange of asking for advice. The ancient Dragonite agreed without thinking. Ash helped it a lot, so this was a reward. Ash signaled Pidgeot to land on the beach. All Pokémon except Pikachu were summoned. This battle of all 6 Pokémon versus the ancient Dragonite. Ash's Pokémon all adopted high-speed combat methods. The ancient Dragonite's skills were amazing, and it was possible to lose the ability to fight just by being hit by the aftermath. The strength of the 3rd-level god was so terrifying. Pidgeot relied on the amazing flying speed to attract the attention of Dragonite. The other Pokémon attacked from all directions, staring at the rapidly passing numbers on the system timer. After seeing that Dragonite was teasing his Pokémon in a playful mood, Ash simply gave up commanding and held up the Pokémon Pokédex. Concentrate on filming the battle video. His Pokémon are generally of low level, and it is difficult for their skills to cause effective damage to the super ancient Dragonite. It is basically the same as Tickle. Dragonite will occasionally attack Ash's Pokémon with medium-range skills. Test the reaction ability of all Pokémon. 5 minutes pass quickly. Ding! In the battle with the super ancient Dragonite, persist for 5 minutes and record it in a short video, and the mission is completed. Reward: 1 top-quality super heavy ball. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the chance of capturing. 10 W points and 5 rare candy. LV 50, LV point 60. The mission is completed and the rewards are distributed in time. Ash's points have accumulated to 14 W. There are still many points to buy system products. Ash decisively called a halt to the battle with the ancient Dragonite. His Pokémon were already exhausted. The range of ordinary skills would become very exaggerated when used by the ancient Dragonite. The Pokémons had to go all out every time they tried to dodge. Fortunately, this was in the sea, and my melodic speed was not slow. After getting a lot of information about the same species from Ash, including information about other supergiant Pokémon, the ancient Dragonite left with satisfaction. Thanks for your hard work. Let's go back first. The Pokémons were collected back into the Pokeball. Picked up Pikachu, who was lying on the beach tiredly, and Ash jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Flying back to Bill Lighthouse. 3 extremely complicated looks greeted Ash. Misty and Brock were shocked by the thrilling battle between Ash's Pokémon and the ancient Dragonite. Bill was curious about how he could communicate with the ancient Dragonite smoothly, because the ancient Dragonite turned around and left when he saw them just now. At that time, he called for a long time, but there was no response. How come it stopped as soon as Ash opened his mouth? Are all the trainers trained by Professor Oak so powerful? Everyone, wake up! Is there something wrong with my face? Ash stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Misty, Xiaojiang, and Researcher Bill, who were looking dull. Well, you are worthy of being the rookie trainer recommended by Professor Oak. Young man, I admire your courage. Bill quickly gave a thumbs up and praised Ash. Although Ash's behavior just now scared him enough. But the final result was good. At this moment, he even felt that Ash's behavior just now was in line with the fearless spirit of Pokémon researchers to explore the truth. No, it was just luck. Ash was very humble. The benefits have been obtained. There is no need to be too high profile. Regarding the super ancient Dragonite, Bill still wants to dig out more information from Ash. But Ash was not fooled at all. He insisted that he was just talking nonsense with Dragonite just now. Dragonite might be very interested in his performance. He does have a lot of valuable information, but you can't get it for free. And the matter of the super ancient Dragonite is not over yet, and the follow-up is even related to a very important plan of his. Bill, researcher, you see, Ash just experienced a fierce battle and needs to rest. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Misty interrupted Bill in time when he wanted to continue asking questions. Decisively hold Ash's hand and pull him away directly. Ash, do you know how dangerous the situation was just now? I called you at that time, but you didn't come back. Do you know how worried I am? You. Pulling Ash back to her room, Misty began to criticize Ash with a grievance. As she spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears. Crystal tears slid down her cheeks. Ash's close contact with the super ancient Dragonite, and even the subsequent challenge to it. Thinking back now, she was extremely scared. Misty couldn't imagine how she would deal with it if Ash got into trouble in front of her. Seeing Misty, who is strong-willed and never gives in, is acting like a little woman because of him. Ash was also very touched and felt warm in his heart. For him who was alone in his previous life, this feeling was wonderful. However, he really had no experience in dealing with such a situation. Ash reached out to wipe the tears from Misty's cheeks and smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm not a fool. I will never approach Dragonite without being 100% sure. You are a fool. You are a big fool who dares to do anything for Pokémon. Woo-woo. Ash's seemingly comforting words made Misty cry even louder. Just when Ash was full of sorrow and didn't know what to do, Misty threw herself into his arms, reaching out and pounding his chest. You just know how to make me worry. Woo-woo. Ash hugged Misty and patted her back to comfort her. Ding! Muji Heroine. Misty's intimacy increased from 80% to 90%. Heroine's mission: successfully become a travel partner with Misty and establish a relationship. Reward 100 W points, a top-quality water Pokemon egg. Oh my god, the heroine's mission reward that I haven't seen for a long time has been issued. The sudden huge reward shocked Ash. He called up the system interface with a thought. Points, 114 W. Looking at this amazing number, he was very happy. After a long time, Misty came out of Ash's arms. She let Ash wipe away the tears on her fair face. Misty, I want to tell you something. What is it? I like you. Be my girlfriend. After saying this, Ash looked at Misty nervously. He and Misty liked each other, but it was just because of their personalities. Neither of them had ever taken the initiative to confess. It was obviously a bit difficult for Misty, who was always arrogant, to take the initiative to confess. Ash took advantage of this increase in intimacy to express his feelings to Misty directly. Unlike the stupid guy in the original world line, the main reason why Ash and Misty had been dragging for so long was that he lacked experience in love. If it weren't for the incident of the super ancient Dragonite, which pushed him to see clearly how important he was in Misty's heart, he might have to drag for a while. It's okay to be your girlfriend, but you have to promise me that you can't go unless I let you take risks. Misty raised her head proudly with a blushing face, but she was already very happy in her heart. Ash really likes her too. Finally, she didn't let her wait for so long in vain. Although she wanted to agree to Ash immediately, Misty still put on a proud attitude and pulled with Ash. Okay, let's discuss things in life. Take her hand, and Ash smiled like Li Yunlong to evade the question. At the critical moment, you have to listen to him as the head of the family. In this way, Ash and Misty officially confirmed their relationship. Late at night, when there were only 10 minutes left before the system store's product refresh time, Ash paid 60 W points. Get the pinned product perfect partner ring. After wearing it, Your partner will have a sisterly relationship and will not feel jealous. At the same time, by product 4 and 10 ultimate balls, if the target is an ultimate beast, the capture rate is x5. The reason why Ash didn't buy Greninja's Bond Evolution Quick Method as expected, but set it as a new top product, is mainly because of his future happy life. Since he has confirmed his relationship with Misty, he must get this perfect partner ring. Although the mainstream of the Pokemon world is still monogamy, those men with a little ability, most of them are polygamous. Although the alliance law does not encourage it, it does not prohibit it. Even some well-known trainers who are more philanthropic, their wives will help their husbands find other women. But Misty is not an ordinary Stephanie after all, so this perfect partner ring is very necessary. As for the ultimate ball, it is not too expensive anyway, so I bought it and put in the system space. When I have time in the future, I will go to Alola region in advance, and it will come in handy. Taking out the perfect partner ring from the system space, Ash put it on the ring finger of his right hand. Ding! 5 seconds left before the system store is updated. 5, 3, 1. The system store products have been replaced. Hearing this, Ash decisively called up the store page. Product 1. Pidgeot Perfect Mage Evolution Stone Set. Carry it to achieve Perfect Mage Evolution. After evolution, the strength increase is 150% of the normal Mage Pidgeot. Price, 700,000 points. Product 2. Qualification Breakthrough Potion. Can make the qualifications of Pokemon below Gold level break through 1 level. Price, 300,000 points. Product 3. Perfect Miracle Seed. The power of Grass-type moves of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Price, 150,000 points. Product 4. 10 pieces of top-quality heat-resistant balls. Greatly increase the probability of capturing Fire-type Pokemon. Price, 150,000. Product 5. Pokemon Intimacy Spray. Increase the intimacy of any Pokemon by 50%. Price, 800,000. The top product of the previous issue. Greninja Bond Evolution Quick Method. Let the host and Greninja instantly synchronize their emotional fluctuations. Teach you to perform perfect bond evolution with Greninja in 1 second. Value, 880,000 points. As expected of a product list that is updated only once a month. This time, the price of all products is less than 1 million points. At a glance, Ash wanted to buy all the 5 products that were just updated. So much so that the Bond evolution of Greninja Frog was not so attractive in his eyes. But he was short of money. Points balance, 54W. It seems that he has to continue to work hard on the tasks. Get more points. The next morning, Ash and the other 2 said goodbye to Bill and set off for Vermilion City. Didn't we say that we would talk about it the next day? Bill repeatedly tried to keep Ash, but Ash was determined to leave. It is definitely impossible to tell you about the ancient Dragonite. He will have to cooperate with it later. Before leaving, Ash used the video phone of Bill's lighthouse to communicate with Professor Oak. First, he asked Professor to arrange for the 3 Squirtless to patrol Pallet Town and take charge of firefighting. This matter will definitely be more effective if it is handed over to Professor Oak, who is highly respected in Pallet Town. It will make the residents of Pallet Town accept the 3 little guys faster. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the Clefairy evolution dance that was previously filmed at MT Moon and the super ancient Dragonite battle recorded last night, and got another fund from Professor Oak. The 2 videos together only cost 300,000 Pokemon coins. It is still a little lower than the high price of 200,000 that Ho-Oh can sell for just photos. This time, Ash asked Professor Oak to transfer 200,000 to him, and the remaining 100,000 to his mother Delia to subsidize the family. Ash, he has really grown up. After hanging up the phone, Professor Oak couldn't help but sigh softly. Traveling is indeed the most suitable way to be a laser-focused trainer. The naughty child and mischievous Ash who made Delia worry about him before is also grown up now. Ash, who makes money to subsidize the family, reminds Professor Oak of his grandson Gary, who has a sports car and a girlfriend. The gap is really too obvious. I'm too gentle to Gary. Take back his sports car, reduce his pocket money, and make him travel down to Earth. If Ash knew that his filial piety to his mother Delia would make Professor Oak want to punish Gary, he would definitely say enjoy it. After all, Gary was just like a lazy, rich second-generation boy in the early days of the trip. Later, he realized his own problems and became a Pokémon researcher. After the relationship was confirmed, Misty did not hide it. She directly called herself Ash's girlfriend. They used to walk side by side, but now they hold hands. 80% favorability is higher than many couples who have been together for many years, not to mention 90%. Xiaojing congratulated the two and still sighed that Ash, who usually spent all his time on Pokémon, had a girlfriend. When would he be able to get rid of being single? On the way to Vermilion City, Ash did not forget to level up the lower-level Pokémon in the team. Charmander, the lowest level at present. There were many levels of wild Pokémon encountered on the road, and they all became experience packs for leveling it. The potions and berries in Ash's backpack were also decreasing rapidly. This also made him more eager to have a Chansey. However, this leveling method of tilting resources on Charmander in the short term also allowed its level to quickly rise from LV-15 to LV-23 and successfully evolve into Charmeleon. The new moves learned are Dragon Tail, Fire Fang, and Slash. The evolution level is much later than that of ordinary Charmander. This is also what Ash requested when he followed Damien, that scumbag. For various reasons, Charmander has a lot of hidden injuries on his body, which need time to adjust. Ash considered Charmander and postponed its evolution time. The fact also proved that his training method was not wrong. The evolved Charmeleon is far superior to ordinary Charmeleon in color and temperature of tail flame. And in the evening of the day, when he arrived in Vermilion City, after some efforts, Charmeleon's level was raised from LV-23 to LV-26. It is surprising that Pikachu, who only played a few games with a passerby trainer, also successfully crossed the threshold and rose from LV-39 to LV-40. Its current level is already very high. If it continues to cross the next level threshold, it can be promoted to the quasi-elite level. It is almost the same as many gym leaders' main Pokémon. But since Pikachu reached level 40, Ash obviously found that. The experience that passers-by trainers and low-level Pokémon in the wild can give it is already very few. It is definitely unrealistic to want to raise Pikachu's strength to the quasi-elite level by leveling up like in the past. Vermilion City Pokémon Center. Ash and the other two came to Nurse Joy, preparing to restore the contest condition for the tired Pokémon. Nurse Joy apologized and said that there were too many Pokémon injured in recent times due to challenging the Vermilion Gym, and the Pokémon Center was already too busy. According to the current queue situation, their Pokémon will have to wait a whole day before the Pokémon can be restored. After all, their Pokémon are just tired, not injured. Many Pokémon sent for treatment are seriously injured, and they obviously need treatment more. Raticate. Bye. Listening to the miserable Pokémon one after another growl. Without saying anything, Ash called Misty and Xiaojing to head straight to the Vermilion Gym. This guy Majishir really didn't hold back. He used his power to bully the rookie trainer. This left a psychological shadow on many rookie trainers, causing them to lose confidence in continuing their journey, and even to become devastated. Watching the three people leaving, Nurse Joy's pretty face was full of worry. Would these three trainers want to challenge the Vermilion Gym? Majishir, the hot-tempered gym leader, never showed mercy to the rookie trainers and especially liked to bully the weak. The key point was that she saw Ash had a Pikachu. Majishir had a Raichu. Chansey, go and get me the Thunderstone that Alliance landed a while ago. Good luck. Chansey nodded and turned to walk towards the storage room. Alas, I hope this Thunderstone won't come in handy. Due to the intimacy bonus of the Joy family, the kind-hearted Nurse Joy decided to give Ash the Evolution Stone when he returned from the battle. Help him defeat the Horse Warrior in Vermilion City. Ash, you must teach that ignorant Horse Warrior a lesson later. On the way to Vermilion City, Misty said with an indignant look. In her opinion, a qualified gym trainer needs to send out Pokémon of different levels according to the strength of the challenger. Assess the command level of the trainer and cultivate the ability of Pokémon. At the same time, help the opponent grow in battle. Especially when the opponent is just a rookie trainer, you must act as a guide and mentor. And this Vermilion City gym leader is completely bullying the weak by using the identity of the gym leader. It's really hard to imagine how such a guy passed the gym leader identity assessment. Xiaojing also looked solemn. As a gym leader, he thought of more and more complicated things than Misty. Just now at the Pokemon Center, he saw all the trainers holding their Pokemon partners who were covered in bruises. It can only be said that the Alliance's review of Kanto gym trainers in recent years is too lenient. Well, don't worry, I will. Such gym leaders are not worthy of challengers' respect. Ash nodded. Without Misty's words, even if the system does not issue tasks, he will also teach Ma Zhisher a lesson. In the gyms in the Kanto region, he is not the only Team Rocket executive who hides his identity. But this guy's unscrupulous behavior is what Ash hates the most. Okay, retaliate for those Pokemon who were seriously injured by him. Misty clenched her fists and waved them excitedly. It was as if she had seen Ma Zhisher's stinky face after his Raichu lost to Ash. No one would say anything about normal Pokemon challenges. It is understandable that gym trainers occasionally lose control of the situation and hurt the challenger's Pokemon in fierce battles. But for gym leaders like Ma Zhisher, who deliberately injures the opponent's Pokemon and enjoys it, the only choice is to fight violence with violence. Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of the Vermilion Gym. As soon as they arrived here, Ash saw a short-haired girl holding a Vulpix that was burned black by electricity and crying while running out of the gym. That pitiful look is really heartbreaking. Ha ha ha. You crying waste. A weakling like you is worthy of challenging our Vermilion Gym? A power trip came from behind Stephanie, a gloating laugh. Hearing this, Stephanie cried even more sadly. Holding Vulpix, she staggered away from the Vermilion Gym. The door of Vermilion Gym opened. Ash and his friends were greeted by a man and a woman, staff members of Vermilion Gym. The two wore earrings and looked unruly. Followed them into Vermilion Gym. Oh, who of you three is the challenger? In front of the battlefield, Ma Zhisher, who was sitting on a bench, stood up and looked at Ash and his friends. He had a golden hedgehog head and a burly figure. His shirt was open, revealing his well-developed chest and abdominal muscles. His powerful lines looked like he was not easy to mess with. Ma Zhisher stretched out his hand to push aside two of his men and walked in front of Ash and his friends. His eyes first fell on Misty, and his eyes lit up. This challenger is so cute. As he said that, Ma Zhisher leaned over and tried to hug Misty. Ash's eyes turned cold, and he acted quickly. Before Ma Zhisher approached Misty, he kicked him in a leg joint, causing him to lose balance directly. Although he was prepared, he was still angered by Ma Zhisher's rude behavior. In the original plot, this guy was set as a major in the U.S. Air Force. Ma Zhisher's behavior at this moment completely deepened his stereotype of the Western image. Gym leader, please pay attention to your identity, and please be respectful to my girlfriend. Your behavior just now angered me. I heard that you advocate the jungle theory of the survival of the fittest. So let's have a gym battle with me. If you lose, apologize to my daughter Josh, and you have to compensate the medical expenses of those Pokemons who were seriously injured by your malicious intent. Ash aimed at Ma Zhisher's leg joints and kicked him to lose balance, grimacing in pain. He retreated several meters and stood up with the help of two men. Misty, who was frightened by Ma Zhisher's sudden action just now, saw Ash defending herself like this. She felt warm and relieved in her heart. She couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Ash. If you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find one who can stand up for you and protect you from the wind and rain at this critical moment. Partner, Misty's intimacy increased from 90% to 95%. The system prompt sounded. Ash glanced at Misty in surprise. He happened to meet her loving and fiery eyes. He was also very happy with his girlfriend's admiring eyes. You are a challenger with a strong personality. I admire you very much. But after all, it's just a baby, and so is your Pokemon. Ma Zhisher pushed away the two men who supported him and limped to the battle site. When he heard that Ash wanted to decide the outcome in a gym battle, his face once again showed a power trip smile. He admitted that he underestimated Ash. Just now, his on-the-spot reaction and offensiveness were very strong. He was kicked in the joint of his foot before he could react. But Ash's reaction and offensiveness cannot represent his Pokémon battle level. Look at the Pikachu standing on his shoulder. It should be his main Pokémon. That is, the level of being a pet for a delicate little girl. It can't be his Raichu's rival. Baby, I hope your Pokémon battle skills can make me a little more happy. Get ready for battle, Raichu. Majishur glanced at Ash and Pikachu with a little pity. He threw the Pokeball and released Raichu. Raichu, LV40, qualification, purple. The battle adopts the rules of 3v3. The battle ends when all Pokémon lose their combat ability. Baby, if you can't gather 3 Pokémon with combat ability, you can also fight alone. Be prepared to apologize and repent. After glancing at Majishur coldly, Ash reached out and patted Pikachu on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded confidently, jumped off Ash's shoulder, and ran into the battlefield. He faced off against Raichu, who was much larger than him, without any fear in his eyes. Very good, very spirited, but you can't beat me. Even a little baby can't beat my Raichu. Majishur smiled playfully, not taking Ash seriously at all. He was confident that he would not lose a gym battle. In fact, it was true for ordinary challengers. Because he had a criminal record, in Unova, he would not use his main Pokémon as the Vermilion Gym leader. But this Raichu, although not his main Pokémon, is also the main force of the second team that he has carefully cultivated in recent years. The level and strength are not much worse than the main Pokémon of other gym leaders in Kanto. How can a rookie trainer like Ash, who has just started, handle it? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Compared to Thundershock's power, overestimating yourself. Raichu, we will also use Thunderbolt. Majishur's mouth corners slightly raised, and his tone was extremely disdainful. But in a flash, his raised mouth corners froze. Pikachu and Raichu released Thundershock at the same time, and 2 saffron sparks intersected in the air. What surprised Majishur and his men was that, the moment the 2 Thunderbolts collided, Pikachu's Thunderbolt quickly defeated Raichu's Thunderbolt. The powerful spark hit Raichu, who was shocked. Thunder, thunder. Raichu was dizzy and swayed. Pikachu, quick attack, and Iron Tail. Ash obviously didn't intend to give Majishur time to react. Pikachu turned into a white stream of light and rushed straight to Raichu, hitting it hard in the abdomen. When Raichu staggered backwards, it followed with an Iron Tail and killed Raichu instantly. Thunder. Raichu loses his ability to fight. Pikachu wins. Majishur's female subordinate announced the result in a trembling voice. Looking at the Pikachu who defeated Raichu in the field in a blink of an eye, she fell a little in awe of Ash. Unlike the original plot, which relied on high-speed combat to win the game with difficulty, Pikachu defeated Majishur's Raichu with a powerful electric move and a strong melee, which brought great visual shock to the onlookers. This Pikachu can actually defeat Majishur's Raichu. I'm not dreaming. The 2 minions obviously doubted their lives. Well done. Teach him a lesson. Misty, who was watching the game, waved her fists excitedly and shouted loudly, ignoring Majishur, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seems that I underestimated you. But you still can't get the gym badge from me. Majishur took back Raichu with a gloomy face and took out other Pokeballs. Electrode, show him some color. A white light flashed, and Electrode, which looked like an upside-down Pokeball, appeared in front of Majishur. Pokémon, Electrode, LV40, qualification, purple. Majishur is worthy of being the executive of Team Rocket. The level of the second team Pokémon trained for gym battles is also very high. Electrode, rollout. Pikachu, head-on, use Iron Tail. In a certain round of rollout, the power of the move will continue to increase over time. So Ash chose to let Pikachu interrupt it directly. Pikachu. Pikachu, running a high speed, hit Electrode in the rollout contest condition with an iron tail. Boom! In the sound of a loud bang, Pikachu retreated a distance, and Electrode's rollout was interrupted while retreating farther than Pikachu. Electrode, Charge Beam. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The two issued attack orders almost at the same time. The dazzling electric currents collided fiercely in the field, and Pikachu's Thunderbolt crushed Charge Beam again and hit Electrode. Naughty! Electrode cried out in pain, and his consciousness was blurred. With the addition of Light Ball, the power of Pikachu's electric moves basically doubled. Even though it also has electric type, it was a bit overwhelmed. Electrode, who was severely injured, was knocked away by Pikachu again before he could react to the damage from Thunderbolt. Quick Attack easily defeated Electrode again. Cool, so cool, Pikachu. Misty gave a thumbs up to Pikachu. Looking at Ma Zhishi's ugly face, Xiao Gang narrowed his eyes and smiled. This can be regarded as a retaliate for the Pokémon that he has hurt. Electrode lost the ability to fight. The winner is Pikachu. The female subordinate was completely confused at this moment. Pikachu once again defeated his boss Electrode. This rookie trainer is a bit ridiculous. With a gloomy face, he took back Electrode. At this moment, Ma Zhishi no longer had the heart to say harsh words. He was hesitating whether to send out the main Pokémon. Glancing at the monitor in the corner above the gym, he immediately gave up the idea of sending the main Pokémon to fight. It is the Alliance's regulation to install cameras on the battlefield to facilitate the prosecutor's assessment of the gym, although in recent years, the Alliance has rarely sent people to ask about the gym. He still didn't dare to gamble, because it was not worth it. Coming from the Unova region, the leader Giovanni paid a lot of money to bribe the Alliance's top leaders to let him sit in this position. After enjoying the conveniences brought by the status of gym leader, Ma Zhishi still has some scruples in his actions. Even if he loses to Ash, he can still deny the bet. If he sends out the main Pokémon in the gym battle, his identity will be foresight by Alliance in the future. Then he will really lose a lot. You know, the images captured by these surveillance cameras will be backed up and uploaded to the Alliance database. It's useless for him to tamper with the surveillance images. Prepare for battle, Magneton. After a fierce ideological struggle, reason prevailed, and Ma Zhishi threw the third Pokeball. Magneton, a collection of 3 Magnemites, appears. Pokémon, Magneton, level LV38, qualification, purple. Compared with the first 2 Pokémon, Magneton is lower in level, but it is the most difficult for Pikachu. Steel type gives Magneton a strong defensive ability while blocking Pikachu's very impressive Iron Tail skill in the first 2 battles. However, after Pikachu fought 2 opponents alone, Ash had many choices in the 3rd battle. Come back first, Pikachu. After calling back Pikachu, Ash threw Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Seed. Bulbasaur, who appeared, stared at the opposite Magneton vigilantly. Bulbasaur and Magneton are 8 levels apart, but they can weaken the power of electric-type moves. With the difference in qualifications, they may have the ability to defeat the strong. Bulbasaur came up and used Razor Leaf to continuously compress Magneton's evasion space. Then he avoided Magneton's tri-attack with speed, and Vine Whip caught it and smashed it to the ground. Boom! Bulbasaur then used Sunny Day to make the sunlight stronger. It turned into a high-speed turret after triggering the Chlorophyll ability. It kept changing its position to attack Magneton. After several consecutive hits of Razor Leaf, Magneton fell to the ground powerlessly and lost its ability to fight. Damn, this Bulbasaur is so fast. Magneton was defeated, and Ma Zhishi's mentality was also broken by Bulbasaur's speed. Skills that can't hit are no threat. What's more, even if Magneton's electric skills hit Bulbasaur, they can only cause 1/2 of the usual damage. What were you standing there for? Announce the result of the battle. Magneton loses the ability to fight, Bulbasaur wins, and the winner is the challenger Ash. Ding! Vermilion City Gym Battle Advanced Mode has been completed. Reward 500,000 points, 10 top-quality insulation balls. The probability of capturing electric Pokemon increases by 200%. 500,000 points have been received. Pidgeot can be perfectly mage evolved. Ash was overjoyed when he received the task completion reward prompt. Take it, this is Vermilion City's Thunder Badge. You can leave. The female subordinate came over and handed the badge to Ash, and issued an order to expel him with a cold face. Ma Zhisher turned around and was about to leave without mentioning the bet with Ash. Master Ma Zhisher, are you leaving just like that? Where's the apology I want? Ash would not let him go just like that. After hearing Ash's words, Ma Zhisher's burly body trembled slightly, suppressing his anger. Ms. Misty, I apologize to you for my behavior just now. My subordinates will pay for the medical expenses of the injured Pokémon. Little brat from Pallet Town, I will remember you. He almost gritted his teeth and shouted out the last sentence. It is obvious that he has a deep affection for Ash Spite. Boss, do we really have to pay? What do you think? Ma Zhisher glanced at the male subordinates around him coldly. Keep an eye on those 3 brats, and when they leave Vermilion City. After he finished speaking, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yes. The male and female subordinates nodded excitedly in response. This time, they were stepped on by Ash, and they were also very angry. After leaving the Vermilion Gym, Ash and the other 2 went straight to the police station. Ash, where are we going? Let Ma Zhisher pay the price. Hey, didn't he admit his mistake and agree to compensate the Pokémon that he seriously injured? Ash shook his head and looked at Misty with a puzzled face. For a guy like him who is so power-tripped to bow his head and apologize so easily, there must be something fishy. Ma Zhisher is the executive of Team Rocket after all. He must have other intentions to bow his head to him so neatly. Enter the police station. In the office, Ash reported to Officer Jenny. The Pokémon that severely injured Rookie Challenger in Vermilion Gym and the identity of the suspected member of the evil organization Team Rocket. Ash, can you take responsibility for what you said? Officer Jenny looked at Ash with great solemnity. Of course, I think Officer Jenny can also see that there are not many gym trainers like him who like to bully the weak. But this cannot be used as evidence to identify Mr. Ma Zhisher, to convict someone, let alone the Vermilion Gym Master. Officer Jenny's tone was extremely cautious. Hearing this, Ash pointed to the computer in front of her. As a regular gym recognized by the Alliance, the battle site is equipped with monitoring equipment so that the Alliance can monitor the normal progress of the gym battle. Officer Jenny, who was awakened by Ash, immediately operated it. Of course, she knew that the gym had monitoring equipment, but the gym and the police station worked for the Pokémon Alliance, and they would not check the images of the gym battle at ordinary times. And the Alliance rarely sent people to check. Officer Jenny retrieved all the recent surveillance videos of the Vermilion Gym, and her eyes swept across several screens. Her face quickly turned ugly. In the video, Ma Zhisher played tricks on the trainers who came to challenge him. And even though he was sure to win the battle, he would still seriously injure the opponent's trainer's Pokémon. He often spoke wildly and complained about the Alliance's policies, if that alone was not enough to punish him. However, Officer Jenny found through the video that the girl trainers who challenged the Vermilion Gym in the past month had been harassed by Ma Zhisher. If Ash had not reacted in time today, Misty would probably have been taken advantage of by that guy. Although there is no evidence of his collusion with Team Rocket, the above evidence is enough to charge him with harassing female trainers. After watching the video, Officer Jenny believed Ash's words. Judging from the pictures taken by the surveillance cameras at the battle site, he had no respect for the Pokémon Alliance. It seems that there is a quirk for specific female groups. That's all, I don't think it's enough. Ash shook his head, borrowed the phone from Officer Jenny, called Professor Oak, who was far away in Pallet Town, and told him about this matter. Professor Oak, as a consultant for the Indigo Plateau Pokémon League, would naturally not let it go of the fact that the Vermilion City gym leader might be a member of Team Rocket. He assured Ash that the Alliance would definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Soon, Officer Jenny received a call. After unanimous discussion among the top leaders of the Alliance, it was decided that Officer Jenny would lead the in-depth investigation and research on the Vermilion Gym leader Ma Zhisher. Once any clues were found, he would be controlled immediately. With permission from the higher-ups, Jenny quickly took action. Although she failed to find out the relationship between Ma Zhishe and Team Rocket, she unexpectedly uncovered many crimes he had committed in the Unova region. She compiled a timeline with sufficient evidence. Ma Zhishe, who committed serious crimes including molesting a girl and premeditated murder in the Unova region, escaped with his military status. After retiring, he came to the Kanto region to serve as the Vermilion Gym leader. The process of becoming the gym leader was unclear. Jenny wanted to investigate further, but soon encountered resistance from within the alliance. After several setbacks, she turned her attention back to Ma Zhishe. All the bad things he had done in the Unova region, including when he came to Kanto to serve as the gym leader, were revealed. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. What's more, Ma Zhishe acted so high-profile. In the end, he was stripped of his status as the Vermilion Gym leader and sentenced to decades in prison. However, during the roundup against him, he easily escaped with several elite-level main Pokémon in his hands. Jenny felt that there must be a traitor who tipped off Ma Zhishe before the operation began. Otherwise, he would not have been able to foresee the future and escape easily. Ash was quite emotional about this matter. Professor Oak is indeed a world-renowned Pokémon professor. Even the Pokémon Alliance has to give him face. If he had not put pressure on the Alliance, Officer Jenny would have had a hard time punishing Ma Zhishe. Although Ma Zhishe escaped, the Vermilion Gym, which harbored filth, was temporarily banned. After all, he is the Rocket Team executive and has extraordinary strength. Ash did not expect Officer Jenny to catch him. Even if he was caught, with the Rocket Team's infiltration and corruption of the Pokémon Alliance, he probably wouldn't be able to be locked up for too long. This is the best result now. Professor Oak's name is still useful. It seems that I have to take some research-worthy photos of the old man for free in the future. Just consider it as a way to bring them closer, Ash thought to himself. Because the Vermilion Gym was banned, Ma Zhishe fled back to the headquarters. The Vermilion City Rocket Division, without an executive, had to lie dormant temporarily to avoid being implicated. Ash's name was also reported to Giovanni. Ma Zhishe wanted to start a revenge against Ash immediately, but Giovanni shook his head and rejected it. He was just a rookie trainer who had just started traveling. The main reason why he could foresight the Rocket Team's deployment in Vermilion City was that Ma Zhishe was incompetent. As an executive, he couldn't even handle a little kid. Considering that the other party came from Pallet Town, he seemed to be highly regarded by Professor Oak. Giovanni didn't want to cause trouble for this young man. After all, Nijima's God-making plan was about to succeed. As long as they can successfully control the powerful Pokémon, Team Rocket will overthrow the Pokémon Alliance and rule the world in no time. In comparison, these small fights are meaningless. Although Ma Zhishe had some complaints, he did not dare to question Giovanni's decision. He could only find another way and ask whether the operation of the Saint-Anu should be cancelled directly. This is an operation to snatch passers-by trainer Pokémon to improve the combat power of the organization members. If it is not cancelled, then he will personally board the Saint-Anu and trick Ash and others onto the ship. At that time, however, it seems that he saw Ma Zhishe's intention and Giovanni decisively terminated the operation. He was even more disappointed with Ma Zhishe, who was full of violence. At this time, he was still thinking about personal grudges and even did not hesitate to hurt the interests of the organization. If he did not have the strength of the elite level, he still needed him to contain the Kanto elite, and he would have thrown him into the river to feed the fish. Ding! World line changes detected. Thanks to your contribution, the crisis of the Saint-Anu is resolved. Reward: top-grade Mystic Water. After carrying it, the power of water type moves increases by 50%. Vermilion City, Vermilion Gym is embargoed. Ash, who was chatting with Xiao Gang and Misty about the next stop in the Pokémon Center, suddenly received a prompt that the mission was completed. World line changes. The crisis of the Saint-Anu is eliminated? Hearing the system's explanation, he quickly reacted. As the Rocket Team executive, Ma Zhisher is the absolute power class of the rocket team, except Giovanni. He is in charge of the Vermilion City Rocket Team branch. In the original plot, the action of the Saint Anno might have been planned by him. Now Ma Zhisher is missing to avoid Alliance's pursuit. He definitely dare not come back to Vermilion City. Alliance has been keeping a close eye on Vermilion City recently. There was no leader here, and the hidden rocket team members could only hide obediently. No one wanted to offend the Alliance at this time. Ash naturally liked the free mission reward. Ash gave this mystic water directly to Milotic. Milotic was extremely good in defense and endurance, and had a second ability that was not afraid of attribute restraint. The reinforcement of attack ability was beneficial to overall development. That night, Ash and the other two stayed at the Vermilion City Pokémon Center for another night. Unable to withstand Ash's soft and hard persuasion, Misty finally agreed to start living with him. The peaceful night passed in a flash. The next morning, Misty, wearing stereo cartoon pajamas, sat on Ash. "It's time to get up. Xiaojing has called us several times." "Okay, get up right away." Ash rarely enjoyed the wake-up service of a beautiful girl. Misty seemed particularly shy for the first time living together. At this time, Ash did not deliberately tease her. Sometimes, even its Sundra personality needs to be smoothed over. After breakfast, the three of them sat together to discuss the next destination city for the trip. The next gym will be in Saffron City. Ash's next gym is the Saffron Gym. Saffron City is the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Kanto region and is even very famous in other regions. There is the famous Sylph Company, the leader of Pokemon World manufacturing technology. Ding! Trigger the gym challenge task. Defeat Saffron City gym leader Sabrina and get a badge. Basic challenge. Defeat the gym leader, win, and get 200,000 points. Advanced challenge. Defeat all of Sabrina's Pokemon and all 3 Pokemon retain their combat capabilities and get 500,000 points. Perfect challenge. Defeat Sabrina and help her recover and get 800,000 points. Rare candy, LV40-50. Level X5, Sabrina's intimacy increased by 80%. Just after proposing the next challenge to the gym, the mission came. Help Sabrina return to normal. This perfect challenge is a little different from the previous ones, but he likes the mission reward very much. 80 W points are enough for him to buy a lot of goods, and rare candy can also continue to raise Pikachu's level, allowing it to reach the threshold of the elite level at a faster speed. As for the other reward, Sabrina's favorability improvement. Ash can only say that the more missions like this from the beautiful gym leader, the better. After thinking about it, he decisively accepted the perfect challenge. Ash, before going to Saffron City, can we go to Resort Blue Polchi City to relax? Misty raised her hand and suggested. Ash seemed to know that Misty would say this, and smiled mysteriously. He took out 3 S.S tickets for the Saint Anu from his pocket. Have you booked this? The SS ticket for the Saint, and is very expensive. Surprised, Misty began to feel sorry for Ash's wallet. She didn't have much money for the trip, and Ash's family wasn't that well off either. She had sent some money home a while ago, and Xiaojing's money was all used to improve the team's food. Is it too extravagant to buy a SS ticket for a luxury cruise ship? Ash shook his head. Since it's a trip, how can we miss a famous tourist destination like Ramperchi? We've been camping for so long, it's okay to enjoy it once. The ticket for the Saint and is very expensive, but Ash can still afford it if it's just to Ramperchi. It's been less than a month since we traveled, and my ability to make money is still worthy of recognition. Misty, as my girlfriend, I will cover all your living expenses in the future. Ash's sudden love words. Misty blushed, but because of Xiaojing who was watching the fun, she couldn't get angry. Then I'm lucky enough to be with you this time. Ash, thank you. Xiaojing looked at Ash and Misty with a teasing look. After buying the daily necessities for the trip, Ash and the other two boarded the St. Anna's and set off. The next stop is the city of Landpolki. Since Ash and the other two had eaten a lot at the dock, they were not hungry at this time, so they did not eat in the restaurant. They came to the bow and stood on the deck to look out at the endless blue sea. Fish Pokémon jumped out of the water from time to time. It's worthy of being a luxury cruise ship. This feels great. With a long sigh of relief, Misty took out the fishing rod from her backpack. Ash, Xiaojing, let's compete to see who is better at fishing. Okay, I just have nothing to do. Come on. Unlike Misty, who carried a fishing rod with her, Ash and Xiaojing borrowed 2 fishing rods from the staff and started fishing. At this moment, his minus 20% bite rate debuff began to take effect. Misty and Brock both started continuous fishing mode. They caught one water Pokémon after another. Although they were all common Pokémon, such as Tentacle and Magikarp, they were much better than Ash, who caught only one Magikarp after half a day. It can only be said that he paid a lot of price to capture Feeba. Brock was not very willing to capture water Pokémon, and Misty looked down on Pokémon with ordinary potential and appearance. Most of the Pokémon caught were released by the 2 of them. It can only be said that after being with Ash, she was also influenced by him in a subtle way, and she was very cautious in choosing Pokémon to capture. And her and Brock's spendthrift behavior of releasing dozens of Pokémon in a row also attracted the attention of interested people. Hey kids, if you don't want a Pokémon you caught, you can sell them to me. I can definitely give you a good price. A fishmonger in plain clothes came over to chat with him. Ash looked him up and down for a moment. Could this uncle be the one who sold James a Magikarp for 30,000 yuan? Sorry, uncle, we are not going to sell Pokémon. Misty and Xiaojing rejected the uncle one after another. As gym trainers, they would not do anything against their conscience, even if they were short of money. Selling wild Pokémon or something. That's what the notorious Pokémon hunters do. Ha ha ha. Why don't you think about it again? The price I offer is definitely the highest among my peers. Besides, you don't want these Pokémon, so isn't it a waste to put them back into the sea? The middle-aged uncle seemed to be unwilling to give up. Ash glanced at him coldly. Uncle, don't you understand? I have to remind you that it is illegal to buy and sell wild Pokémon privately. If Officer Ginny knows about this. Hey, no, kid. I'm just joking. Don't take it to heart. I'm leaving now. The middle-aged uncle's face froze. He laughed and turned away. He cursed Ash and the others in his heart for not knowing how to appreciate him. They don't make money, but pretend to be self-righteous. Ash shook his head. This kind of person completely treats Pokémon as a tool to make money. It's really hateful. After fishing for an afternoon, Ash had the worst luck. The number of Pokémon biting the hook did not exceed 10 times. Misty and Xiaojing both admired Ash's bad luck. You know, there are many more water Pokémon in the sea than in rivers and lakes. Ash didn't care much about this. Although Misty and Xiaojing caught a lot of Pokémon, none of them had potential. In comparison, Flash Feeba is definitely a rare sight. As the sky gradually darkened, Ash and his group came to the restaurant for dinner. At this time, the restaurants on both sides were full of people, and in the middle was a battle area separated by staff. From time to time, a trainer would go to the ring to fight Pokémon. There are many wealthy people on this luxury cruise ship. A white-haired old man who likes to watch the fun issued a bounty. Whoever can win 100 games in a row in the ring can break through his bounty pool and get a bonus of 2 million Pokémon coins. If no one wins 100 games in a row before arriving at the next target city, the prize will be awarded according to the level of 50 wins, 20 wins, and 10 wins. As soon as this was said, many Pokémon trainers at the scene showed interested expressions. 2 million bonus is a huge sum of money. You can buy a purple Charizard on the black market. That's the final form of the 3 starter Pokémon. Ding! Trigger system task. Get the bonus from the rich man's bounty and achieve 100 consecutive wins. Task reward. Pokémon Charm Enhancement Potion. After use, it can make Pokémon's attraction to the same race and opposite S*X full. Points, 200,000. Ash, who was not very interested in the passerby trainer on the St. Anu, suddenly became excited. It's shameful and boring to bully noobs, but the rewards are too much. And this time, it's not just a system reward. If he can get the 2 million bonus from the rich man, He won't have to get gold coins from Professor Oak for a long time. The old man gave him a big surprise last time. Ash thought he had to sell him a little favor. Let him remember his kindness, which can be useful at a critical moment. Thinking of this, Ash stood up directly. Misty, Xiaojing, take your time eating. I'm going to have a fight. Let's go together. I'm full too. Misty finished her food in a few bites, wiped her lips with a napkin, got up and followed. Xiaojing sat where he was, slowly savoring the food. Obviously, he didn't want to disturb Ash and Misty's world of two. Come to the ring. By asking the staff on the ship, Ash learned that the initiator of the bounty ring was an executive of Sylph Company. Hideki is rich and loves to watch Pokémon battles. This ring is non-profit. The prize money is also paid entirely by the initiator. In the field, a Mankey and a Poliwag finally had a stalemate. Poliwag won with a slight level advantage. Its trainer successfully won 3 consecutive victories. Mankey trainer walked off the ring sadly. Ash took over and challenged Poliwag trainer. The opponent nodded confidently in agreement. Then Ash patted Pikachu to signal it to fight. Pokemon, Poliwag, level LV21, qualification blue. Under the condition of attribute restraint, Pikachu's level is almost 20 levels higher than Poliwag. The referee asked the opponent if he needed to change Pokemon, and he insisted on Poliwag. Ash was not polite to him. Command Pikachu to send it away easily with a Thunder Shock. It was easy to win the first victory in battles with a large level gap. Ash usually holds back. The opponent's Poliwag was not seriously injured. Poliwag's trainer obviously saw this. After taking back Poliwag, he nodded slightly and expressed his gratitude to Ash. Your Pikachu is very strong. Thank you for your mercy. Ash nodded in response. After Poliwag's trainer stepped down, a male trainer with outstanding appearance and slightly older than Ash walked up to the stage. The Pokemon he sent out was none other than Charmeleon from the 3 Pokemons. Judging from his attire, he should be from a wealthy family. He was able to get Charmander as the Earl Dervish Pokemon in Alliance, so he was quite capable. After all, in terms of popularity in the Kanto region, the handsome Charizard, whose final evolution can fly into the sky, is far more popular than the other 2 Pokemons from the 3 Pokemons. When asked if he needed to change Pokemon, Ash decisively called back Pikachu and sent Charmeleon to fight. When the 2 Charmeleons competed on the same stage, the difference was extremely obvious, regardless of size, color, or the size of the flame on the tail, or the fighting spirit in his eyes. Ash's Charmeleon was far superior to the other one, and this civil war was also a one-sided crushing trend. The power of the fire-type moves was not as strong as the other one, and the close combat was even suppressed. Charmeleon is so strong, if anyone can get a 2 million yuan bonus, that person may only be you. The rich man looked at Ash deeply, took back Charmeleon, and walked off the stage. He thought highly of Ash. The trainer who could train such a powerful Charmeleon must be very good. Whoa, it's my turn. A plain-looking but youthful girl walked onto the stage to challenge. The Pokemon she used was a Psychic-type Sun Pokemon from the EV family. A rare Psychic-type Pokemon, plus the opponent's command level was pretty good. Ash was interested in playing with her for a while longer. During the battle, he also pointed out the mistakes in the girl's command. The flames, the psychic fluctuations were raging. The audience was very satisfied and waved and cheered. Seeing that Charmeleon had fully adapted to the opponent's psychic strength, Ash commanded it to end the battle. Thank you for your advice. During the battle, the girl could clearly feel the gap between herself and Ash. With Ash's enthusiastic guidance, she felt like she was challenging a gym, and the whole battle was relatively easy. This battle also made her gain a lot. Although she lost, she also learned a lot. Ash quickly won 10 consecutive victories, and Charmeleon's outstanding performance also attracted the attention of many trainers on the ship. More and more trainers challenged him. There are still 90 games to complete the winning streak. Ash wanted to let Charmeleon rest for a while and rotate with other Pokemon, but found that it was still full of energy. There was no intention of resting at all. The rivals who won 10 consecutive games were too weak, and there were not many who could cause it a little trouble. Charmeleon, who basically didn't play at full strength, was still very energetic at the moment. Seeing this, Ash also planned to let Charmeleon give it a try. It can still rely on these trainers to level up at a lower level. Charmeleon was very powerful and won several reverse attribute battles in a row, and showed fatigue only after the 30th victory. Ash then replaced other Pokémon to fight. The trainers on this ship were too weak, and there were only 2 or 3 trainers who could pose a slight threat to him later. His winning streak began to rise rapidly. 50 consecutive wins, 70 consecutive wins, 85 consecutive wins. By the time the 99th win was won, the audience was completely numb. The Sylph Company executive who issued the bounty had even told his assistant secretary to prepare to transfer money to Ash. "Little brother, I want to use my Raticate to have a Pokemon battle with you. Please give me some advice." At this time, the challenger for the 100th game appeared. A tall and thin man with a charming female companion, a gentleman's suit, and a black hat walked onto the stage. There was also a Raticate beside him. Looking at the man, Ash frowned slightly. But considering that the other party was a challenger, he didn't say much. In the original plot, this guy used Raticate to fight against the stupid Butterfree. When he saw that he was about to lose, he deliberately stopped the game, looking like he couldn't afford to lose. In addition, he coaxed Ash to exchange his Butterfree with his own Raticate. At that time, Ash also asked for the opinion of Topsy-Turvy, who was fascinated by his partner. In the end, the two exchanged Pokemon. But after the exchange, the silly thing remembered Butterfree's kindness and exchanged it back. Ash couldn't understand the silly thing's brain hemorrhage operation at all. This kind of exchange can easily cause Pokemon to lose trust in their owners, and the intimacy of Pokemon with a bad temper will plummet. This also made Ash feel that under the silly thing's operation, even if Butterfree did not leave the team for courtship, he would leave for other reasons. Shaking his head and suppressing the chaotic thoughts, he would definitely not do such a bad thing as exchanging Pokemon now. Pokemon, Raticate level, LV27 Qualification Blue, a blue qualification Pokemon of a standard passerby trainer. But this Raticate is well cultivated. The body color, fur, and body shape can be regarded as a strong one among the same species. No wonder he was favored by the tall and thin gentleman. After all, with the money of the tall and thin gentleman, it is definitely not a problem to buy a few rare Pokemon. In the case of the overall reputation of the race, the fact that this Raticate was selected can also prove its strength. This also makes Ash look forward to this last battle. As the final battle of the 100-game winning streak, he naturally hopes to show a wonderful battle to the rich man who offered the bounty and all the spectators on the ship. But the opponent still disappointed Ash. Pokemon is strong, but it does not mean that the trainer is strong. What's more, a third-rate trainer like the tall and thin gentleman who only spends money to train Pokemon. His stupid command made Raticate unable to play its due strength. Ash estimated that it was slightly inferior to the other rookie trainers who just set out from Pallet Town. However, he should have thought that with the pampered appearance of the tall and thin gentleman, it is impossible for him to spend a lot of energy on studying Pokemon battles. Just when he was about to lose, the tall and thin gentleman still wanted to use the same trick to forcibly interrupt the game and force the game that was about to be lost to be a draw. This time, Ash didn't tolerate him at all. Charmeleon used a Dragon Tail to directly whip its Raticate to the bottom of the ring and lost its ability to fight. The smile on the tall and thin gentleman's face froze, and he stood on the ring with a wandering look, wanting to say something but stopping. The 100 consecutive wins required by the task were achieved. Ding! System task completed. Get the bonus from the rich man's bounty and achieve 100 consecutive wins. Reward: Pokemon Charm Enhancement Potion. After use, Pokemon can be fully attracted to the opposite S*X of the same race. Points: 20W. Points balance: 124W. Double happiness, excluding the charm potion and points rewarded by the task. The Pokémon that have fought have also accumulated a lot of combat experience, especially Charmeleon. It has the most appearances. Charmeleon from LV26 to LV30. Squirtle from LV28 to LV29. Milotic from LV31 to LV32. Butterfree from LV25 to LV27. Among them, Milotic, who had the highest level, had accumulated nearly half of the experience points before this battle and barely upgraded to a higher level. Except Charmeleon, the overall level of the other Pokémon did not increase much. It can only be said that bullying is still a little lacking. Only by challenging Pokémon of similar or higher levels can you quickly increase your level. The 2 million Pokémon coins from the rich man were directly deposited into the Alliance account registered by Ash Pokémon Pokédex. After receiving this huge sum of money, Ash also lost the fun of continuing to fight with the noobs. He rejected several trainers who challenged him one after another. Several of the Pokémon levels were not even LV20. Still, in the rookie stage, the experience gained from fighting them is minimal, and it is not as fast as finding a wild Pokémon group to level up. Ash squeezed out of the crowd and joined Misty, who was watching the battle. Ash and Misty were about to leave. The tall and thin gentleman came over with his female companion in a sexy low-cut backless dress. "Young man, your Charmeleon is very well cultivated. Are you interested in exchanging it with my Raticate?" The tall and thin gentleman suggested with a smile. At the same time, the female companion beside him also flirted with Ash. This time, Ash was disgusted. No wonder these two guys can get together. Shamelessness is really amazing. The man wants to use the common Raticate to exchange his Charmeleon with golden qualifications and unlimited future potential. And it was just after he lost to himself. Doesn't this just treat Ash as a fool who knows nothing? His female companion is also the same kind of stuff, teasing Ash with her eyes in front of the tall and thin gentleman. These two obviously want to get some benefits from Ash. Ash was about to open his mouth to ridicule them. Misty beside him reacted faster than him. As if the little mouth was smeared with honey, he pointed at the two and started to attack crazily. A burst of birdsong and flowers directly broke the thin and tall gentleman's defense. Panting, his face was livid. You. What are you, you shameless guy? Get out of our sight while we're still in a good mood." Misty suppressed the thin and tall gentleman with firepower again. The thin and tall gentleman with a red face and thick neck pointed at Misty's hand and trembled constantly. He couldn't hold back a fart for a long time, and finally could only leave with his female companion in embarrassment. Very helpless, he couldn't beat Ash in a fight, and he couldn't talk to Misty beside him, so he could only flee in panic. The passengers watching the excitement around him cast surprised eyes at Misty. Misty's pretty face quickly turned red after reacting. "Oh no, this time I'm going to be misunderstood as..." She subconsciously turned around and looked at Ash. But Ash was looking at her with a smile. "Ash, do you think I'm a bit of a tomboy?" "No, those guys deserve to be scolded. Besides, Misty, you are usually very gentle." "Thank you, Ash." Misty happened to see the thin and tall gentleman's female companion flirting with Ash, and she couldn't help it. She vented all her anger on the thin and tall gentleman. After this episode, the two returned to the restaurant. Meet up with Xiaojiang, because the noise just now was quite loud. Even after returning to the restaurant, many people still looked at them. "Ash, what's going on? I always feel like everyone is staring at us." Xiaojiang looked around and asked in confusion. Misty, who was sitting next to Ash, immediately lowered her head. Ash told Xiaojiang what had just happened. It wasn't a big deal, so he just took it as a topic of conversation. After hearing this, Xiaojiang also said that the thin and tall gentleman was not a good person. Perhaps unable to withstand the strange looks from passers-by, Misty went back to her room after saying something to Ash. Then Ash went to the lobby to find a phone. He called his mother Delia at home directly. A smiling Mother Delia appeared on the screen. "Ash, why did you think of calling me? How was your trip? I heard from Professor Oak that you're already in Vermilion City." As soon as the call was connected, his mother Delia's series of questions confused him a little, but after he reacted, he felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where he went, it was always his mother Delia who always cared about him. Call me if you miss you. I'm on the ship to land Polki City now. After a brief chat, Ash transferred 500,000 yuan from the winning streak bonus to his mother Delia's account. 500,000 yuan. Where did you get so much money? Delia asked in surprise when she saw the message prompt. It was learned that Ash won 100 consecutive victories on the Saint and won the bonus offered by the rich man. After praising Ash, Delia told Ash not to put too much pressure on himself when traveling. After all, high-intensity battles are not all there is to traveling. Sometimes you should relax a little. Don't worry, Mom. These are all battles within your acceptable range. 100 games may seem like a lot, but in fact, they're just that. They are all very weak rivals. He can understand Mom Delia's worries. But the reality is that none of the rivals on the St. Anna's could make him feel stressed. After thinking about it, Ash told Delia about his relationship with Misty in an attempt to divert her attention. After learning about this, Mom Delia immediately said that she would go to Ramperchi to meet Misty. She hung up the phone without giving Ash time to react. After sailing for a day, the St. Anna's finally arrived at Ramperchi. Leaving the St. Anna's and arriving at Ramperchi. Looking at the saffron-colored beach in front of her, Misty subconsciously wanted to put on a swimsuit and have a good swim. But because there were too many people on the beach, she gave up the idea. Seeing Misty was a little disappointed. Ash then found the person in charge of this beach and booked a private beach further away. No one except Ash and the other two was allowed to enter here. Then Ash tricked Xiao Jiang into going to the crowded beach outside to find a beautiful big sister. Let this beach become their own world. There was no way. Ash liked to see other people's girlfriends wearing swimsuits, but didn't want his girlfriend to be stared at by others when wearing a swimsuit. This kind of thing has to be double standard. After the two put on swimsuits, Ash helped Misty apply sunscreen. Misty went swimming and played with the Pokémon. Ash sat on the beach with his back against a big tree and thought about the giant tentacruel. Ding! The location where the plot mission is about to occur is detected. Triggering the plot mission. Resolve the giant tentacruel attack in Land Polki City and protect the city from the destruction of the giant tentacruel and the tentacle group. Mission reward. 1 million points. Reward title Son of the Sea. After wearing it, the intimacy of Pokémon in the ocean increases by 50%. Seeing the system reward, Ash showed a surprised expression. 1 million points. The system is too generous this time. And this title of Son of the Sea is also very powerful. All Pokémon inhabiting the ocean increase their intimacy by 50%. Just offset his minus 20% Pokémon bite probability. The mission requires protecting the city from the destruction of the giant tentacruel. Fortunately, I greeted Dragonite at Bill Lighthouse. Ash couldn't help but sigh, since the mission requires him to protect the city from destruction. It is obviously impossible to rely on Misty's true feelings to influence the giant tentacruel and make it leave on its own initiative as in the original plot. At that time, the city had been destroyed by the giant tentacruel with a large group of tentacle. After thinking for a long time, Ash finally got a little clue. He planned to try to start with both sides of the conflict first. If it doesn't work, there is still the ancient Dragonite to support him. At Bill Lighthouse, he and the ancient Dragonite had an agreement that both sides would rush to land Polki City at the same time. When the giant tentacruel appeared, it would appear immediately. Presumably, the ancient Dragonite has come to the sea near Land Polki City and waited for the giant tentacruel to appear. Reasoning is useless, so it can only be solved by force. It just so happens that the super heavy ball rewarded by his system space can also come in handy, right? Meanwhile, Pallet Town. Delia, who was eager to see her son and her future daughter-in-law whom she had never met, put down everything she was doing, bought a ticket to Ramperchi, and rushed over. Mom, you didn't tell us before you came, so we could pick you up at the airport. At noon, Ash and Misty, who were having dinner at a seafood restaurant next to Nastina restaurant, ran into Delia, who had just got off the plane. Ramperchi, I've been here before when I traveled before. Maybe I'm more familiar with it than you are. This is Misty. She's so beautiful. Ash has been traveling outside for more than a month thanks to your care. After Delia answered Ash's words, her eyes immediately fell on Misty, who was a little nervous beside him. The more she looked at this future daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she was. She was also very relieved in her heart that her son, who was as stupid as a brick, finally got it. When in Pallet Town, Gary had found so many girlfriends that he couldn't count them with both hands. But Ash didn't make any moves at all. And compared to Gary's mature and charming girlfriends, girls like Misty are obviously more reliable. There is no generation gap between people of the same age, and a relationship will not be bad if they grow up together. Besides, except for her not-so-mature figure, Misty's appearance is still top-notch, and she will definitely be a top beauty in the future. Misty's expression was very unnatural when she was stared at by Delia, and her usual carefree temperament was restrained in front of Delia. She replied with a slightly nervous tone. "Ah, Auntie, hello, I'm Ash's girlfriend, a gym trainer in Cerulean City, currently traveling with the goal of becoming a water-type Pokémon Master. Actually, Ash has been taking care of me all the way, and I should be the one to say thank you. After all, she is not an introverted person, and Ash also mentioned this to her yesterday." After a brief shyness, Misty immediately cheered up. She introduced herself to Delia openly. Delia smiled throughout the whole process and was obviously very satisfied with Misty, especially when she mentioned that it was Ash who was helping her. Misty is such a kind and good kid who knows how to maintain her boyfriend's image. I know what Ash is like. Isn't it a fantasy to expect him to take care of others? Delia thought to herself, and she recognized Misty more and more. After lunch, Delia and Misty were already talking about everything. Standing together, they were like a pair of good sisters. Ash invited his mother Delia to go to the private beach he contracted and let Misty accompany Delia. He found a car rental company and rented a powerful motorcycle. In this Pokemon world, adults can drive, and the proof of renting a car without a driver's license is the Pokemon Pokédex. This is also part of the benefits that Alliance gives to Pokemon trainers. It allows trainers to devote themselves to Pokemon cultivation without wasting their energy on various daily trivialities. Otherwise, Gary would not have been able to drive a luxury sports car and take his girlfriends around when he first set out on his trip. After a brief familiarization with the motorcycle, Ash got started right away. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for Yumichi Pier outside the city of Lampolki. Standing at the pier, you can see a large hotel with luxurious decorations being built rapidly on the sea in the distance. It is the business of Nastina's cousin at the beach stall. In addition to the sea hotel, she also owns a large amusement park near the Yumichi Pier. The luxury sea hotel under construction has been named Paradise Hotel. It will be completed soon, and Nastina's cousin hopes that this hotel will bring a large number of tourists. In this way, she will have the confidence to continue investing in her amusement park to make it a large tourist attraction that is not inferior to Lampolki City. She wants to snatch all the tourists from Lampolki City. She also wants to build a Pokemon battle theme park and continue to expand her business blueprint. However, because her Paradise Hotel is located on the coral reef where the Tentacool tribe lives, the Tentacool's homes were destroyed, causing them to repeatedly attack the Paradise Hotel and the construction team to prevent Nastina's cousin from building the hotel. In the original plot, Nastina's cousin was forced to offer a reward of 1 million Pokemon coins and summoned a large number of trainers in the city of Lampolki to drive away the Tentacool tribe. Then the Rocket Trio showed up to accept her reward. They planned to use homemade domestic 3 cups of vinegar to make the Tentacool group all limp after drinking it. Then they would be able to get Nastina's cousin's reward, and at the same time, give the captured large group of Tentacool to Giovanni. Not only can they make money, but they can also get promoted. It's simply a plan that has the best of both worlds. Unfortunately, a Tentacool mutated during the process. It evolved into a huge Tentacruel that is as big as several floors and has amazing destructive power. The giant Tentacruel led the other Tentacools in the tribe to launch a revenge against humans. The anger of revenge quickly swept the entire Lanpulki city, almost turning the entire city into ruins. In the end, it was Misty's persuasion that convinced the giant Tentacruel to let humans go. Ash has two plans to perfectly complete the giant Tentacruel incident. One is to resolve the dispute between Nastina's cousin and the Tentacle. The other is to rely on the powerful power of the super ancient Dragonite to defeat the giant Tentacruel, leaving the Tentacles leaderless. If you want to resolve the conflict between Nastina's cousin and Tentacle, you can't let the Paradise Hotel on Yumichi Pier be built. Ash has tried it many times before. It's not feasible to use official power to solve this problem. In the eyes of the officials, Nastina's cousin is an entrepreneur who can make outstanding contributions to the city's economy. The officials also hope that after the hotel is completed, it will attract a large number of tourists to develop the city's economy. The destruction of Tentacle's habitat is not a big deal. Can Pokemon be bigger than human development? It's basically the same as the original plot. Before the giant Tentacruel destroyed the city, no one would reflect on the harm caused to the Tentacle tribe by their actions. The destruction of Pokemon ecology is not as important as making money. Shaking his head, Ash summoned the heterochromatic Milotic. Jumping on its back, he went to the sea near the Paradise Hotel under construction. The Tentacle group hated the building that occupied their home so much that they would often wander around and try to revenge. After swimming for more than 10 minutes, Ash did not find the Tentacle group, but he encountered a wounded Horsia. The little guy was deeply attracted by Milotic's elegant figure, and Ash did not react until he got close to him. Mo, the wounded little guy, tried to explain something to Ash. This should be the Horsia in the original plot who thought he still had Misty. Xiaojang asked for help and was finally conquered by Misty. Ash guessed so. If it was it, then it was indeed asking for help from him. Horsia, I roughly understand what you mean. Please take me to find the Tentacle group. Horsia nodded and swam in front of Milotic to lead the way. Soon, under the leadership of Horsia, Ash rode the heterochromatic Milotic to find the Tentacle group that was driven into the coral reef home. These tentacles all hated humans because their homes were taken away. When Ash appeared, many tentacles could not suppress their hatred and attacked him. In desperation, Ash could only let Milotic and Pikachu have a good talk with them, and when they calmed down, Ash came out to play the good guy, healed the tentacles, and explained his intentions. Although the tentacles now hate the humans who took away their homes, they also know that Ash came with good intentions. It has to be said that force is sometimes quite useful to deal with the tentacle group, which is already known as the bully of the sea. At least it can make them calm down and listen to your explanation. After communicating with this group of tentacles who are full of ideas about how to deal with humans, Ash promised to help the tentacle group solve this matter, return their homes to them as soon as possible, and guarantee that no humans will come to disturb them in the future. But they also need their cooperation, so Ash also revealed some details of the plan to them, including the part that requires their cooperation. The tentacle group that was defeated by Ash agreed to cooperate with his plan out of trust in him. After convincing the tentacle group, the next thing to do is to deal with cousin Nastina. Horsia, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. Ash applied potion to the injured Horsia and invited it to go with him. Although this Horsia did not meet his standards for taming, its actual qualifications were not low, and it and Misty had a predestined relationship. It would be no problem to take it back and get it to her. In this way, Ash took Horsia back to the private beach he contracted in Lanpulki City. Hey, it's Horsia? Thank you, Ash. After taming the Horsia sent by Ash, Misty threw herself into Ash's arms in a cute swimsuit. She was wrapped around him like an octopus. The atmosphere quickly heated up, and in the ambiguous eye contact, Misty closed her eyes and gave him a sweet kiss. The qualifications of the Horsia brought back by Ash were already very good, and it was also at a medium level in its group. In addition, Horsia itself is a relatively rare existence among water-type Pokemon. Misty has been longing for it for a long time. Delia, who was standing under a tree in the distance, smiled knowingly after seeing this. She turned around subconsciously to avoid disturbing the two young people. Ash was not willing to be passive, so he immediately took the initiative and started to get naughty with his hands. He didn't let Misty go until her face was flushed and she was out of breath. Misty was arrogant and rarely took the initiative to get intimate with Ash. This time, it was because the Horsia that Ash gave her was too much of a surprise for her. Ash said it was a pity in his heart. If it wasn't daytime, if there was a more suitable scene, he might have done something beyond the bottom line. Once this threshold is crossed, Ash is confident that he can immediately unlock a lot of new knowledge with Misty. Ding! The world line has changed. Thanks to your actions, Misty has conquered Horsia at the dock of Lanpolky City earlier. Reward. Clue of the best Dragon-type Pokémon. 5 pieces of rare candy. LV40, LV.50. Clue-type reward. The target will appear randomly within 100 miles of the place of use, and can be continuously tracked. Ash was delighted to receive the system reward. Fortunately, Horsia was just released. Otherwise, Misty's kiss and the generous reward would not be available. Within 100 miles, the types of Pokémon produced will also change depending on the environment in which the clue is used. Ash is more curious about whether the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions will also be included in the random range. After all, the Dragon-type has always been a symbol of rarity and power. Most Pokémon with Dragon in their names have high species strength. If the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions are also taken into account, you will have to think carefully about where to use this clue. In the evening, leave the private beach. After meeting up with Xiao Jiang, when Misty asked Delia for advice on which restaurant to go to for dinner, Ash came up with an idea. He took the 3 of them to Nastina Beach House. Nastina's beach house is well known in the city of Ramperchi. All tourists who come to the beach will go to her store to taste the special seafood feast. Because Ash and his 4 friends came late, there were basically no tourists in the store. 4 of you, what do you want to eat? Grandma will make it for you. Hey, Grandma, don't you remember me? I'm Ash. We just met at Yumichi Pier during the day. Looking at the grandma walking over, Ash pretended to be surprised and shouted. When this was said, Misty, Xiao Jiang, and Delia were all stunned. I don't know what Ash is doing. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Nastina reacted and snorted, and her wrinkled old face turned ashen. That's not me, but my cousin. Did I make a mistake? Ash scratched his head innocently, and then continued. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. That grandma is a big entrepreneur. She claims to build her own resort and attract all the tourists from Lanpolky City. Nastina and her cousin have always had an incompatible relationship. After hearing this, her face was visibly getting worse. Build your own resort and attract all the tourists away. Isn't this digging up her roots? If tourists go to her resort, won't her beach house here face the risk of bankruptcy? When the resort is built, I must go and experience it. Seeing Nastina's face getting more and more gloomy, Ash quickly added the last knife. Bang! Sorry, we're closed today. Please come back tomorrow. Didn't you just say there was food? It's my mother-in-law who has a bad memory. Today's ingredients have been used up. Just like that, Ash and his friends were invited out of her beach house by the angry Nastina. Ash smiled slightly and led the 3 of them to the seafood restaurant of an old man next door. Everything is going according to his plan. After Nastina hung up the temporary business sign and closed the door, Ash's words just echoed in her mind. Building a resort and a supporting playground to snatch tourists from the city of Lanpolky. And her Nastina beach house relies on the tourists on this beach in the city of Lanpolky. This vicious cousin was completely stealing money from her. She opened the cash register and looked at the thick stack of banknotes inside. Reason told her to be patient, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. After a brief thought, Nastina opened the back door. She found the miserable rocket trio who were forced to work for her because the Garrido's dive boat ran aground on her back beach, causing considerable losses to her store. Just the 3 of you can help me do something. If you succeed, the previous debt will be written off, and mother-in-law will pay you a considerable reward. When they heard that there was a reward, the rocket trio, who had been crazy about poverty recently, immediately became excited. Don't worry, Meow. No matter what the task is, our rocket team can complete it for you smoothly. Without waiting for Jesse and James to speak, Meowth took it without even asking about the content of the commission. No need to work to pay off debts, and you can make a bigger sum of money. No matter how you think about it, it's a sure-win business. Okay, I'll pay you to fix the dive boat now, and you go blow up Yumichi Pier, my cousin's amusement park, and that luxury water hotel. Leave it to us, no problem, Nastina. With Nastina's financial support, the rocket's handicraft technology quickly came into play. The Garrido's dive boat that ran aground was repaired overnight, and some offensive weapons were even installed. Then the three of them pedaled hard in the dive boat and headed straight for Yumichi Pier. The next day, in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center, Misty held a newspaper in her hand and said with a beaming face, "Ash, have you heard? Last night, the amusement park and luxury water hotel at Yumichi Pier were blown up by missiles. It seems that the three guys from Team Rocket did it. Now Nastina's cousin at Yumichi Pier has gone bankrupt, and when she learned that it was her cousin who hired the Rocket Trio to sabotage, she actually took out all her remaining savings to hire the Rocket Trio to blow up Nastina's beach house. Currently, the two sisters have been taken away by Officer Jenny because of personal grudges. Take the newspaper from Misty and glance at it. No wonder she reacted so strongly when I mentioned Nastina's cousin yesterday. How big a hatred is it that can make relatives turn against each other? As the initiator, Ash has now become a bystander. Although it is a bit sentimental, no one should have thought that he planned all this. After all, he just went along with it. The main reason is that the two sisters have a deep hatred. Looking at it this way, my useless sisters are much cuter. Misty nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ash silently praised the Rocket Trio in his heart. Sure enough, the Rocket Trio are all talented. Except for not being able to catch Pikachu, they can do everything else. The Rocket Trio is indeed his good teammates. They gave him several gold coins in succession, and now they have helped him complete most of the huge Tentacruel mission. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have to treat them better in the future, so that they can work harder for themselves. But things are not yet perfectly resolved. Yumichi Pier, the coral reef, has never lacked developers, and without Cousin Nastina, there will be many wealthy businessmen coming one after another. These people must be made aware that the benefits of setting their sights on the coral reefs are not proportional to the risks, and expelling the tentacle tribe will take huge risks. No businessmen will continue to set their sights on the coral reefs. After all, businessmen pursue profits, but they also know how to assess risks. Before investing, it is clear that there will be huge risks in the project. The profit is not equal to the huge risk. It will only be regarded as a bad investment plan. It seems that the businessmen who covet the Yumichi Pier and the Coral Reef Transformation Project have to see the giant tentacruel. Let this giant tentacruel become a sword hanging over their heads, so that they dare not act rashly. In a hidden house in the city of Landpolki. Ha ha, I'm rich now. I didn't expect these two sisters to be so generous. Especially Cousin Nastina from Yumichi Pier. She can still take out so much money after bankruptcy. She must have owed a lot of money to the bank. Maybe, but it has nothing to do with us, Meow. With a large amount of funds added this time, we must build a robot with amazing performance to deal with the little devil, snatch his Pikachu, and give it to Boss Giovanni. The three members of Team Rocket sat in front of the Garrido's dive boat, happily counting the money. At this time, Jesse looked at James. By the way, I met a strange man in black when I was shopping with Meowth today. Wearing a mask, I couldn't see his face clearly. He came to me and said he wanted to buy a potion that could make Tentacle unconscious and paralyzed. He also specifically said that only you can do it. Meowth also looked at James. Yes, you can make a Tentacle paralysis potion. That guy offers a very generous reward dash. Hearing this, James thought for a moment and nodded. I really have some ideas in my mind. Leave it to me. Wait until I make the potion and make a lot of money from the man in black. James, who was afraid of poverty, decisively agreed. If it is true that if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you are a to be ***************. It is amazing that when Jesse just mentioned the effect of the potion, the formula materials appeared in his mind. It seems that even God wants to help him make this money. Another day passed in Lampolky City. Ash and the other two sent their mother Delia on the plane back to Pallet Town. When leaving, Delia asked Ash to treat Misty well and not to let Stephanie down. After leaving the airport, Ash asked Xiaojiang and Misty to go back to the Pokémon Center first. Ash went to meet Jessie and bought the domestic 3-cup vinegar that James had just prepared from her. Summon Milotic and take the domestic 3-cup vinegar to the Tentacool tribe and let them taste the potion one by one. Most of the agate water was exhausted after trying it and needed to rest for a while to recover. Only one Tentacool not only evolved into a giant Tentacruel after soaking in the domestic 3-cup vinegar, but also expanded countless times. Its height is not much less than that of the super ancient Dragonite. Pokemon Tentacruel Giant, level LV61. Feeling the surging power in its body, the giant Tentacruel cast a grateful look at Ash. Tentacruel, it's your turn to perform next. After saying that, Ash summoned Pidgeot and jumped on its back, flying straight towards the open sea. The giant Tentacruel nodded, and its huge body swam towards the direction of Yumichi Pier and the human city on the shore. People playing on the beach saw the giant-level Tentacruel leading a large number of tentacles, raising huge waves. They all screamed in fear. The lifeguards on the beach also hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd. Boom boom. After all the tourists left, the giant Tentacruel fired a dark golden hyper beam on the beach, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. The entire coast was shaking violently under the attack of this beam of light. Screams rose and fell, and in countless terrified eyes, a figure that was no less in size than the giant Tentacruel and even more oppressive came riding the waves. It was the super ancient Dragonite that Ash found from the outer sea. Wherever the super ancient Dragonite went, the originally turbulent sea water immediately calmed down. The ancient Dragonite walked towards the giant Tentacruel step by step, and above it was Ash standing on the back of Pidgeot in the sky. The ancient Dragonite walked over with the aura of the third-level god emanating from it. The giant Tentacruel was strong and powerful, and its tentacles that were strong enough to penetrate the building softened immediately. Although they were similar in size, the giant Tentacruel was only born and evolved and became giant because of its special physique and good luck. Please give flowers 0141-017-Falu08-450-2170. Compared to the Dragonite, which has a long lifespan and has survived from the ancient times to the present, there is still a big gap. The threshold of the champion level to the third level god is not something that can be broken through by living long enough, but also requires enough amazing talent and some luck. The giant Tentacruel's eyes fell on the sky above Dragonite's head and Ash on the back of Pidgeot. At this moment, in addition to the previous friendliness, there's also a sense of awe. Under the command of Ash, the director, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel started a fierce battle. Boom! For a moment, the mountains roared and the sea shook the world. In the terrified eyes of the people far away from the coast, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel fought fiercely. 0. Ash rode on Pidgeot to command Dragonite to fight. After a hard battle, the giant Tentacruel was defeated. Tentacruel, can you calm down now? I can help you solve your request. Ash deliberately raised his voice and shouted to the giant Tentacruel. The giant Tentacruel looked at the ancient Dragonite in fear, then nodded at Ash. Seeing this, Ash smiled slightly. He invited Dragonite to play this scene, which was also meant to shock the giant Tentacruel. Suddenly gaining incomparably powerful power, the giant Tentacruel will inevitably become inflated and arrogant. The appearance of the super ancient Dragonite just made it realize that there are many more powerful forces in the world than itself. Dragonite, wait for me here for a while. I'll go take care of something first. Pidgeot, take me to the shore. Ash patted Pidgeot's head. Then Pidgeot flapped its wings and landed on the beach. What greeted him was the reverent eyes of the people on the beach of Landpolky City looking at the hero's return. Just now, they witnessed this young man riding Pidgeot to command the huge Dragonite and prevented a disaster from happening. It saved them from being attacked by the giant Tentacruel. It was the first time for Ash to enjoy such celebrity-level treatment. It was a little difficult for him to adapt, but he knew what he was going to do next and did not hesitate. He glanced at the crowd. He asked loudly, "Who is the mayor of Landpolky City?" "It's me." In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit came forward with the support of several security guards. His clothes were very messy, and he did not have the rigor and meticulousness of an elite. Looking at the calm sea surface, he remembered the huge waves that were more than 10 stories high. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then smiled warmly and wanted to shake hands with Ash. "Young man, thanks to you and that Dragonite, if you hadn't acted in time, the people of Landpolky would have suffered. Not only will they suffer heavy property losses, but even their lives may be threatened." Ash glanced at the other's hands, full of unknown water stains, and put his hands behind his back without leaving a trace. "Mayor, do you know that the reason why the giant Tentacruel went crazy is that the Paradise Hotel was built on the coral reef, the home of the giant Tentacruel? Dragonite is just here to help this time. If you want to solve this matter once and for all, it depends on the attitude of the mayor." From what Ash said, it is obvious that he is not going to drive Dragonite to solve the big problem of the giant Tentacruel. It is also true that although Dragonite can suppress the giant Tentacruel, it may be difficult to defeat it completely. And if the giant Tentacruel of such a large size counterattacks, when it is defeated, Dragonite may not be able to bear it. Ash really had no reason to risk his life for them. After thinking for a moment, the mayor asked, "Young man, how about this? In the future, that coral reef and the surrounding waters will be included in the Pokémon protection area of Landpolgu. No commercial development or utilization is allowed. After I draw up a plan, I will apply to the Alliance for Forest Rangers to come and protect this group of tentacle. What do you think?" The mayor is a shrewd official and immediately saw what Ash wanted. "Okay, then I'll go talk to the giant Tentacruel. Mr. Mayor, I'm guaranteeing you to the giant Tentacruel in my own name. If there is any accident in the future, I don't mind coming here again with Dragonite." At the end, Ash's tone was a little warning. "Yes, don't worry, young man. No one will break into this coral reef in the future." Ash nodded and released Pidgeot to fly to the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel waiting at the beach. Dragonite seemed a little excited to see a giant Tentacruel of the same size as himself, which proved that he was not alone in this world. It was a pity that Tentacruel was not of the same species as him. But after this incident, he completely recognized Ash. After giving Ash a yellow dragon crystal that could call him, he walked away on waves. Ash gave a few simple instructions to the giant Tentacruel. He also informed him of the policy that the mayor was about to implement. In the future, he only needed to control the Tentacle tribe and not affect the normal navigation of the cruise ship at sea. They would all be under the protection of the Pokémon Alliance. The giant Tentacruel then sank into the water and disappeared. Ash! The people of Blooper City, who learned his real name from Misty and Xiaojing, who came later, cheered and splashed over. They cast respectful eyes on him. The enthusiastic people surrounded the beach. Ash had never experienced such a scene before. He squeezed out of the crowd violently, dragged Misty, who was also making noise in the crowd, and left the scene quickly. Seeing Ash and Misty leave, Xiaojing immediately chased after them. "Misty, Xiaojing, you guys are not messy enough. You are still making noise in the crowd." Ash panted and looked at the two smiling faces. "You stole the limelight again this time. You are now the hero who saved Blooper City, Ash," Xiaojing said with a smile. "I didn't expect that you actually invited Dragonite," Misty exclaimed in a surprised tone. When Ash was at Bill Lighthouse, she was scared when she came into close contact with the ancient Dragonite. Who would have thought Ash has such a good relationship with it? Now he can be called at any time in Landpolky City. Well, coincidence, Dragonite happened to travel here. Ash mumbled casually. I can't tell Misty that I knew there would be a huge Tentacruel in Landpolky City and asked Dragonite to come here in advance. Ding! Perfectly solve the Landpolky City incident and protect the city from being destroyed by the huge Tentacruel and Tentacle group. Reward: 100 W points. Reward title Son of the Sea. After wearing it, the intimacy of Pokemon in the ocean will increase by 50%. After working for a long time, the crisis in Landpolky City was finally resolved. Ash also won the title of City Honorary Trainer. After the mayor reported everything that happened in Landpolky City to the Pokemon Alliance, the Alliance also attached great importance to this matter. Immediately sent a quasi-elite ranger captain with a ranger Pokemon team to Landpolky City. The Pokemon Ranger team will take on the task of maintaining the Coral Reef Forest Protection Area to prevent the evil organization Team Rocket and even Pokemon hunters active around the world from targeting the giant Tentacruel. As the protagonist who calmed down this incident, Ash also received a reward of 1 million Pokemon coins from the Alliance. Ash was very satisfied with the reward from the Alliance, adding the 2 million he got on the St. Anu before. Even if he spent lavishly on the Kanto region trip for a whole year and stayed in luxury hotels at every stop, he would not be short of money. Before leaving the city of Rampolch, Ash called Professor Oak and sent him a video of the battle between the giant Tentacruel and the super ancient Dragonite. When Professor Oak asked about his relationship with the ancient Dragonite, Ash said that the ancient Dragonite came to Blue Pulley to find a Pokemon companion of the same size, and he just happened to meet the ancient Dragonite. Although Professor Oak felt that the matter was not that simple, he did not continue to ask since Ash did not want to talk about it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Set off from Landpolky City, Ash and the other two continue their journey, heading for Saffron City, defeating Sabrina to get the badge of the Saffron Gym. Considering that Sabrina's psychic is too dangerous, she can even attack the trainer directly if she disagrees with him. For the sake of the three's personal safety, Ash plans to capture a ghost Pokemon before challenging the gym. Calculating the time, the annual summer festival in Maiden Gorge is coming soon. There is a Ghastly that has lived for 1,000 years. His personality is a bit eccentric, but his combat power is also very strong. He can even transform into a human form. His level must be high. In terms of ability alone, he is already the most special Ghastly in the original plot. If there's a chance, he must capture it. With it, Ash will have more confidence when challenging the Saffron Gym. Sabrina's psychic is still too strong after all. The key is that you can't defend yourself against her, and you have to be vigilant at all times. Just in case she gets upset, she'll give him a blow. And Ash doesn't dare to pin his hopes on her irresponsible but psychic father. If he accidentally becomes Sabrina's doll, I don't know how long it will take for him to see the light of day again. After all, Sabrina is a ruthless person who can turn her mother into a doll without hesitation. And she has a close relationship with Team Rocket, so Ash will never challenge the gym without bringing ghost Pokemon. If there is really no other way, he can also go to Lavender Town to capture ghost Pokemon. Ding! Trigger plot mission. Go to Maiden Gorge to find Millennium Ghastly. Mission reward: news about the girl ghost's lover. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ash's eyes when he accepted the mission. He was originally worried that Ghastly's level was too high, and the highest level Pikachu in the team was not rival. Maybe he would have to use the wheel tactic, but this might reduce Ghastly's intimacy with him. And now the system has helped him think of a better solution. The reason why Ghastly comes to Maiden Gorge every year is to help the girl who lived 1,000 years ago fulfill her wish. And as long as he meets Ghastly in Maiden Gorge, he can get the news that it cares about very much, the whereabouts of the girl's lover. With this information, Ash's confidence in conquering the 1,000-year-old Ghastly has increased a lot. In this way, the three of them boarded a luxury cruise ship from Landpolky City to Maiden Gorge. In less than a day, the three of them arrived at Maiden Gorge. Maiden Gorge, because of the approaching summer festival, has become extremely lively. Many tourists from surrounding cities come here to travel. However, the fact that Maiden Gorge is so famous in Kanto is also related to Ghastly's tireless efforts over the years. After getting off the boat, Ash looked around and searched for Ghastly's traces. Ash, this guy, just looked at the beauties as soon as he got off the boat. How unreasonable! Misty pouted, dissatisfaction written on her face. Ash retracted his gaze after noticing Misty's strangeness and held her hand with some amusement. Although Misty is arrogant, her emotions are written on her face. Unlike those hypocritical monsters he had been with in his previous life, they were deep-minded and made trouble in various ways. After a simple explanation, Ye Xuan smiled. The three of them split into two groups. Xiaojing went to hook up with the beautiful big sisters at the festival under the guise of replenishing supplies. Misty took Ash to happily visit the festival. During the festival, Ash paid close attention to the tourists walking around, but failed to meet the beautiful girl, an old woman disguised as Ghastly from 1,000 years ago. But he saw three familiar figures from a distance at a stall on the corner of the street. They were the main group of Team Rocket. Considering that Ghastly had taken the initiative to find them in the original plot, Ash pointed out the three people to Misty. Hey, aren't these the three bad guys? Sure, let's follow them and see what conspiracy they may be planning again. There were many tourists coming and going, and the three members of Team Rocket did not notice Ash and Misty, following them far behind. The two followed Team Rocket into a wooden house, and after Ash marked it, they turned around and left. Aren't we going to drive them away? No hurry, we can wait a little longer. Ash took Misty away from the temporary base of the three members of Team Rocket in Maiden Gorge. After leaving, Ash went to the Pokémon Center. He returned to the room and released Butterfree. Butterfree, who hadn't fought for a while, was also very happy to see Ash and flew around him 3 times. Then he stopped in front of Ash. Butterfree has indeed neglected you for a while, but I will find you a wife soon, just as an apology. Ash took out the Pokémon Charm Potion from the system space and gave it to Butterfree to drink. After drinking the potion, Butterfree was full of confusion and became a little anxious. In the past, the things Ash gave them would have various strange changes after eating, and their strength would be significantly improved. Why didn't 987 change at all? As one of the Pokémon with the worst qualifications in Ash's team, it can only make up for its lack of talent through hard work, and it knows that Ash can often come up with some magical potions. So I expect that with Ash's help, I can be reborn one day. But now, this potion seems to have no effect. Butterfree is also very anxious. Butterfree, I guess you may have misunderstood. I said that this potion is for you to marry a wife. The potion that can make you stronger will be available in the future. Looking at the anxious Butterfree, Ash said with a smile. He still supports Butterfree's idea of not wanting to fall behind, but he has not seen the potion of gold qualification yet. There is no potion in the task reward, so I can only wait patiently. As if he understood what Ash meant, Butterfree immediately relaxed. But he was still very confused about what Ash said about finding a wife for himself. Ash also perfunctorily said a few words to Solation. He laughed secretly in his heart. Butterfree, I remember that in the original plot, you were so fascinated that you couldn't walk after meeting the pink Butterfree. At night, call Misty and Xiaojing and take the Pokémon. Ash follows the mark left behind to track Team Rocket. On the way, Misty answers Xiaojing's questions for Ash. This trip is to go to the Rocket Trio, who happen to meet during the daytime shopping. Although it is not clear why Ash wants to find them late at night, it is definitely right to follow him. The group arrived in front of the wooden house where they tracked Team Rocket during the day. Ding! Successfully met the Millennium Ghastly. Task reward. News about the girl ghost lover. James was targeted by the Millennium Ghastly as expected when Ash and others arrived at the scene. The Rocket Trio has been deeply trapped in hypnosis and is being played around by Ghastly. There is nothing in the open space in front of the wooden house. The Rocket Trio showed terrified expressions, and Eakins and Coughing were also facing a formidable enemy, using all kinds of skills randomly. Obviously, they have all fallen into the illusion created by the Millennium Ghastly using hypnosis. Compared to ordinary Ghastly, this Ghastly can be said to have made the most of hypnosis. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, Misty and Xiaojing both showed surprised expressions. Good, so amazing. If Ash hadn't told her in advance, she would never have believed that the illusory girl ghost in front of her was actually Ghastly in disguise. Ash decisively accepted the task reward and suddenly saw a message in his mind. Glancing at the Rocket Trio, who were trapped in hypnosis like a headless fly, Ash shook his head slightly. Since Land Polky City helped me solve a big problem, I'll save you this time. Ash stepped forward and said to Ghastly, Ghastly, I know you want to help the girl find her lover, and I just know it. So let her go. The girl ghost showed a surprised expression when he heard it. Obviously, he didn't expect Ash to reveal its identity in one sentence. As Ghastly shifted his attention to Ash, the hypnosis that trapped the Rocket Trio stopped working. We're saved, meow ? James, what are you doing? Let the little ghost hold you up. Let's get out of here. The Rocket Trio came back to their senses from the hypnosis and found that the girl ghost was Ghastly, and all of her attention was attracted by Ash, so they ran away in a hurry. These guys, they don't even know how to say thank you. Misty, they're the bad guys of the Rocket team after all. You're kidding to expect them to be polite, right? Xiao Gang smiled and shook his head. At the same time, Ash had a conversation with Ghastly, who had revealed his true identity. Ash did not make any requests and directly informed Ghastly of the news about the girl ghost lover. It turns out that the girl's lover was ambushed by the enemy after he set out for the battlefield, and all the warriors who accompanied him were killed in the battle, so there was no news from the 10 capitals. Ghastly was a little emotional, so the truth was like this. In this way, the ghost girl can rest in peace. Ghastly thanked Ash and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ash, who proposed the idea of subduing it. The wish was fulfilled, and Ghastly, who felt that he had no goals, agreed to Ash decisively. In its eyes, Ash is a very interesting human. After all, ordinary people who see it in ghost form are all scared to death at first. But Ash was not only not scared, but also easily foresighted its disguise and revealed its true identity in one sentence. Okay, it will be fun to travel with you, but every month and every year at this time, you have to let me come back here, Ghastly said after hesitating for a moment. Obviously, it doesn't want the people here to forget Stephanie and hopes to continue the legend of the Girl's Gorge. Of course, no problem. Welcome to join us, Ghastly. Ash smiled and took out an empty Poke Ball from his waist. Hee. After 2 strange laughs, Ghastly in the gas contest condition took the initiative to get into the Poke Ball. Pokemon Ghastly. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Level, IV.55. Qualification Gold. Ability, Float. Special ability, Hypnosis. You can control rivals' Pokemon while hypnotizing them. The success rate of control depends on the level of the other Pokemon. Skills, Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Nightshade, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Destiny Bond, Dream Eater, Horrible Face, Icy Wind, etc. Carrying props, top quality Everstone. After carrying it, the power of your own attribute skills will increase by 50%. Looking at Ghastly's luxurious panel, Ash was delighted. Just captured, the level is 4.55. This is the real deal elite level Pokemon, the strongest Pokemon in his team. And the intimacy with it is much higher than that of ordinary newly captured Pokemon, reaching 210. With Ghastly's comedian personality, as long as you spend some time with it, the intimacy will definitely be maxed out easily. What surprised Ash was that this Ghastly was the first Pokemon he captured that carried an item, and it was a top-quality Everstone. After all, it is a Pokemon that has lived for thousands of years, so it is not difficult to understand that it carries such a top-quality item. This also explains why Ghastly has not evolved for thousands of years and is so strong. Relying on the top-quality Everstone, its combat power is even better than the final form of Gengar, and with the special ability of Hypnosis, it is definitely the best among ghost Pokemon. Fortunately, the system is thoughtful and gave him the information that Ghastly wanted in advance, which won the trust of the other party. Good job. Otherwise, Ash would not be able to capture a Pokémon that has grown to the limit of most wild Pokémon just by talking. When it comes to fighting, it is too difficult for his current Pokémon team to win. Ash is much happier at this moment than when he captures a high-quality Pokémon. High-quality Pokémon need time to grow, unlike Ghastly, which is at its peak after being captured. It is also the top combat power in the entire Kanto region. The key is that with the protection of the elite-level Ghastly, Ash is more confident in challenging the Saffron Gym. Through the editing of the Pokémon Pokédex, Ash temporarily teleported Bulbasaur, IV.30 back. Bulbasaur? That's great. Ash has also captured the Grass-type Pokémon. Professor Oak's laboratory, who released Bulbasaur from the Pokeball, nodded with satisfaction. The three of them continued to set off for Saffron City. On the way, in addition to the routine leveling battles, Ash did not forget to take out the top-quality water Pokémon eggs sent by the system from time to time to bask in the sun. It is not good for its hatching to always keep it in the backpack. Ash, what is this Pokémon egg of yours? Misty looked at Ash holding the Pokémon egg and asked curiously. They spent most of the trip together. She didn't remember when Ash got the Pokémon egg. Ash made up an excuse. He said that he found the Pokémon egg in a cave on the sea when he met Horsia. Misty and Brock had no doubts and discussed the possible Pokémon that could hatch from his Pokémon egg. Since it's in the cave, I think it's very likely to be a rock-type Pokémon. No, just in a light blue shell. You can tell it's my favorite water-type Pokémon. After refuting Brock, Misty took the Pokémon egg from Ash. This cool touch must be right. After handing the Pokémon egg to Misty, Ash turned his attention to the battles and leveling up on the way. Butterfree, which is only level IV.27, is still a little weak after all. Ash hopes to help it level up before encountering the pink Butterfree. Although the effect of the Charm 307 potion is unquestionable, it never hurts to be safe. Strong people are always admired, and the Pokémon world is no exception. As a member of the team with a lower level, Butterfree is surprisingly efficient in gaining combat experience when fighting with those generally lower-level creatures in the wild. When the group arrived at the place where they met the pink Butterfree and the Butterfree tribe in the original plot, Ash's Butterfree had already risen 3 levels in a row, reaching level IV.30. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Ash spent most of his energy on it during this period. Even Misty, who spent most of the original plot playing soy sauce and did not train Pokémon much, also got involved. With his own insights and Ash's guidance, he was very busy training Pokémon. All the Pokémon with slightly higher levels on the way were handed over to Butterfree, and the others were handled by Misty's Squirtle brother. After fighting all the way, this Squirtle also successfully evolved into Wartortle, evolving earlier than its boss. The Squirtle on Ash's side has not evolved, yet due to the suppression of power. Come out, Butterfree. Arriving at the location where Butterfree was released in the original plot, Ash and the other two first set up the tent and prepared to guard here for a few days. Then they released Butterfree from the Pokeball. When the Butterfree tribe migrates and reproduces, they will release a special pheromone that can be sensed by their own tribe. Butterfree, if you catch the pheromone, tell me. Ash ordered Butterfree. Butterfree nodded in response, then rose into the sky and wandered around nearby. On the first day, there was basically no movement. At present, the Butterfree tribe has not migrated here. From Professor Oak, we learned that the starting point of the Butterfree tribe's migration every year is basically the evergreen forest. The entire migration process takes about a week. It seems that the Butterfree tribe in Evergreen Forest has not yet had time to fly here. It may take some time. Ash, hurry up, get up. I see Butterfree flying over from the forest over there. On the morning of the 5th day of guarding here, Misty, who was on duty, woke up Ash, who was still asleep, and said to him excitedly. This morning, when she was about to go to the nearby stream to wash her face, she saw a large cloud flying towards this side from a distance. Through the telescope, she found that this large cloud was actually made up of Butterfree. Thinking that Ash was looking for the migrating Butterfree tribe. Without washing her face, she hurried back to the tent to wake Ash up. Okay, finally here. Ash got out of the sleeping bag, put on his clothes in a few seconds, and rushed out without even bothering to tidy up his messy hair. Xiaojing was left alone in another tent, still mumbling in his sleep while hugging the life-size pillow of the beautiful big sister. After leaving the camp, Ash looked up and saw the Butterfree tribe that covered the sky and the sun flying towards this side, flying from the inland to the distant and warm south to reproduce. On the way, from time to time, male Butterfree surrounded the female Butterfree that kept emitting special pheromones and tried to mate. Ash quickly picked up the telescope to check. He was afraid that he would not be able to see it all and let Butterfree's wife go. So he asked Misty to help him find it together. One Butterfree after another flew past his sight, and soon, Ash's eyes were fixed on a pink Butterfree. This pink Butterfree was now flying towards the south of the seaside under the embrace of many male Butterfrees. Finally, I found you. Butterfree, do you see that pink Butterfree? If you like it, go and bring it back to be your wife. Ash decisively released his Butterfree, pointing to the pink Butterfree in the distance, which was being courted by dozens of male Butterfrees in various ways. Bah! It was love at first sight, as expected in the original plot. The Butterfree flew overexcitedly and drove away all the courting male Butterfrees. With its level and combat level trained by Ash, it was too easy to deal with these Butterfrees. Because of the charm potion, Ba Dadi attracted the attention of the pink Butterfree as soon as he appeared, and he liked it. Even many other female Butterfrees around gave up the males who were pursuing them and surrounded Ash's Butterfree. Butterfree simply did not give them a chance, but directly danced a courtship dance with the pink Butterfree. After Ash's repeated transformations, Butterfree is no longer the dog licker in the original plot. The charm potion makes it a deadly poison to female Butterfrees, plus its high level and strong strength. In the entire Butterfree group, the handsome, rich, and beautiful man and the pink Butterfree are a perfect match. The pink Butterfree did not express her dislike for Ash Butterfree as in the original plot. Instead, she happily accepted Ash Butterfree's courtship and wanted Ash's Butterfree to live with her in the warm south. Ash's Butterfree would definitely not agree. After a relaxed exchange, the pink Butterfree was knocked unconscious by Butterfree and flew back to Ash. It is not a guy who doesn't care about anything after having a wife. Ash treated it like a new life, and it never thought of leaving him. Borrowing a luxury ball from Misty, Ash put the fainted pink Butterfree into the ball. Ash, look at how you teach Butterfree. How can you be so rude to Stephanie? Misty stretched out her finger and poked Ash gently. No, people and Pokémon cannot be generalized. You also know how good I am to you. Ash replied with a smile. Pokémon, Butterfree, different color. Attribute, bug flying. Level, IV.20. Qualification gold. Ability, compound eyes. Hidden ability of different color Pokémon. Charm, reduces the skill hit rate of Pokémon with the same attribute by 5 to 0%. Skills, tackle, gust, illusion light, stun spore, sleep powder, etc. Carrying props, none. As expected, it is a gold qualification. The different color shiny Pokémon is worthy of being the best among the same family. This hidden ability belonging to shiny Pokémon is also amazing when facing Pokémon with bug and flying attributes. It was agreed that it was only to find a wife for Butterfree, but now it seems that its wife is obviously better than it. But Ash is not a person who loves new things and gets bored with old things after all. I still plan to cultivate Butterfree as the main Pokémon on the way to Lavender Town. At night, after Misty and Xiaojing fell asleep, Ash stepped over the sleeping Pikachu beside him and walked into the forest. He decisively called up the system store page. Product 1. Pidgeot Perfect Mage Evolution Stone Set. Carry it to achieve Perfect Mage Evolution. And after evolution, the strength increase is 150% of the normal Mage Pidgeot. Price, 700,000 points. Product 2. Qualification Breakthrough Potion. Can make the qualifications of Pokemon below Gold break through 1 level. Price, 300,000 points. Product 3. Perfect Miracle Seed. The power of grass-type moves of Pokémon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Price: 150,000 points. Product: 410 pieces of top-quality heat-resistant balls. Greatly increase the capture probability of fire Pokémon. Price: 150,000. Product 5. Pokémon Intimacy Spray. Increase the intimacy of any 793 Pokémon by 50%. Price: 800,000. Ash spent a total of 1.3 million points to buy all the products except Product 5. Seeing that the 1 million points were reduced to only 140,000 in an instant, he felt a little painful. After all, he had saved them for so long. Okay, next is the time to upgrade. Ash released Bulbasaur first. The chlorophyll ability, plus the speed-enhancing potion he had given it before, proved that Ash was determined to let it take the fast attack route. Compared with Squirtle, Bulbasaur decided not to evolve after considering the ability factor. At this moment, Ash gave the perfect Miracle Seed to Bulbasaur to make up for its loss of offensive ability due to not evolving. After carrying the perfect Miracle Seed, Bulbasaur's strength is not much worse than Venusaur at the same level. The only disadvantage of not evolving can also be compensated. After obtaining the perfect Miracle Seed, Bulbasaur's intimacy with Ash increased significantly and was close to the maximum value. Then Ash released Butterfree. This little guy knows that his talent is inferior to Ash's other Pokémon, so he works extra hard during training. Facing its expectant eyes, Ash handed it the talent-enhancing potion. After the severe pain, Butterfree's talent was upgraded from purple to red, and the level-up speed was significantly improved, and its attributes in various aspects were also improved. Bah! After noticing the changes in his body, Butterfree excitedly called out to Ash twice, circling around him to express his gratitude. Ash smiled and put it back into the Pokeball. Pidgeot. The next one to be called out was Pidgeot. Ash put on the black gloves inlaid with the Mage Keystone and gave the Mage Evolution Stone to Pidgeot to carry. Slightly different from ordinary Mage Evolution Stones, the system rewarded Pidgeot Mage Evolution Stone directly merged into its body the moment it touched Pidgeot's body. Afterwards, Ash and Pidgeot had a strange connection with each other, as if they could directly evolve into Mage with a thought. Let's try the magic of this Evolution Stone. Switch on the Evolution light, Pidgeot. Ash gently stroked the shining keystone on his glove. In response, Pidgeot's whole body lit up with brilliant rainbow light. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, Mega Pidgeot, with beautiful and handsome head feathers and a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, appeared in front of Ash. Sharp claws, hard beak, strong and sturdy dual wing beat, a perfect aerial totem. Pidgeot. Its wings can create a huge wind with a slight flap. Mage Evolution plus Wind Field Control allows Mega Pidgeot to fly at a speed of Mach 5. This speed and size are basically unique among flying Pokémon. And because it evolved into Mega Pidgeot, its muscle strength has been greatly improved, and it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without sleep. This amazing endurance is definitely the best among flying Pokémon. In battle, the aerial advantage alone is enough to wear down many enemies. Pidgeot, that has drunk the Gene Breakthrough Potion, is different. This size gives a strong visual impact after evolving in a Mega Pidgeot. Even Ash, a trainer who is used to big scenes, was amazed. This shows how perfect the appearance of Mega Pidgeot is. Hi! Mega Pidgeot is extremely excited after completing the evolution. The powerful wings flap slightly, and there are gusts of wind. The surrounding trees rustle, and leaves fall all over the ground. Congratulations, Pidgeot! Ash is very satisfied with the appearance of Pidgeot. The system's products must be high quality, perfect Mage Evolution. It was early in the morning of the next day. Ash and his group packed up their things, carried their backpacks, and continued to move towards Lavender Town. Lavender Town is located not far from Saffron City and has been abandoned for a long time. Since the 3 brothers of the Ghastly family have lived there for a long time, many amazing ghost stories have spread, and few people usually approach Lavender Town, a ghost town. Ash, who has been accompanied by Ghastly for thousands of years, is skilled and brave, and thanks the roadside trainer for his kind reminder. The three of them set foot in Lavender Town. Misty, if you are afraid, let's send you to Saffron City first, and I can come over later. Looking at Misty, whose white and slender legs couldn't stop trembling, Ash smiled softly. Ooh, who is afraid? I'm just a little cold. Misty grabbed the corner of Ash's clothes tightly, took soft steps, but didn't admit defeat at all. Ash's answer was not surprising. Strong appearance and soft heart are the most true portrayal of Misty. Okay, I also think you are definitely not as scared as 2.8. Then please help protect the village entrance. Xiaojing and I will catch the so-called ghost. Ash winked at Xiaojing beside him. Xiaojing nodded happily in agreement. No. Why are you guarding the village entrance? If we act together, the success rate will be higher. This scared Misty, but after noticing Xiaojing's gloating expression, Misty also reached out to grab the soft flesh on Ash's waist with a gloomy face. Damn, Ash, I'll let you bully me. Oh, it hurts. I didn't, I swear to God. The originally heavy and weird atmosphere became relaxed and happy under Ash's jokes. A few people were playing and walking in the somewhat gloomy Lavender Town. Lavender Town is very big. It is not easy to quickly find the three Ghastly brothers who are hiding in such a big town. Ash did not release his elite Ghastly to avoid alerting the enemy. He was afraid that the three brothers would be scared and dare not show up. It is not difficult to find them. You just need to treat the symptoms. With their funny and playful personalities, the three of them came to Lavender Town, which has not been entered by outsiders for a long time, which is the best bait. They will definitely not be able to resist. The facts are basically consistent with Ash's guess. Ding! It is detected that you're being watched by the three Ghastly brothers. Trigger the task. Get the recognition of the three Ghastly brothers. Complete the task reward. 60,000 points. 10 rare candy. IV point 30-40. I am being watched by the three Ghastly brothers? Ash felt cold all over when he heard the system prompt, and turned back to look behind him, but he found nothing. Ash, what's wrong with you? Xiaoshu asked curiously. Ash shook his head to show that he was fine. He took the task decisively. Ash motioned for the two to come closer to him. What's wrong? Yes, Ash, what happened? Misty, Xiaojing, and even Pikachu didn't react. Sure, there should be a Pokémon approaching us. As soon as Ash finished speaking, three scary faces suddenly appeared in front of them. Skin use. Since Ash had already reminded them, Misty, Xiaojing, and Pikachu were also shocked by the sudden situation. Pikachu's cheeks sparked, and he almost asked the three Ghastly brothers to take a Thunderbolt. /7/7+7+. The three brothers were very satisfied with their initial reaction. Only Ash, who was calm and composed, surprised them. The three brothers discussed with each other with doubts on their faces, and Ash was not afraid of them. But they soon reacted. It's better not to be afraid of them, so that they can show their funny art to Ash. Then Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar began to perform. They made all kinds of faces, winked, and showed exaggerated expressions. Ha ha ha. Pika, Misty, Xiaojing, and Pikachu were amused by them. The tense atmosphere of meeting the three brothers for the first time disappeared immediately. The Ghastly brothers performed hard, and at the same time, they did not forget to cast expectant eyes at Ash. However, Ash's face was still expressionless. This made them very embarrassed. They performed so hard, originally to conquer Ash. The eldest brother, Jengar, floated towards Ash, intending to teach him a lesson. It was not that Ash was not showing his support on purpose. It was just that he had been baptized by various short videos and abstract culture in his previous life. So he didn't think there was anything funny about the performance of the Ghastly brothers. It was like being forced by elders to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The only funny thing was that the three of them tried hard to make themselves laugh, but were unable to do so. Faced with Jengar, who was going to use force to ask for an explanation, Ash decisively threw out the Pokeball and sent Ghastly out. As soon as Ghastly came out, a strong aura quickly spread. The three Ghastly brothers were pressed to the point where they could not move, and Jengar, who was close to them, trembled all over. I didn't expect this human trainer's Pokémon to be so powerful. He's obviously just a teenager, but he brought a Pokémon of the same species that was far superior to them. If you ask me, your comedy art is still not up to par. Hee hee. Hearing Ash's comments on their comedy performance, the three Ghastly brothers immediately forgot their fear and looked at him curiously. Ash slightly modified the jokes in the short video of his previous life and told them to the three Ghastly brothers. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. This time, not only the Ghastly brothers, but also Misty and Xiaojing beside them were all laughing. This also made Ash sigh. If the experiences from childhood to adulthood made Sabrina wary of the people around her, he didn't have to come to the Ghastly brothers. He could achieve the goal by himself. After telling the joke, Ash picked up another branch. He drew funny cartoons for the Ghastly brothers on the sand. Traditional funny cartoons such as Cat and Mouse. And cartoons such as 2.5 Wu Laoshi, who turned himself into a joke. Just a few moments, the Ghastly brothers laughed nonstop, successfully gained their recognition, and got the reward. After a conversation, he confirmed the intentions of the Ghastly brothers. Ash allowed them to learn the art of comedy with him. At the same time, he could help them form a performing arts troupe in Pallet Town in the future and perform in various places in Kanto. As long as he came up with some funny jokes from time to time, it would definitely be enough for the Ghastly brothers to cope with the performance. Originally, Ash only wanted to ask the three of them to follow him temporarily to solve Sabrina's abnormal mood. Unexpectedly, the three Ghastly brothers first proposed to learn the art of comedy from him, and also said that they did not want to participate in the battle. On Professor Oak's side, Ash also raised three little turtles, Jenny 547, who did not fight but had their own jobs. It would not be bad to arrange an art troupe for the three Ghastly brothers. With some effort, maybe this Pokémon comedy art troupe can be carried forward. After the discussion, Ash threw the ball to subdue the three Ghastly brothers. Among them, Haunter, who had the highest talent for comedy, was left by Ash after replacing Butterfree, which would also allow Butterfree to reunite with his wife faster. Before teleporting, Ash also told Butterfree to make sure that the pink Butterfree must give birth to more Pokémon babies. With a red-qualified father and a flash-colored mother, most of the Pokémon babies born are also top-quality Pokémon cubs. Ghastly and Jengar were directly teleported back to Professor Oak's side. Haunter was obviously a little uncomfortable with being separated from his brothers, but Ash immediately consoled him and said that he would send it to reunite with its two brothers in a while. Is there another way to capture Ghastly? Watching Ash capture the three Ghastly brothers, Misty and Xiaojing were stunned. They all marveled at Ash's charm as a Pokémon trainer. While praising him, Misty also asked Ash about the follow-up of those jokes, especially the 2.5-point teacher that impressed her. The whole plot was full of a nonsensical and funny style. She liked it very much. After several days of traveling, Ash and his group finally arrived at Saffron City. As the central business district of the entire Kanto region, the city is full of tall buildings and beautiful young women. Wow, it's Saffron City, so beautiful. I'm gonna go shopping later. By the way, Ash. Before Misty finished her words, she looked back and found that Ash was gone. Shopping again? Please spare me. Ash decisively ran to the Pokémon Center. After living in the open air for a while, he finally had a good rest. Back in the room, Ash took out the Pokeball. He released Ghastly, Pidgeot, and Milotic, and Pikachu stood aside and watched. Give 5 rare candy, IV.30-40, to Pidgeot, let it upgrade to V.41, learn Roost. Give 5 rare candy, IV.30-40, to Milotic, let it upgrade to V.37, learn Safeguard, Surf, Rain Dance. 6 rare candy, IV.50-60, let Ghastly upgrade to V.61, let Ghastly's strength rise to the semi-champion level. Ghastly, who tried rare candy for the first time, exclaimed that it was magical, and his intimacy with Ash improved a lot. In this battle with Sabrina, we must ensure absolute safety. Ash decisively took out the rare candy in stock and used it. The next day morning, are you here to challenge the trainer of Saffron Gym? If you ask me, you will definitely not win. When Ash and his group arrived at the entrance of Saffron Gym, they were suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man wearing a hat and hiding his face. Pikachu was upset when he saw the uncle looking down on Ash and himself. Hey, there's a high-level Pikachu. No wonder you are so confident, but I still have to say that you are not qualified to defeat Sabrina. Her psychic blessing can also increase the combat power of Pokémon. Young man, give up quickly. Pikachu was emotional, and the exposed momentum made the hat uncle in front of him realize. This Pikachu is of a high level and well-trained. Looking at all the gym trainers in Kanto, it is not much worse than their main Pokémon. It is hard to imagine that a boy who looks young and looks like a rookie trainer who just started this year can train such a high-level Pikachu. And based on the intimacy between Pikachu and the boy, it doesn't look like it was given to him by his elders at home. The Rookie of Alliance has become stronger and stronger over the years, which is a good thing. But it is precisely because of this that he doesn't want Ash to die in vain. How abnormal is his daughter's strength? Sabrina has shown amazing psychic talent since she was a child. After so many years of laser focus, her psychic strength is no less than many Pokémon with superpower attributes. And psychic performed by humans is hard to defend against. His wife died because Sabrina couldn't control her emotions and her psychic suddenly went berserk. Now he doesn't want to see the tragedy happen again. Uncle, you don't have to bow your head. I have heard a little about what happened in the Golden City Gym before. You should be the father of Miss Sabrina, the leader of Saffron Gym, who has been missing for many years. Don't worry, I will defeat her and make her return to normal. Ash smiled slightly and said to the uncle in the hat. After Ash revealed the secret in his heart, the uncle's expression immediately became sad after being surprised. Alas, I didn't expect that someone still remembered the tragedy many years ago. Young man, I'm very touched by your kindness. I don't want you to face my daughter. After the uncle's touching speech, he looked up and found that Ash and his group had already stepped into the gate of Saffron Gym. Looking at the figures of Ash and others, the uncle was a little silent. I've been living in a daze these years. No matter what, I must not let the tragedy happen again this time. After thinking about it, the uncle followed. Ash, the atmosphere in the Saffron Gym looks so heavy. Walking into the Saffron Gym, the dull atmosphere made Misty somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to the gym, I think it is more like a temple. Shout, gang, interrupted. Ash smiled and said that both of them were right. The style of Saffron Gym is indeed slightly different from other gyms. Hey, are you guys here to challenge the gym? Ash wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man in a white coat and mask who blocked their way. Yeah, isn't it? Misty asked back. I advise you to leave quickly. It is impossible for people without psychic to defeat our gym leader, and you may not be able to bear the consequences of failure. The man in the white coat and mask seemed to be disdainful, but he was actually patiently persuading Ash and the other two to leave. He himself was once a psychic enthusiast in Saffron City, but the psychic that could be refined through spiritual power was too weak. So he wanted to study here with Sabrina and try to control a more powerful psychic. Then he was chosen by Sabrina as a subordinate to assist her in managing the gym and help her manage the gym. During this period, he was ordered not to leave the gym and witnessed countless trainers who failed to challenge Sabrina and were turned into dolls and trapped in Sabrina's toy house. From then on, whenever a trainer came to challenge, he would remind the other party intentionally or unintentionally to reduce casualties. Then a man in the white coat and mask showed his psychic to Ash and the other three. But his face turned red, which was just to force the spoon in his hand to bend slightly. But is this the psychic? It doesn't look that good. Misty saw the masked man's face flushed red and then slightly bent the spoon, and suddenly she didn't care. I'm not the gym owner. The gym owner's psychic is amazing. Let me tell you, the trainers who failed in the past were all turned into toy dolls by the gym owner using psychic. The white coat reminded with an exaggerated expression, but the next second, the whole person was lifted into the air by a blue psychic force. The face flushed, the veins bulged, and the hands kept shaking. It was like a drowning person about to suffocate. Jim owner, I was wrong. The white coat and masked man was full of panic, knowing that he had just revealed too much information to Ash and the other two, which had caused the dissatisfaction of the Talon Hall hashtag Sabrina. Immediately stepped aside to make way for Ash and the others. No more persuasion.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.